road or take a water burger just so you can pull off in either direction.
I just 932 is the stuff now. That's why I got
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Okay, but you did take 932 also, right?
914 for difficulty reading. 563 complete family eye care. 3106 ESES
Scanner shield active.
Complete for Griffith at the West Market.
At the time, I didn't know how much they suck. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Alright, therefore, I'm moving to Old Plaza Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Plaza Road, or take a water burger just so you can pull off in either direction. With 60 David Lansart.
David Lansart, 1838.
Like fucking music, and beating, recording, fucking playing anything.
Candidates like Senator Collins, so if Senator
So today's the day. I've got my RTA mock system and Coyote appliances. And they did tell me it was only going to take a few minutes. And I got to say, a big old box came from the shipping company. Pulled the front and back panels out, lined them up parallel. My wife Allie and I pulled together all of the pieces, and then that amazing system, these center pieces just lock them all together. It was really easy to snap together, and that's a rock solid connection. At restaurants, on location, on television, this thing is rock solid and it looks really sexy.
Tonight, the protest and clashes in Minneapolis intensify over that ICE-involved shooting as tensions rise there and across the country. The new clashes with law enforcement tonight after the killing of a woman accused of using her car to block ICE. What we're learning from new videos of the shooting.
Scanner Gen offline.
Who was killed.
Location was 10-20.
Officer, the video of a previous incident where he was dragged by a car.
Location was 10-20.
Sides dig in. Also breaking the medical scare in space, NASA announcing late today they're taking the unprecedented step of rushing the space station crew home as an astronaut deals with a medical issue, the plan to get them back to Earth. Massive protests erupting in Iran, a car ramming into security forces, a bank set on fire, demonstrators hit with water cannons as the nation plunges into an internet blackout. Are we at a tipping point? The wild video has a man stealing heels a bulldozer, attempting to mow down police officers, even crushing a cruiser. How it came to a chaotic end. Tornadoes ripping across the south, roofs ripped apart, semi-trucks flipped over. The new threat in the hours ahead. A portable phone charger exploding, engulfing this man in flames. What happened next? Our series, The Cost of Denial. What a college student told me about being denied the prosthetic foot she needed to walk at graduation. What happened after the investigation? And there's good news tonight. The proposal will allow their whole meaning to follow the in Minneapolis and across the country after a woman was killed by an ICE officer yesterday. There were protests across the city today and clashes with law enforcement, with officers detaining demonstrators and deploying tear gas. You see that right here. And there was fierce pushback from the Trump administration. The vice president taking the rare step of holding a news conference to say that the killing was a tragedy.
The Trump administration sent letters to 9 universities, what they describe as a compact with higher education for excellence. Your college was one of 7 who rejected that compact. Give us, in essence, what the compact was requesting and why you decided to reject it.
The University of Arizona, I believe, demonstrated a serious and a transparent
and a constructive ground in Minneapolis. And Maggie, people are taking to the streets once again tonight.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. We have hundreds out here at the scene, kind of up and down this block here, which is now effectively closed, and a lot of them gathering in the Royal Memorial for the driver killed here yesterday, Renee Good. This adds divisions over exactly what happened here, Roe, and tonight the officer now identified. Tonight in Minneapolis, new clashes between protesters and police after a driver's deadly encounter with ICE. City officials canceling school.
There's anger and there's fear, and people are on edge.
When I saw the video, I saw people was very scared.
And there's new focus on those videos of the incident. Police say the driver, 37-year-old U.S. citizen Renee Nicole Good, was blocking ICE officers from using the road. You can see officers walk up to her SUV, ordering her to get out. One officer grabs the door handle, but instead Good reverses, then accelerates as an officer stands in front of her car, he opens fire. And here, that other angle, the ICE officer standing in front of Good's vehicle when she accelerates forward and he fires. The divide over what the video shows. Democrats condemning the ICE officer.
State-sanctioned execution that we all saw. That has tragically led to this murder that we all watched on TV.
While Vice President Vance tonight strongly defending him.
You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers.
Homeland Security Secretary Christi knows as the officer made the right decision as a car this officer took action to protect himself. We asked the Minneapolis police chief if he agrees.
When you see him stepping in front of the vehicle, how does that strike you?
Well, we train to avoid that whenever possible. However, the way things unfold on the street, nothing's ever 100%.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, and robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla, an early investor in Amazon, Google, and OpenAI, says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. Blink, and you'll miss the boat entirely. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Stick around for the next 60 seconds, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is nueces. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. And I even starred in a 60 Minutes story that won an Emmy for investigative journalism. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this, I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999, I bought Apple in 2000, and I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. But since then, I've walked away from the business of helping the rich get richer. Now I'm showing everyday people how they can build generational wealth by investing in disruptive technologies. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just click the button on your screen to access this free pay. This stock is a backdoor into one of the most exciting stories in the stock market history. A story in which everyday investors have been effectively barred from participating. Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and countless other Silicon Valley elites have been plowing vast sums of money into this technology. Now, it's your turn. Did you know that this year, nearly half of all millionaires are expected to come into their wealth by investing in tech? Mark my words, they're not doing that by buying stocks like Nvidia, Tesla, and Microsoft. They're becoming millionaires by spotting disruptions and buying the obscure stocks that are best positioned to profit from these disruptions. Our research indicates that you can make massive gains with this free recommendation. Plus, I'll share with you my new video that lays out this opportunity and how you can leverage it to change your financial future. You'll definitely want to make sure you watch that entire video. So with that said, click the button on the screen now, and I'll give you the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this technological sea change. I'll also send you my video explaining what this technology means for you, your community, and your financial situation.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you way more money without spending years in court or paying expensive lawyers up front. If you've been in a car accident within the past year, even if you were just a passenger, what I'm about to share could save you months of hassle and put tens or even hundreds of thousands more in your pocket. Here's what most people do. They either accept whatever small check insurance sends them, or they hire a lawyer up front and prepare for a long, expensive legal battle. Both options leave you frustrated and underpaid. But some accident victims are discovering a completely different approach. One that could get them 6 or 7 figure settlements without ever suing anyone or stepping into a courtroom. It's called the 2025 Crash Connect Compensation Program, and it was created specifically to help accident victims get maximum compensation without the nightmare of lawsuits, upfront legal fees, or insurance company runarounds. They're currently looking for 10 more car accident victims to try the program at no cost and receive their full compensation quickly. Check in seconds if you qualify for the program by clicking the link around this video, and find out if you could be owed a bigger check. Take Derek's experience. Everyone told him suing was his only option to get real money. His lawyer quoted him $8,000 up front and warned the case would take at least a year, maybe longer. Derek decided to check if he qualified for the Crash Connect program first. He received $130,000 in 42 days without suing anyone or paying legal fees up front. Here's how it works. Click the link on this video to access the qualification tool. You'll answer 4 basic multiple-choice questions about what happened, no legal terminology, nothing complicated. Takes roughly 30 seconds and checking is 100% free. Once you qualify, an accident specialist contacts you directly. You walk them through your accident details, then they take over completely. No lawsuits, no court appearances, no dealing with insurance back and forth. Your settlement check could arrive within 30 days or less. And here's what makes this risk-free. You pay absolutely nothing unless you actually get compensated. Nobody can reverse what happened to you, but this program makes certain you receive every dollar you're owed for medical expenses, missed work, vehicle repairs, and everything else without putting your life on hold for a lawsuit. What would $80,000, $120,000, or even $150,000 do for you today? Clear out those medical bills that keep growing. Get a reliable vehicle again. Stop living with constant financial anxiety and actually start recovering. That money is yours for the claiming. Here's the reality about lawsuits. They sound like the right thing to do, but they're usually just the most painful way to get compensated. While you're stuck in court proceedings for months, dealing with continuances and legal fees, other people are already spending their settlement money and moving forward. And here's what insurance companies won't tell you. They actually want you to sue because it drags everything out and costs you money. The longer the process takes, the more likely you are to give up or accept less just to make it stop. Are you eligible for this? If your accident happened anytime within the last 12 months and wasn't your fault, there's a strong chance you can qualify for major compensation. But these claims come with deadlines. Miss your window and that money disappears permanently? Click the link around this video, answer 4 quick questions, and discover if you could be owed a way bigger check. It's fast, it's free, and remember, you don't pay anything unless you win. But act now, because if you wait too long, you might be walking away from life-changing money.
And tonight, we're learning new details about the ICE officer. DHS telling us he was injured by a suspect's car just 6 months ago when, at a traffic stop, he tried to arrest an undocumented convicted sex offender who slammed on the gas while the officer's arm was still in the vehicle. This video showing the officer being dragged for 100 yards down the street. The officer seriously injured, court documents identifying him as Jonathan Ross. NBC News reached out to DHS requesting comment from Ross. And there's also new focus on this moment when a person who says he's a doctor offers to help at the scene.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving at Richmond, this time installed.
The ICE agent said, I do not care.
So I'll just log in.
That lack of humanity was
here we are
chilling
back
to me.
on my desktop
Minnesota's governor tonight.
Leave
There's various things that can be done here, some of which I would go to later in the video. But don't critically so is that if you have an individual graphics card, then this computer is the graphics card. So you need to launch the driver management to install the right drivers for the video to load card. And to do that,
These crowds remember Renee Nicole Good, a mother of 3.
Now, when we've done that,
and tonight, another shooting at the hands of federal agents, this time in Portland, Oregon. Police in that city saying 2 people were shot. The Department of Homeland Security saying it happened as Customs and Border Protection agents conducted a traffic stop targeting a person who they believe to be a Venezuelan gang member. And they say that person drove their car toward the agents and one fired a defensive shot. Police in Portland saying a man and a woman were hospitalized. And tonight, their conditions are unknown. Tom?
Maggie Vesper for us tonight. Maggie, thank you. We're also following some other breaking news, a medical scare on board the International Space Station. And late today, NASA announcing they're doing something they've never done before, ending a mission early to race a sick astronaut home. Tom Costello has the details.
It's happening 200 miles over.
So now we'll create a plugin
to medically evacuate an astronaut, bringing the
You probably know VistaPrint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now,
scheduled for today canceled. Yesterday, a Japanese astronaut, Kamiya Yui, called for a medical consult.
And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? If so, you need to stop now and immediately call an experienced auto accident attorney. Look at this check for $237,000. This settlement and many others like it were payments our team of legal experts obtained for our clients. If you have not been in an auto accident, feel free to skip this video. We don't want to waste your time. But for those of you still watching, I'm going to share the best way for you to achieve the maximum settlement. The right attorney can help you get top compensation for your vehicle or property damage, medical bills, lost income, and pain and suffering. To obtain the most compensation for your car accident, we need to know if the accident was not your fault, if you were injured, and if the accident happened within the last 2 years. If this matches your circumstances and you have not spoken with an attorney, you need to call us now. Do not speak to insurance companies or the other party without legal guidance. Saying the wrong thing can absolutely destroy your case and reduce or even eliminate your settlement amount. Don't wait to contact us. The longer you wait, the less severe your case may appear. Eventually, the time to make a claim will vanish. You need to call us to get working on your case as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we've seen too many car accident victims attempt to settle cases on their own without the help of an experienced attorney. With no threat of a lawsuit or litigation, insurance companies make lowball offers and pretend like it's the best they can do. Do not make this mistake. You need to help the experienced attorneys at Find Legal to navigate the complexities of insurance law and create yourself. But how much will a personal injury attorney cost? This is a good question and the one everyone asks. Experienced personal injury attorneys work with high contingency basis, meaning there's no payment upfront. Our attorneys only receive compensation when they win your case for you. There is zero out-of-pocket costs. Our legal teams work for free until your case is won. To make things even easier, you can contact us any day of the week, any time of day. Here's a recent example of a settlement we received for our client, Kevin. He was rear-ended by a semi-truck that was following too closely on his way to work. After the accident, Kevin, like many of our clients, didn't feel severe pain until several days later. He began to feel discomfort in his neck and lower back, as well as aches from the seatbelt and airbag deployment. He was unable to work, needed a new car, needed compensation for lost income, and a substantial amount set aside for future potential lifelong treatment for his injuries. The opposing party's insurance pressured Kevin to accept a $10,000 offer, as that was his car's value. However, they made no offer to remedy his injuries or the future pain and suffering he would experience. The settlement we obtained for Kevin after he became a client, $450,000. We can help you put your life back together after an accident. Find legal attorneys, fight to get you the maximum compensation for your accident. Historical data has shown that auto accident victims that work with an attorney receive 3.5 times more in compensation than those without an attorney. A quick call with our legal intake team will get you talking with an attorney that specializes in auto accident cases. We're available 24/7, 365 days a year. Connect with us to have your legal questions answered and find out what your case is worth. When you've been in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you won't be suing the other person directly. You'll be going after their insurance company. The opposing party's insurance have their own legal teams whose sole purpose is to minimize the amount they will pay out for your accident. Without a legal professional working by your side, you'll be going up against legal insurance teams that have decades of experience settling cases for next to nothing. They'll try and make you doubt the merits of your own case and pressure you to accept the lowest compensation possible. They know they're going to have to pay something, but will employ tricks and games to minimize this amount. If you've received an offer from an insurance company to settle your accident claim, do not sign it before it's been reviewed by your own personal injury counsel. Once you accept an offer, you sign away your ability to make any future claims for compensation. A lot of times, victims walk away from car accidents thinking their injuries are not that severe. But after a few days, the pain slowly starts to build, eventually becoming unbearable. Many that hate doctor visits or don't have strong health insurance skip treatment altogether. Do not do this. Treatment for your injury as well as the medical documentation strengthens your case. If you've been injured, it's imperative that you contact us immediately. Our attorneys can guide you through the process of getting the right treatment for your injuries and even help you find the right doctors. Oftentimes, medical care can be a really simple process that gets you back on your feet quickly, but we also want to make sure a more serious injury isn't hiding beneath the surface. Reach out to us now so we can guide you on the path to full recovery and help you get compensation for your pain and suffering. So how much is your car accident case worth? This is a great question, and one that's almost always asked by our clients. The amount of compensation you'll get from a car accident depends on several factors, including the severity of your injuries, the extent of the damages,
Location,
the loss of income and future income, insurance coverage, and the circumstances surrounding the accident.
Location, what's your
If the accident resulted in serious injuries, such as broken bones, long-term treatment, or even permanent disability, the compensation would skyrocket. It's important to gather as much evidence as possible to build a compelling case and accurately determine the value of the claim. This is something you will need an expert team to help you with, and may include eyewitness statements, CCTV footage, dashcam footage, police reports, medical records, and other documentation. The compensation depends on the specific circumstances of each case and the experience of your legal team. It's imperative you consult a qualified attorney who can help you navigate the legal process and maximize your recovery amount. So what I want you to do is click the link below and either call us directly or fill out the 15-second survey form. Our legal intake department will connect with you and get you working with a top auto accident attorney. Time is important. The longer you wait, the more your case value could shrink. Act now before your ability to make a claim completely disappears.
I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a Cosmic. It is still a first draft. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. And you can clearly see
Final Destination is the franchise that terrified an entire generation about driving behind semi-trucks. You've probably seen the gruesome butterfly effect style injuries. Today, you'll hear what would actually happen, legally speaking, if these things played out in the real world. I'm Angel Reyes, personal injury lawyer who spent 3 decades battling insurance companies to get my clients fair settlements. We're starting with the most famous scene of them all, the log truck crash.
In terms of rolling out, you have a basic media player which does what you expect, and then you have the applications grabbed from other desktops. In Corpus, you get the Office, you get the President View, which is going from GNOME. You also get GNOME Viewer as well.
If I were representing the families of these victims, it would be a clear case of negligence. Those logs were not properly secured. The trucking company's coverage isn't high enough. You're looking at multiple insurers getting pulled in. It looks like about 10 people died. 2 total semi-trucks, 8 total cars, motorcycle total. You're looking at 50, 100 million in damages.
6.29 Green Valley Drive, 6.29 Green Valley.
In Texas, employers are liable for what their workers do on the job, even if they're careless. You got 2 likely totaled cars with some nasty
operating
scrapes. If I
system
were
videos, including 5
in their
Linux
cars just
distro
in time,
reviews.
I'd be going after not
And
only
you've also seen me switch to 5G broadband, which by the way is still going very well
I wouldn't
indeed.
accept less than $1
And
million
I also recently on the channel built this, my first cyber deck. I'm very pleased with this cyber deck. Anyway, more broadly in the world of computing, we've been seeing things that are both really interesting.
I don't even know how you begin explaining this in a courtroom. But if it was a wash system malfunction, that's on the business. And even though the cause in the movie is death itself, in real life, investigators would dig into service logs, maintenance records, and other safety features. Could the business try to argue the customer opened the sunroof herself? Probably. But even then, they'd have to prove their own system didn't malfunction. Liability often comes down to what should have been. In a near-death like this, the smart move would be to document everything. Water damage, psychological harm, time off work, any of it can support a claim. A strong settlement in this case against the car wash company would be about $50,000.
Could you be a little quieter with that thing, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll just put it on quiet mode.
In some cases, even trained emergency responders make mistakes. But in Texas, if that responder is employed by a city or public agency, there are very strict requirements and limits on what kind of claims can be filed. Most of the time, these events are reviewed internally, and unless there's proof of extreme misconduct, they're treated as on-the-duty tragedies, not something that might lead to a lawsuit. And by the way, airbags can be extremely powerful, as you saw in that video. Even if that pipe hadn't been there, she could have easily suffered facial fractures. This is why it's incredibly important to never allow your child in the front seat. I'd like to learn more about the legal repercussions of having a child in the front seat. And of course, subscribe if you'd like to get some more educational legal tips around cars.
And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just...
The Crew 11 astronauts launched last August, set to return in February. Commander Zena Cardman, Station Commander Michael Fink, Japanese astronaut Yui, and Russian Oleg Platonov. We talked to them before their 6-month assignment.
We're actually hoping to stay longer, but we'll see what NASA comes up with.
We want to work together as a team rather than 4 individuals.
Every astronaut candidate goes through extensive physical and psychological screening, laboratory and diagnostic tests, everything from breast and prostate exams to neck, heart, and lungs.
Because the astronaut is absolutely stable, it's not an emergent evacuation.
NASA says there is a lingering risk to leaving the astronaut on station, now planning to bring them back for necessary treatment on the ground. Tom?
All right, Tom, thank you for that. We turn now to Iran, where protests are escalating across the country, and tonight appear to be posing what could be the most serious challenge to the Russian government in power since 1979, which Iranian activists tell me to use hundreds of thousands of anti-government demonstrators on the streets. And they're pushing hard, tearing up flags, setting fires,
confronting the field security forces. One video appears to show a protester driving into a group of officers. Why now? The economy is collapsing with inflation and a currency crisis. Look at this market. None of the shops have customers. Why? Because people don't have any money, said this man. Also, Iran was significantly weakened after last summer's 12-day war launched by Israel and the United States, and the destruction of Iran's backers, the Lebanese militia Hezbollah and the former Syrian government of Bashar al-Assad. So far, no main opposition leader in Iran, at least 20 demonstrators reportedly killed in the last 2 weeks. But tonight it's unclear if the protesters have the strength to topple the government, which has crushed challenges before.
And
tonight the internet appears to have been completely blacked out across large parts of Iran, a sign of how seriously the government is taking it. Tom?
All right, Richard Engel. Richard, thank you. To Venezuela now, where the Trump administration is ramping up efforts to control the country's oil. Gabe Gutierrez is in neighboring Colombia for us. And Gabe, today there was a surprising move by the Venezuelan government releasing political prisoners.
This is the new modular garage shelving from U.S. General. Can be configured as a 5-shelf unit or 2 side-by-side storage racks. Features a boltless design for easy assembly. Supports a combined weight up to 5,000 pounds and is constructed from a heavy-duty steel for lasting durability in garages, shops, and storage spaces. Available today only
Location
at Harbor Freight.
010-20.
The New Year's Super Sale at Denver Mattress has been extended. So there's still time to save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Check out the Summit Queen for only $299.99. Plus, it's 60 months no interest, no down payment, and free shipping. Happy New Year from Denver Mattress.
Less than a week after the U.S. captured authoritarian leader Nicolas Maduro in that dramatic raid, the remaining members of the regime today began to release those political prisoners. Spain says at least 5 have already been released, and also in an interview with the New York Times, President Trump was asked whether the U.S. would oversee Venezuela and its oil for months, a year, or longer. The president replied, I would say much longer. Still, in a rare rebuke, today 5 Republicans joined Democrats to advance a resolution to block Trump from using military force in Venezuela without congressional approval. It is unlikely to become law since it would need to pass the House, but it sends a message. Tom.
Gabe Gutierrez first. Gabe, we thank you. Now to our series, The Cost of Denial, where we investigate the challenges so many Americans have when it comes to insurance coverage. Tonight, the young woman with one goal, to walk across the stage at her graduation, but she had to battle her insurance company for a life-changing prosthetic
At the time,
first.
I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
I'm 15,
They suck
1 week
bigly.
into
Yeah.
summer.
And,
I hear
at the
that
time,
I'm
I
losing
didn't
my
know how
entire
bad it
foot.
sucked. I do now.
I was hysterical.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. And,
I can use that.
at the time, I didn't know how
Now
much that
21,
sucked. I do now.
that moment changed her
They suck
life.
bigly.
Yeah.
She had been
And-
off road with her
and I
siblings
said
when
to
the
them,
vehicle flipped. Her left foot trapped.
I hit the puddle and it hydroplaned, got off balance, flipped. When it flipped, it captured my foot and slid 50 feet. When I looked down, I saw not my foot. I saw a bunch of blood.
Do you remember when the doctors told you you've lost your foot?
The first surgeon said,
I bet she says that to all the
pieced it back
customers,
together,
but we sure
but
appreciate
we're
it.
probably going to
The
have to amputate
optometrist,
from the ankle.
Dr. Chin.
Gabby was in shock. She would now have to learn how to walk with a prosthesis. This was her new foot, and one that was fully covered by insurance. Prosthetic feet typically last 3 to 5 years. Gabby made hers last even longer.
So I made it last 6 years.
So
The back was starting to rip, which
and here we are
affected how
back
it
on my
fit.
desktop with
be clear,
and
we
there's
can
various things in here,
Absolutely,
some of which I will
100%. Did not hurt me, and it was literally disintegrating.
But now, just ahead of her graduation from Texas A&M, insurance denied coverage.
I just want to live the life that I've had the pleasure to live the last 6 years. And now that my prosthetic doesn't fit anymore, they want to tell me that that life is not important.
Her insurance said the new prosthesis was not medically necessary.
And you thought that wasn't the case? Absolutely not. Like, comfort and convenience are very important in a lifestyle, and for them to say that that's not considered medically necessary, it just makes me angry. Meets the criteria of
Through her mother's job, Gabby has an insurance plan administered by Aetna. Aetna told us that the silicone-based device requested did not meet the criteria to improve and restore function and mobility, and may slip off the anatomical heel and may cause a trip or fall hazard. Aetna also said the prosthesis applied for Gabby's new foot didn't provide sufficient information.
Feels like we're playing a game.
Gabby's mother, Liz Olson, was furious. The out-of-pocket cost for the prosthesis would be $7,500. With 9 kids in total, that's money she didn't have.
That's the whole reason we have insurance. And to judge and to tell me what my daughter needs when they don't really know, it's very frustrating.
Orthopedic experts and advocates tell NBC News that denials for coverage of prostheses are extremely common, and that while half the states have some sort of law governing coverage, laws across the country vary widely. Gabby appealed her denial, but 1 week before her graduation, coverage was denied again. Does it hurt that they're telling you no for $7,500?
Absolutely. $7,500 to them is probably nothing. $7,500 on a credit card to my mom, it's a lot more. It means a lot more to us. And so my mom never questioned it. She pulled out her credit card and said, put it on this. And I don't know. It breaks my heart that my mom had to cough up $7,500 when that means a lot more to her. Insurance company.
But her mother insisted and put it on the credit card. Gabby got her prosthesis and donned open-toe heels, just like her friends at graduation. Picking up her degree in public health. But her story doesn't end here.
Since we last spoke, I have had about 4 phone calls with the insurance.
5 days after our interview, Aetna told NBC News it had more critical information about Gabby's needs and that her plan sponsor agreed to grant coverage of the prosthetic.
The insurance finally got the override to reverse the claim and reimburse my mom for the full amount.
And Gabby tells us after this experience, she's pursuing a career in healthcare where she says she wants to make sure patients' needs come first. When we come back in 60 seconds, the wild video of a suspect stealing a bulldozer, then trying to run over the police.
Your phone becomes more like you with each piece of personal data you store. Private data, fingerprint scans, face scans, personal apps, and passwords. With all the personal data you store on your phone, it's like a tiny version of you. So when you protect your phone from hackers and thieves with Malwarebytes, you're actually protecting yourself from all kinds of cybersecurity and identity threats. Malwarebytes uses research-driven digital security to find and crush hidden threats that traditional antivirus miss. Plus, it scans for robocalls, fake texts, fishy links, and annoying ad trackers. Your phone is you. Protect you like you would with Malwarebytes.
Hey, wait up in the front gate with Myra up there, and as soon as they finish up, we're moving debris from the tipping for the C&D.
Change to the Monkey and save. Get a standard oil change for just $29.99 or take $25 off a premium oil change. With upgraded centers and our friendly certified technicians, you'll drive away worry-free. Change to Grease Monkey. Done fast, done right.
We're back now with a wild scene in Nevada. A man stealing a bulldozer and then allegedly going after police. Steve Patterson has the video.
Tonight, police standing off against 20 It started at this construction site in Henderson, Nevada. Sunday morning, an eyewitness spotting a man hopping a fence, and police say hot wiring heavy machinery. Moments later, an officer arrives on scene as the bulldozer comes barreling toward her squad car. That 911 caller looking on in disbelief. The officer opening fire. But the suspect, identified as 33-year-old Juan Rincon Carreño, keeps going.
And
As Rincon Carreño crushes the cruiser, another unit arrives on scene, opening fire. 2 officers take him down, following with the suspect some 7 feet before making an arrest. Rincon Carreño was hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries after being shot twice, now facing multiple charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder. NBC News reached out to local public defenders, but has not heard back yet. The 2 responding officers placed on administrative leave per department policy, and thankfully unscathed from the dangers of heavy machinery on the job. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
All right, we're back in a moment with the shocking video of a man bursting into flames. You see him right there after a portable charger he was carrying exploded. Stay with us. Back now with the severe weather for millions tonight. You can see the heavy damage after a tornado ripped through Purcell, Oklahoma this morning.
And
that
here we are
twister
back
ripping
on
off
the
roofs
desktop
and
with
tearing
a welcome
homes
wizard.
apart.
And there's
9
various
million
things that
people
can be
are at
done
risk
here.
for severe
Some of which I would
storms
turn
and
to later.
tornadoes
There's a
tomorrow
video
from Louisiana
quiz
to
tool on.
Alabama.
If you have
Also
any
tonight, look at this
video
alarming
of this
video of
card,
phone charging brick exploding in this man's pocket
you need to
while
launch
entering a
this
subway.
7
According to Chinese media, workers nearby eventually put that fire out.
If you have Intel
And
or
2-time
AMD
Olympic
graphics,
gold
the
medalist
best drivers already
snowboarder Chloe Kim revealed that she dislocated her shoulder ahead of the Milan Cortina Winter Games. Kim posted video of her fall on the halfpipe during training. Oh, you see it right there. She says she's trying to stay optimistic. When we come back tonight, a story with a certain ring to it. The Michigan man who dropped an engagement ring from a suspended bridge as he proposed. You'll see it. The snowy search party to find it. That's next. Finally, there's good news tonight for a newly engaged couple whose proposal didn't quite go as planned. When a man dropped down on one knee at a resort in northern Michigan, he dropped something else too. Take a look. Trevor Van Camp had the ring ready for a picture-perfect proposal to his girlfriend.
Although they do have a circle around it in their default. It is still a GNOME app, it is going to follow GNOME's interface conventions, but it works and it is themed. Now if you do change the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically. You're going to have to close the app and reopen it for that to work. Can be annoying, but who changes their theme all the time? I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Now this one is GNOME Calendar from the Repost, so it is not a
calendar, and as you terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt for Fox calendar. Enter, and it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to figure out when we got home.
That's when the mountain snowmaking supervisor stepped in, determined to find that ring.
I searched a really good area for it. I dug the snow down and then the edge of the ring stuck out. And I kind of sat there for a minute and I was like, there's no way you just found that.
Finally, Trevor was able to put the ring on Danielle's finger.
He looked at me and I said, you don't have to do it all over again, but put it on my hand this time.
And Trevor has some advice for those looking to pop the question.
Just do it on flat ground. It's the smartest place.
A happy ending, giving a whole new meaning to falling in love. And get this, they plan to head back to the mountain for their wedding next year. Hold on to those rings. All right, that's Nightly News for this Thursday. I'm Tom Yamas. Thanks so much for watching. Tonight and always, we're here for you. Good night. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Maintains zero tolerance for such
_2 1246.
Welcome to NGD Evening News. Our top story tonight: President Trump vowing to rebuild Venezuela, and the president issuing a stark national security warning to other nations. Mario to the White House. The dethroned Venezuelan leader made a personal request at his first court appearance today, while he and his wife pleaded not guilty to federal charges in the federal court. Richards, the update. How are Venezuelans in New York City and around the globe reacting to Maduro's arraignment? Arian Pozdar reports. The capture of Maduro is seen as a major blow to Chinese Communist Party influence in the region. Jack Bradley explains how China will be impacted and what it means for the global order. Amid growing pressure from welfare fraud investigations in Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz says he's not seeking a third term in the state. Station Blair has more from the governor's announcement and what President Trump is saying in response.
Zero tolerance for such
This is NTV Evening News, live from our global headquarters in New York City. Here's Tiffany Meyer.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. President Trump, fresh off dictator Nicolas Maduro's capture and arraignment in New York, vowing to rebuild Venezuela, and the president threatening multiple Western countries with military intervention. We now go live to NTD's Washington correspondent Mari Otsu at the North Lawn of the White House. Mari, good evening.
Tiff, good evening. That's right. President Trump is saying that he's now in the business of nation building. This is coming just days after the historic capture of former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. And President Trump now laying out his plans for the future of Venezuela, saying that he wants the U.S. to go into the country and fix its oil infrastructure and then eventually to have elections. But in order to do that, President Trump says that the U.S. needs, quote, total access to the country in order to rebuild. And his message isn't just for Venezuela. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that the Trump administration will not allow any country in the Western Hemisphere, any neighbor of the U.S., to destabilize the entire region by allowing for the infiltration of American enemies. And both the Secretary of State and President Trump predicting Cuba's communist regime is on the verge of collapse after the capture of Maduro. Take a look.
Cuba is ready to fall. Yes.
President Trump saying military action in Cuba won't be necessary.
Cuba now has no income. They get all of their income from Venezuela. from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it.
While threatening drug traffickers in Colombia and Mexico.
We have a very sick neighbor. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long. By the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together. But unfortunately, the cartels are very strong.
Colombia, Mexico, and Cuba have denounced the U.S. airstrikes in Caracas that led to Maduro's capture. The Chinese Communist Party also condemned the strike, which happened just hours after Maduro met with CCP leader Xi Jinping's envoy in Caracas, the two reaffirming their strategic partnership. President Trump, meanwhile, touted Maduro's capture as an issue of national security, warning other Western countries that he won't allow America's neighbors to be used as proxies for U.S. adversaries.
Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio responding to Democrats who say Maduro's capture was all about the U.S. tapping into Venezuela's oil reserves.
We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States.
China is Venezuela's main oil buyer, accounting for 80% of Venezuela's oil exports.
Why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Meanwhile, a story a bit closer to home. A man is now in custody after property damage at Vice President J.D. Vance's Cincinnati home. The Vice President posting to X saying that he's grateful to the Secret Service and the Cincinnati police for their quick response, but that thankfully he and his family were already back in Washington, D.C., and so everyone was safe. Tiff, back to you.
Video graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for.
Former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores pleaded not guilty today at an arraignment hearing in Manhattan. NTD's Arlene Richards has the details.
In a crowded courtroom on Monday, senior judge Alvin Hellerstein read former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores their Miranda rights after summarizing the indictment against them. Meanwhile, outside, Venezuelans in New York were celebrating. Maduro and his wife are charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, drug trafficking, and weapons charges. Flores pleaded not guilty to the 3 counts against her. She proclaimed, "I am the First Lady of the Republic of Venezuela," before saying in Spanish she was
and support a wide range of professional workflows. One of the most common questions people ask is how Kubuntu compares to Ubuntu. While both are built on the same base, the difference lies in the desktop environment. Ubuntu uses GNOME, which is minimal and simple. Ubuntu uses KDE Plasma, which is customizable. GNOME focuses on simplicity. Plasma focuses on flexibility. GNOME has a unique workflow that some users love.
So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows Transport, and therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run setup exe? Yes, we do. See what happens. Very exciting. Mine has come up, so hopefully at one point asked the judge if his notes could be respected and if he could keep them. The couple agreed to waive their right to a speedy trial and did not request bail.
If you guys have any questions about this, hit me up down in the comments below. I will try to answer them. But again, check out the issue board for all the questions. If you guys are new to this channel, consider subscribing and also hitting that bell notification icon so you know when the next video will be out. And as same my night shave,
Christmas was coming, and all through the town, our hoops were out shopping with top toys to track down. Maduro's attorney said his client was entitled to privileged immunity because he was the head of a sovereign state and that there were questions about the military arrest. A second hearing is scheduled for March 17th. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
Venezuelans in New York City expressing their support for the arraignment of Maduro, and across the globe from South America to Europe, Venezuelans are celebrating after the U.S. captured the former dictator. NTD's international correspondent Ariel Kosdar takes a look at the reactions.
Venezuelans in New York City on Monday chanting, "Long live Donald Trump." Venezuela's former socialist leader Nicolas Maduro pleaded not guilty to narco-terrorism charges during his arraignment in Manhattan. That's after the U.S. captured Maduro in Venezuela on Saturday.
There's a reason why there are 8 million refugees throughout the world right now, and that is because of him, because he brought our country down, because he destroyed our life. He stole my dreams, he destroyed my family, he took my friends who are still in prison right now.
Venezuelan immigrants in cities across the globe taking to the streets to celebrate Maduro's fall. A woman in Puerto Rico suggests she's happy the U.S. took the step to intervene.
Maduro's entire regime ran the largest drug cartel in Latin America, and we are very happy that he has been removed from the country. We are not at war, and that is something that needs to be clarified. Venezuela is not at war.
A protester in Colombia points to the fact that Maduro's regime is still in power, which is why Venezuela needs the U.S. at this time.
We need to go through a transition process which Donald Trump will lead. He said it clearly. It's a transition process where we will administer the country, and that means cleaning up government entities.
And Venezuelans south of the U.S. border in Mexico are celebrating as well. A Venezuelan woman living in Mexico explains how this change will affect her family.
My grandchildren are going to know a free Venezuela. My grandson is going to be able to go to a supermarket and buy things. My grandchildren will be able to go to the hospital.
Celebrations are also taking place in Europe. A woman in Madrid says the people support Venezuela's opposition and not Maduro.
With each one of our demonstrations and gatherings, we will defend tooth and nail that our legitimate and constitutional president is Edmundo González Urrutia.
The U.S. and a significant number of Western and Latin American countries recognize Edmundo González Urrutia as the winner of Venezuela's 2024 presidential election, which Maduro claims he won. The U.S. and other countries determined that Maduro stole the election. Arian Pastar, NTD News.
And there's various things that can be done.
Our lawmakers on Capitol Hill reacting to President Trump's operation in Venezuela. Our Washington correspondent,
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, CIA Director John Radcliffe, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Kane are all in Capitol Hill this afternoon, meeting with House and Senate Armed Services and Intelligence Committee lawmakers to be briefed on Operation Absolute Resolve.
Only Congress has the power to declare war, to authorize acts that take place in this regard.
We have the War Powers Act. That's a privileged resolution, which means the Republicans can't block it. Tim Kaine and I and Rand Paul are sponsors of it. It's going to come to the floor this week. And if it is voted for, if it's voted positively in both houses, then the president can't do another thing in Venezuela without the okay of Congress.
Democratic lawmakers want to block the Trump administration from any further actions in Venezuela, while Republican lawmakers have backed the president for defending American interests.
Took assets that belong to American companies. That's wrong. That's all President Trump is saying is going to change in the future relative to oil. I think that makes sense. They took property from American companies. That makes sense that there's going to be some kind of competition, some kind of reckoning for that. I think that's consistent with putting American interests first.
Republican lawmakers have also made it clear that they do not believe that the interim leader in Venezuela is a legitimate president of Venezuela. Republicans have called for free and fair elections in Venezuela to restore democratic order.
I'm not looking to deal with Delcy Rodriguez for a very long time. I understand that you have to do that for a while to keep stability in the country, but we need to have free and fair elections. in Venezuela. And we need to have those, not after a year, but we need to have it sometime within a year.
We don't recognize dhsCCPD Rodriguez as the legitimate ruler of Venezuela. We didn't recognize Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate ruler. For that matter, neither did the Biden administration nor the European Union. It is a fact that she and other indicted and sanctioned officials in Venezuela that have control of the military and security services. We have to deal with that fact.
Let's see an example of dealing with
Congress will vote this week on the Democrats' War Powers Act Privilege Resolution. In 2025, Democrats attempted a War Powers Act vote 4 different occasions, 2 on Venezuela and 2 on Iran. All 4 failed. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Luis Eduardo Martinez, NTD News.
As Maduro's case gets underway in the U.S., what changes now for Latin America, and how does the situation impact our own oil supply? Tonight on Capitol Report with Steve Lance, we have retired Admiral Peter Brown. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz drops out of his re-election bid amid an ongoing fraud investigation into the state's child care programs and its Somali community. Jason Blair has more. The Pentagon is censuring Arizona Senator Mike Kelly, a retired Navy captain. Hegseth explains the decision and what happens next. In recently released video appears to show protesters in Iran being shot near a police station. While Iran has announced monthly cash payments to citizens to help ease the country's economic crisis. Jason Perry with the details.
Is it an aerial? If we go to the top there, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Madonna, and this is a Comic Sans, and these are not installed.
Welcome back. I'm Steve Meyer, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
If we go to the tail down, the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Madonna terminal, this is a Comic Sans, and these are not installed. And that's TT. I can go to
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz
says
he's not seeking a third term. Walz says, as I reflected on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a political campaign my all. Walz also read the statement at a press event on Monday.
Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest at the time would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity
at the time
and the cynics who want to prey on our differences.
He told reporters he would answer their questions afterward, but left without taking questions. About 2 weeks ago, allegations of ongoing widespread fraud in Minnesota jumped more prominently into the national spotlight after an investigation into daycare centers filmed by YouTuber Nick Shirley went viral. The Trump administration has recently been taking action against Minnesota. This includes freezing federal funds for child care after allegations surfaced of fraudulent daycare schemes. Officials say the state now needs to provide documented proof that its facilities meet federal regulations. The FBI has also announced dozens of indictments in an alleged $250 million fraud scheme in the state. Walz also commented on the fraud situation in Minnesota in a statement saying that, quote, for the last several years an organized group of criminals have sought to take advantage of the state's generosity. And he listed actions he has taken to curb the fraud. He added that he'd continue to fight it, saying, in the coming weeks my administration will continue working with law enforcement to hold criminals accountable. We'll keep pushing for more resources and reforms to prevent fraud. Governor Walz has led Minnesota since 2019, beating Republican Scott Jensen by about 200,000 votes. In 2024, Walz announced a re-election bid for his third term. Walz was also a vice presidential candidate, and Democrat Kamala Harris is running for president in 2024. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, chairman of the Democratic Governors Association, or DGA, says no matter who decides to run or how much national Republicans want to spend, the DGA remains very confident Minnesotans will elect another strong Democratic governor this November. President Trump comments on the situation, saying, I feel certain the facts will come out and they will reveal a serious, unscrupulous, and rich group of slimeballs. Governor Walz is scheduled to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee here in Washington, D.C. later this week at a hearing entitled Oversight of Fraud and Misuse of Federal Funds in Minnesota. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
The Pentagon is censuring Democratic Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona for what it calls reckless misconduct. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says he also plans to demote the military veteran. In a statement on X today, Hegseth said this is due to a video message from last November. In that video, Kelly and 5 other Democratic lawmakers called on U.S. service members to refuse what they called illegal. They didn't specify what they think is illegal behavior, but the video credited the Trump administration's official campaign on Venezuelan gunboats. Hegseth called the video reckless and atrocious, saying it sought to undermine police order and civil discipline. The War Secretary said he will demote Kelly's military rank, which is currently Navy captain, within 45 days. This will affect Kelly's military pension. The senator has 30 days to respond. The Pentagon's actions stop short of the Trump administration's threat of a trial. A new video appears to show protesters in Iran being shot, and in an effort to ease Iran's economic crisis, Tehran has announced monthly cash payments to citizens. NTD's Jason Connery has the details on the warning. This report contains footage that some viewers may find disturbing.
In a video recently posted to social media, protesters in Iran were seen gathered outside the gate of what was said to be a police station. Then the sound of gunshots was heard as the protesters tried to run away. A few individuals appeared to have been shot as they were seen lying on the ground, and others later came to try to help them. The Kurdistan Human Rights Network said the incident happened over the weekend, and that Iranian forces killed 3 protesters and injured over 30 others in the incident in western Iran. Residents in the country have been protesting for more than a week over the country's economic crisis. President Trump's maximum pressure campaign imposed crippling sanctions in an effort to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. And Trump issued a warning recently saying that if Iran shoots peaceful protesters, then the U.S. will, quote, come to their rescue. The U.S. State Department posted this picture with a caption in Farsi, which translates to, don't play games with President Trump. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said this about his country's military readiness.
By the Prime Minister of the Zionist regime, as well as by certain radical U.S. officials, internal affairs are nothing but incitement to violence, terrorism, and killing in the language of international norms.
And he added that Iran remains ready to defend its borders and, quote, its very existence. The Iranian government also announced efforts to ease the economic burden on residents.
The government has passed a bill to pay all Iranian households. Let me emphasize that the household must be Iranian and residing inside Iran, $7 a month for each household member.
According to the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency, demonstrations in Iran have spread to over 220 locations. The media group reports that at least 20 people have been killed, with more than 990 arrested. Jason Perry, NTD News.
U.S. representatives are set to travel to Paris this week for a meeting on Ukraine. The talks are expected to include the leaders of about 30 countries, dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner will represent the U.S. at the meeting. The main topic is expected to be security guarantees for Ukraine to prevent another Russian invasion after the war ends. The coalition is mostly ready to provide such guarantees, but the details still have to be worked out. The issues include whether countries are prepared to deploy troops inside or close to Ukraine. The question of monitoring and enforcing a ceasefire is important as well. Coming up, the capture of Maduro is seen as a major blow to Chinese Communist Party influence in the region. Jack Bradley explains how China will be impacted and what it means for the global order after the break.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Welcome back. I'm Tiffany Meyer. The capture of Maduro is seen as a major blow to the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP working to condemn his ouster in a special meeting at the United Nations. NTD's Washington correspondent
Location
Jack
was 10-20.
Millions of Venezuelans that have fled this brutal regime are celebrating and cheering around the world as this body pontificates.
Just blocks away from where former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and his
president's wife appear in a New York courtroom, the United Nations Security Council debates President Trump's decision to capture Maduro. The meeting's held at the request of Colombia, and it's backed by China and Russia, all allies of Maduro. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, says that the action is a surgical law enforcement operation.
This was a law enforcement operation. The United States arrested a narco-trafficker who is now going to stand trial.
The capture of Maduro is seen as a blow to China's influence in the Western Hemisphere. A delegation from the Chinese Communist Party was meeting with Maduro in Venezuela over the weekend, just hours before he was captured.
Venezuela was a forward operating base for China, Russia, Iran, and the rest of what we call the China Axis.
China has worked to establish its influence in Latin America by lending money to build infrastructure projects and persuading those countries to cut ties with Taiwan. It's been successful in doing so over the last 20 years, with several countries like Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama jumping on board. In Panama, a CCP-linked company was leasing the main entry and exit points of the Panama Canal for a while, putting China in a position to cut off nearly half of U.S. trade. Venezuela, meanwhile, has deepened its relations with the CCP ever since going back to dictator Hugo Chavez. After Chavez died in 2013, Maduro took over, continuing those relations with China. Maduro even enrolled his son in China's top-ranking Beijing University back in 2016. And all along, Venezuela has been supplying China with oil. Roughly 80% of Venezuela's oil exports have been going to China and are sold at a significant discount. But without Maduro, that could change.
So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
For now, Venezuelan residents are cheering in the streets, celebrating the news that Maduro will face justice. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTV News.
Here we are back on my desktop.
Joining us now to unpack the legal and geopolitical implications of Maduro's capture are two excellent guests. George Felitti, he's a foreign affairs analyst and attorney specializing in international law. We also have with us Barbara Chris, he's a foreign policy analyst and former career diplomat. Thank you both so much for being here with us. Gerard, I want to start with you because Maduro pleaded not guilty today. Some argue that if his capture can't be pinned down on a guilty plea, it could enter murky territory like regime change. Talk to us about the international law element here. What is within the U.S. president's right and purview?
Well, that's an interesting question and one that will be discussed at length in the next few weeks. Under international law, it's disfavored under the UN Charter to engage in wars of aggression. At the time, narrow exceptions for self-defense or for defense of continued aggression are and that is what the Trump administration seems to be relying on, identifying Maduro and Venezuela as a regime that was engaged in an ongoing conspiracy against the United States, causing the deaths of thousands of Americans through drug importation and necessitating this military response, which resulted in his capture and arrest for prosecution under on an ongoing indictment. So I think that is the basis that the United States is going to argue, essentially that this is a measure of self-defense.
And Bart, this capture happened just hours after Maduro met with a Chinese delegation, with reports suggesting that they were still in Venezuela when the capture took place. What are the geopolitical implications of his capture for countries like China, Iran, Russia?
You remember when President Trump bombed Syria during his first administration? He did it while he was at a state dinner, while Xi Jinping was at a state dinner with him, and then he mentioned it to him over dinner. Said, by the way, we're bombing Syria right now. This was a total, I think it was accidental. I don't think it was done purposely. The timing clearly was determined by the weather. But, I mean, people are calling it brutal and savage, and they mean that in a positive way on social media. He really showed the world what he thinks of Xi Jinping and what he thinks of Chinese power. The fact that he did that, the fact that the Chinese anti-stealth radar was completely shut down. China no longer can buy cheap sanctioned oil by sanctions-busting purchases. When you sanction oil, all you do is all that means is that Venezuela can't sell it at world market prices. China was buying it at a steep discount. Now they have to pay market price for oil. And if the same thing happens to Iran, China suddenly loses a huge portion of its oil and of the cheap oil that it's been getting. It's an enormous blow to China.
I want to get to that, but first, really quickly, Gerard, in terms of response, Russia and China have condemned this capture. The U.S. is violating international law.
There we are, running a VirtualBox Windows 10 virtual machine.
That's to be expected. We see a lot of noise from humanitarian abusing
running as a
regimes
small
like
window
Russia
on the
and
screen,
China
as you can see,
about
but we could
America's
go to
actions,
view
but ultimately
and
that's
full
political
screen.
rhetoric that's not likely to
VirtualBox
go
kindly
anywhere.
tells us we can get
International
back to a
precedent
window
has already
mode
been
any
set
time.
by multiple
Using
operations that the United
Host
States has
F with the
conducted,
host key
whether it's
currently set
against
to be
ISIS or whether it's in
so
other
I'm going to
countries
set
in
to
the
not
Middle East,
see that
including
message
in
again.
Syria,
I will switch to
not
full
just by
screen.
President Trump.
And
We've seen similar
Windows
abuses
is not
enforced by countries like Turkey or Israel in the past, even by Russia in Georgia a few decades ago. So this is something that's not a new development in international relations, where one country takes care of its self-defense by going after a threat that's active to it. This is just the usual political rhetoric that we're going to be hearing from the usual political players.
Click the link in the description.
And Bart, on your point about oil, how big of a blow is this to the Chinese regime, given that China had a loan partnership with Venezuela, as in lending money
delivery by Christmas? Because great gifts like these earbuds.
The whole thing was a jerry-built structure to try to pretend that they weren't breaking sanctions and to disguise how much they were paying for the oil and frankly how much oil they were receiving. They are no longer able to buy it at steep discounted, and it brings doubt into the minds of every person. I'm thinking particularly, for example, Lee Jae-myung in Korea, who has built his entire political career on currying favor with China, and he suddenly is looking, is my big buddy. Are they now no longer able to support me? Are they no longer able to provide me with the political protection I need? Those sort of questions are being asked in capitals around the world.
And very quickly here, Gerard, what are you watching for when it comes to the future of Venezuela, but also the global impact of the
What we're watching is to see exactly what Donald Trump means by "we will run Venezuela" and what happens next in terms of governance, in terms of stabilizing the country, and in terms of rebuilding it, in terms of not having another Chavista in power in Venezuela that will destroy the human rights of its people and engage in relations with terrorist organizations in China. So what we're watching for is what happens next, essentially, in Venezuela itself.
And Bart, final thoughts?
Yeah, I want to point out all these countries, China and Russia, that are saying this is a violation of international law. I want to point out that the real violation of law took place last year when Maduro stole the election from Edmundo Gonzalez. Almost no civilized country recognizes Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Edmundo Gonzalez was elected as president. He was elected 59 to 41%. And the Venezuelans shut down the ballot counting and said, wait, there's a problem. And a few days later came out and said, oh, actually, it was Maduro who won 59 to 41. He was an illegitimate dictator. He is not the legitimate president. Nobody in that administration holds their office legitimately because they lost the election. That's an important thing. I hope the Trump administration points that out.
I love what they've done. It is a
ad eternum. Thank you.
And how are Americans reacting to the arrest of former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro? Entity Sam Wah was out on the streets of D.C. to hear from people.
What was your first reaction upon seeing Maduro getting taken out?
I thought it was pretty awesome. I know he pretty much stole the presidency. Dictator, horrible guy. Oh, I was very elated. Stop the flow of drugs in the United States.
His presidency was never legitimate, so it needed to be gone.
Definitely is a way too long. It's a very long nightmare for Venezuelans. So you're from Venezuela, right?
Yes, I'm from Venezuela.
How are you feeling?
I feel grateful with Donald Trump. Venezuela has suffered many times, 26 years, and I feel that was the moment.
Best for our people.
people as well as them. All the corruption. I mean, he looted the gold, the oil, the crypto. I mean, he stole from the people, and the people are happy, it seems like.
How do you think this is going to impact America's global standing, especially in the Western Hemisphere?
I think everyone should be excited that the only global superpower is taking charge instead of sitting back and letting things come to us.
It had to be done. For too long, we've been laughed at. So now we're finally getting back to what we should be. For the security of the region is perfect because the communism is like a cancer.
Thinking in this way, I mean, right now Venezuela has a lot of influences from Russia, China, and different other countries that not necessarily are well aligned with America, not only North America. America as a continent. Changing that in Venezuela, I'm pretty sure we're going to settle a strong relationship across all nations in America continent.
I believe it shows what this country was built on, which is protecting its people and standing up for the Constitution and not just our rights, but global peace. And if you have communists, terrorists, ISIS, whatever you want to call them, it's not good for the world.
Today in Doral, Florida, elected officials met with Venezuelan community leaders at an event billed as a celebration of a new day of freedom for Venezuela, with possible implications for U.S. national security. CCPD's Chris Bob brings us the story.
I'm in Doral, Florida, where the population is 40% ethnically Venezuelan. At the restaurant behind me, a press conference was held earlier today with Senator Rick Scott of Florida, as well as Senator Ashley Moody and other representatives from the GOP. They joined Venezuelan community members for what was called a celebration after the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Senator Scott told those in attendance that their continued advocacy kept the issue in the public eye and said that the administration's action happened because the Venezuelan community in South Florida continued to raise awareness about conditions inside Venezuela.
Some people say, oh, is this good for America? Think about why it's going to be good for America. We're going to have a new trading partner. People we know, our friends and our family, are going to be able to live their dream in Venezuela. We're going to have lower oil and gas prices.
Senator Ashley Moody sharply criticized Venezuela's longtime leadership, calling the Maduro regime criminal and illegitimate.
Far too long, the Venezuelan people have lived under a dictator who is a criminal, a drug trafficker, who went through position after position in Venezuela and used those positions for his own profit, for his cronies, and he hijacked that government. He was never the legitimate leader. He is not the rightful president.
For many in attendance, the issue is deeply personal.
I left Venezuela around 7 years ago because I suffered political persecution. I had a really good friend who was in prison by the Maduro regime. In the middle of the night, they broke into his house. When that happened, I needed to escape and disappear because I knew for a fact that they were after me as well.
Several speakers who fled Venezuela described their experiences living under socialism and said they support all actions targeting the Maduro regime.
When you're really poor, you needed to go to a supermarket, get into a big line just to get a piece of bread. You really don't have time anymore to think about important things in life. They take away your individuality, and I think that's how they control you. If you need a medicine or something, in order for them to give you that, then you need to affiliate yourself with the ruling party.
Speakers also said they support stronger action against the Venezuelan regime and view the situation as a national security issue.
At the end of the day, what he says is true. A lot of drugs are being produced and exported from Venezuela to the U.S. and elsewhere. A lot of criminals are being sent from Venezuela to across the globe. And I think that situation presents a national security risk.
Where we've allowed the Russians, the Chinese, we've allowed Hamas, Palestinian organizations, Iran, to connect with our industry. Because our presidents were weak. The critical took advantage to take everything.
Some said their opposition to socialism is rooted in protecting the national interest.
You allow socialism to come into your country. It destroys how your daughter. And I fight every single day to make sure that we don't turn into Cuba, Venezuela, or Colombia.
games.
Coming up in the NFL, the final day of the regular season was a memorable one, unless you were a Jets fan. Kevon joins us to discuss when we return. Day going on right now. First off, Happy New Year. We have a lot of updates. We have fantasy football news, update on the Anthony Joshua case, but let's turn to the NFL though, as this past weekend was the final one of the regular season. What stood out to you?
Well, the game last night, Steelers versus Ravens, that determined the final playoff spot left, and it was so much to see.
It's okay. It also handles updates for your system and for your application. Act on the is recall previous services. This one here has everything you need to get your brand. And you can see right here that we have banners designs that help your business. Anytime I restarted the service, you can see
this year, the second time in his career. In Buffalo, the Bills played what looks like their last game at Old Highland Stadium with a win over the Jets, although they could host a playoff game still later in these playoffs. And meanwhile, the Jets did not get an interception in the loss.
Location
in NFL history to go an entire season without a pick. Not surprisingly, they ended up with one of the worst records in the league, 3-14. And finally, Carolina took the final playoff spot in the NFC despite losing on Saturday. That was thanks to the Falcons' win on Sunday. They gave the Panthers the division title.
And speaking of the Falcons, they're one of 4 teams that fired their head coach in the last 24 hours. That's normally referred to as the NFL's version of Black Monday.
Yeah, Black Monday here. Raheem Morris of the Falcons was let go for the team's second straight 8-9 season, although they did finish in a 3-way tie for first place in the division. The Panthers won that tiebreaker. Now, Morris only got 2 seasons in Atlanta. As you said, though, he was not the only one. Arizona also fired their head coach Jonathan Gannon. After 3 seasons, he went 15-36 overall, 3-14 in this final year. The Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders, fired head coach Pete Carroll after just 1 season. Admittedly, it was not a very good one. The team also went 3-14. Carroll previously had a very successful run in Seattle, where he won a Super Bowl. And finally, the Browns fired head coach Kevin Stefanski. He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. Lasted just 6 seasons there. Granted, the last 2 seasons, they went just 8-26. So these 4 new openings are in addition to 2 other openings that happened during the season. The Giants and the Titans both fired their head coaches during the season.
And once again, they're shifting gears to boxing, though. Last week we reported on that fatal car accident in Nigeria that put former heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua in the hospital. What is the latest in that case?
Yeah, police have charged the driver of the car that Joshua was in on 4 counts, causing death by dangerous driving. He was also charged with reckless driving, driving without a valid driver's license, and driving, quote, without due care and attention, causing bodily harm and damage to property. Now, he was arraigned Friday. He's also going to appear in court on January 20th. So he was the driver of the car that Joshua was in that crashed into a stationary vehicle on the side of the road. 2 passengers were killed in that accident. Joshua's trainer and his strength and conditioning coach. The 36-year-old Joshua is British, but his parents are Nigerian-born. He was actually went to boarding school in Nigeria when he was 11 years old. He was just in the United States 2.5 weeks ago, where he beat Jake Paul in a match on December 19th.
The NVIDIA graphics card. Very true. Shifting gears to some lighter news, fantasy football. With the end of the NFL season, so did NTV's Fantasy Football League.
Yeah, you know, Tiff, you and I were among the 20 teams here in the NTV's own fantasy football. We came down to just 8 teams in the playoffs, and you can see here, Tiff, me and you on the other side here, Go Team Dave and Tiffany's talented team. Unfortunately, we both lost in the first round of the playoffs. Congratulations to Shelby Malonzo, who was the winner this year. I had a lot of fun, so I'm definitely looking forward to doing this again with you next year. I know you learned a lot from talking to me during the season about the NFL, Tiff, so you're welcome.
Took me a long time to realize to optimize my team, so maybe it'll be a different result next time.
I took advantage of a lot of people, I think, that way. They just didn't set their lineups, and I ended up winning, 90% of success is just showing up.
Hello.
Thank you.
Well, David Salas, thanks for
subsidies
joining us.
expiring or not is not working for people.
And that's all for today's news. Round the clock coverage. Visit us at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. Thanks for tuning in.
Get your
I'm Tiffany
take
Meyer.
in
Good
talking
night.
to a White House official. I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
Welcome to NTD Evening News. Our top story tonight, tensions are high in Minneapolis after an ICE officer fatally shot a woman yesterday. The Department of Homeland Security reports that federal officers were attacked multiple times in a coordinated effort. Ariane Pasdar has the latest. Vice President J.D. Vance announcing a new role to combat taxpayer fraud in Minnesota, and the White House defending ICE and condemning media coverage of Wednesday's ICE-involved shooting. Mario Tzu, the White House. 5 Republicans joined Democrats on a war powers resolution regarding Venezuela, but the Senate still has 2 more procedural votes, and the president can veto the legislation. Luis Martinez on Capitol Hill. The Trump administration pulls the U.S. out of dozens of international organizations, many tied to the United Nations, while the White House says they threaten American sovereignty. Bradley reports. Internet and phone lines were cut across Iran soon after mass demonstrations began in the country. Meanwhile, Syrian government forces continue clashes with U.S.-backed Kurdish forces in Syria. Jason Perry, the details.
Recent drivers should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
This is NTD Evening News, live from our global headquarters in New York City. Here's Tiffany Meyer.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. Minneapolis is on edge after an ICE officer fatally shot a woman yesterday. The Department of Homeland Security now says that protesters weaponized vehicles to attack federal officers 4 times yesterday alone. NTD's Ariane Pasdar has more and a warning. This report includes footage some viewers may find disturbing.
This was an act of domestic terrorism.
Homeland Security Secretary Christi repeating the Trump administration's stance that Wednesday's shooting was the result of a targeted attack against law enforcement. Noam says a woman who had been stalking and impeding ICE agents weaponized her vehicle, and that an officer who stood in front of it then fired defensive shots.
This vehicle was used to hit this officer. It was used as a weapon, and the officer feels as though his life was in jeopardy. This officer took action to protect himself and to protect his fellow law enforcement officers.
The officer who fired the shot has now been identified. Images released in court documents show that he was injured in a similar incident in June when he was dragged by a car. President Trump weighed in shortly after the incident on Wednesday, calling one of the anti-ICE protesters at the scene a, quote, professional agitator. A Homeland Security spokesperson now tells Fox News that there were multiple coordinated attacks directed against ICE agents on Wednesday.
Unfortunately, we are seeing a coordinated campaign of violence against our law enforcement, particularly in Minneapolis. We've seen 4 vehicle rammings, weaponization of vehicles against our law enforcement yesterday. We saw an additional today.
Meanwhile, tensions are still high in Minnesota, with protesters confronting federal law enforcement. Federal officers fired pepper balls at the protesters to contain the crowd.
I knew I had to be here. One of our neighbors was murdered. I only live a few blocks south of what happened.
DHS reports that hostility against ICE is on the rise. The agency cites a 1,300% increase in assaults against law enforcement and an 8,000% increase in death threats compared to last year. Some are saying that local officials are fueling the fire by repeating rhetoric, which can lead to violence. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz denies this.
I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals.
Walz is calling on the federal government to let state authorities participate in the investigation into the shooting. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension says that the Department of Justice informed them that the probe would be led only by the FBI. When asked about the decision, Noam said Minnesota authorities should instead be investigating people who are harassing officers and inciting violence. Aaron Basta, NTD News.
And this listing, Governor Walz is authorizing the Minnesota National Guard to support local law enforcement. According to a statement, the troops will be staged and ready out of an abundance of caution and in coordination with local officials. The statement says the goal is to help maintain peace, ensure public safety, and allow for peaceful demonstrations. Vice President Vance in the James Brady briefing room today. He's announcing a new role to combat taxpayer fraud amid the mounting scandal in Minnesota. And the White House condemning the media coverage of Wednesday's ICE-involved shooting. We now go live to NTD's Washington correspondent Mari Otsu at the White House. Mari, good evening.
Tiff, good evening. Yes, that's right. Press Secretary Leavitt was joined by Vice President J.D. Vance in the briefing room today, where he announced that he's creating a new role, an Assistant Attorney General role to combat taxpayer fraud. He says that this is in response to fraud in child care programs in Minnesota. And he says that while the prosecutor will mainly focus on Minnesota for now, he or she will also have a nationwide scope eventually, and that this person will be announced next week. And the White House today is also responding to that other incident that took place in Minnesota Wednesday when a woman was fatally shot by an ICE agent. The administration saying that the agent acted in self-defense and calling the entire incident the result of anti-ICE rhetoric and radicalization. Take a look.
She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or discause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
DHS Secretary Noam says the woman had been stalking and impeding ICE's work throughout the day, and the White House calls the incident a result of radicalization.
ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands.
The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country.
Press Secretary Leavitt says ICE officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. And Vice President Vance condemns media coverage of the event.
The reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media, when you have a guy who's defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin. You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws?
The Minneapolis mayor, meanwhile, demands ICE get out of his city.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull.
This comes as FBI Director Kash Patel says his agents are investigating the organizers and funders of anti-ICE protests for impeding law enforcement activities and endangering public safety.
This is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. What that headline leaves out is that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job.
There's various things that can be done here, some of which I would turn to.
Meanwhile, President Trump is announcing that he's ordering his representatives to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, adding that this step aims to make the cost of housing, owning a home, more affordable for Americans. This is coming just a day after the president moved to ban Wall Street from buying single-family homes, saying that he'll be calling on Congress to codify that. Tiff, back to you.
He disagrees with the Fed.
Mari,
he wants
lower
rates. Today, Fed Chairperson
As Homeland Security Secretary Christi calls driving into an ICE agent and similar actions domestic terrorism. What's the legal standard for ICE's use of deadly force? Your legal analysis from Jim Trusty tonight on Capitol Report with Steve Lance at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Next year in the months to come.
The Senate today advanced consideration of a war powers resolution as the House tackled government funding. Our Washington correspondent Luis Martinez has the details.
5 Republicans joined Democrats in advancing a War Powers Act resolution that would prohibit President Trump from taking any further military action in Venezuela without congressional approval.
They're going to be screwing up the best chance we've ever had to liberate the people of Venezuela and make our country safer from drug poisoning. What is Trump doing? We don't have troops on the ground now, but he's telling the people location if I need to, everything's on the table. If you screw with me, you're going to wind up like Maduro.
There's still 2 more procedural votes in the Senate for the War Powers Act resolution. If it passes, it will be sent to the House. The president still retains the power to veto the resolution if it becomes law, like in 2019 when Congress tried to force the president to withdraw from taking any further military action against the Houthis in Yemen.
This was a motion to discharge my War Powers resolution from the committee. The committee was going to lock it up and it was never going to see the light of day. So now it becomes the pending business of the Senate. What you will likely see next week is a vote on a motion to proceed, which we would expect simple majority, similar vote to today, and then a debate, finally, after months, about this military operation, the whole thing, including where it's going in Venezuela and possibly in other nations.
The House voted to pass the Democrat-sponsored bill that would extend the expired Affordable Care Act enhanced tax credits for 3 more years.
These are people who are supporting military adventurism, billions of dollars being spent in South America and in other parts of the world. Yet Republican leaders in the House and the Senate are not willing to spend a dime to keep health care affordable for the American people.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where it is expected that it will be amended and sent back to the House. The House of Representatives also passed today a trio of appropriation bills to fund Commerce, Justice, Science, Interior, Water, and Energy departments through fiscal year 2026. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Luis Eduardo Martinez, NTD News.
The Trump administration is withdrawing the United States from 66 international organizations and treaties. It includes more than 30 connected to the United Nations. Our Washington correspondent Jack Bradley has the details.
The U.S. is withdrawing from 66 international organizations, 31 of which are tied to the United Nations. The State Department says that these organizations are redundant, poorly run, or captured by foreign interests, and in some cases, openly hostile to U.S. policy. Secretary of State Marco Rubio wrote in a statement after the announcement, from DEI mandates to gender equity campaigns to climate orthodoxy, many international organizations now serve a globalist project rooted in the discredited fantasy of the end of history. Among the UN-linked groups the U.S. is withdrawing from are the Peacebuilding Commission, the UN Democracy Fund, UN Energy, and UN Women, as well as several legal and developmental bodies. Non-UN groups include climate and energy organizations like the 24/7 Carbon-Free Energy Compact and the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. But President Trump says that this isn't just about bureaucracy, it's about policy outcomes. Back in September, Trump accused the United Nations, right in front of their faces, of enabling illegal immigration into the U.S.
In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border.
Trump has also taken direct aim at global climate initiatives, many of which are tied to UN frameworks and energy compacts that the U.S. is now leaving.
I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf.
This comes less than a year after President Trump also withdrew the U.S. from the UN Human Rights Council, which allows countries like China and Iran on the council, despite their extensive human rights abuses. The administration says that this review is ongoing and more exits are possible. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
Internet and phone lines were cut across Iran soon after today's protests began. Meanwhile, fighting continues between Syria's government forces and U.S.-backed attack Kurdish forces in Syria. NTD's Jason Perry has the latest update.
Protesters in Iran on Thursday gathered around an Iranian flag and then began tearing it up. Protests were held across Iran, including in the capital after the country's exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, called for mass demonstrations on Thursday and Friday. And he said based on their response, he'll announce the next call to action. However, internet and telephone lines in Iran were cut out immediately after the protests began. The U.S.-based human rights activist news agency said at least 41 people have been killed during the demonstrations, while more than 2,000 others have been detained. And President Trump has threatened U.S. intervention if Iran shoots peaceful protesters. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on Thursday addressed the nationwide protests. Interpreter then translated his words into Arabic.
We are ready for any situation. We do not want war, but we are ready for it. We are also ready for negotiations, but negotiations that are based on mutual interests and respect.
Protests continued in Syria on Thursday as well. Demonstrators in the Kurdish-controlled area of Syria accused the Syrian government of attacking innocent people.
We are hoping that countries that stand for human rights will be aware of this crime, stand against it, and prevent the continuation of this crime and the killing of innocent civilians.
Each side has accused the other of deliberately targeting civilian neighborhoods, and the Syrian army launched new strikes against Kurdish forces in Aleppo on Thursday. The Syrian government has accused the Kurdish forces, which are backed by the United States, of using Kurdish-controlled areas to launch attacks. In another development, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with Bulgarian diplomat Nikolay Mladenov. Mladenov has been chosen to serve as the Director General for President Trump's Board of Peace, aimed at overseeing the peace process in Gaza. According to media reports, Mladenov assisted the U.S. in negotiations for the 2020 Abraham Accords, in which multiple Arab countries normalized diplomatic ties with Israel. This comes as the Gaza peace plan brokered by President Trump approaches phase 2, which includes the disarmament of Hamas and the deployment of an international stabilization force. However, the body of one hostage still remains in the Gaza Strip, and Israel says it must be returned before they move on to the second phase of the deal. Jason Perry, NTD News.
Coming up, President Trump this week vowing to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. What do Americans think of the move? Sam Wong was out in D.C. to hear from them. And what's being touted as the biggest change to nutrition policy ever. The health department releases a significantly revised food pyramid. Jason Blair has more on the new dietary guidelines when we come back.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft on the desktop.
Welcome back. I'm Tiffany Meyer. President Trump this week vowing to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. This comes as his administration is renewing its focus on making housing more affordable. In a post on Truth Social, Trump says he'll call on Congress to codify his proposal, adding, quote, people live in homes, not corporations. Wall Street firms like Blackstone and J.P. Morgan have been ramping up purchases of single-family homes in recent years. Their involvement grew after the Great Recession of 2008, as foreclosures reached record levels. Institutional investors have a bigger presence in the Southeast, controlling a sizable portion of the single-family rental market in places like Atlanta, Jacksonville, and Tampa. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have proposed measures that would limit such purchases, saying the practice is making it harder for ordinary Americans to buy homes. And how do everyday Americans feel about the proposal? NTD's Sam Wong was out on the National Mall in D.C. to hear from the people.
How are you feeling about the housing prices these days?
Well, I bought my house 25 years ago, and for about $67,000. Nowadays, it would probably be about $200,000. So I think they're a little out of control.
I don't know. I feel like it's difficult. Yeah, I mean, we're all college students, so it's difficult to say, but I feel like a lot of people are too pessimistic about it.
I bought in 20 years ago. It's the only real asset most Americans have.
We know that the prices are going up for a lot of people, and we're fortunate because we own our own home, so we're not really affected with the rates right now.
We bought at a good time, you know. I mean, back in the 90s when we bought our house, you know.
Do you happen to own a home?
I do not.
You do not. And are you looking forward to owning one?
Possibly one day, I hope so.
And how do you think the housing market is looking right now for you?
Most of the homes around where I live in New York are way out of my price range. So nothing's happening anytime soon.
President Trump is talking about potentially banning large investors from buying single-family homes. Do you think this is going to be beneficial for the country?
Yeah, it'll keep prices down. If you put big money into the home market where they can pretty much overpay, pay 10%, 20% over asking price, it's going to make it hard for your average man to bargain for a good home.
I think it's a good idea. Like companies like, I think it's Blackstone, have been buying up homes for the last 5-10 years. So it's kind of good that that's something that's being thought of.
I think it's much more important that we just build a lot more housing to generally drive down prices than banning investors from investing in this asset.
Trump is a businessman, so I think he looks at more everything as a business, and if he wants the bigger corporations out of families' business like that, then I think that's a good idea.
Back in 2012, I was in the title business, the mortgage business, and my job was to go out and get deeds and bulk sales, where corporations were going out and buying all the homes in Detroit. Literally, I would go out and get 75 foreclosure deeds a day, and they would just buy them up like nothing. They could get them for $1. I think it's a great idea. Some of these young kids, they're getting out of college and stuff, they're already in debt, and it's tough to go get a home also.
It's being touted as the biggest change to nutrition policy ever. Health department officials say the new upside-down food pyramid is putting Americans' health first over lobbyists and big food. And TV correspondent Jason Blair has more.
Who is hungry for a new food pyramid?
The Department of Health and Human Services was hyping up an audience on Thursday in celebration of a big change in federal nutrition policy.
Today we are here to celebrate the release of the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history.
If you haven't noticed, American nutrition has had a rough last 50 years.
And so this administration is focusing on standing with Americans, not big pharma or with big food.
Getting away from the corporate interests. We have a charge from President Trump. Do what's medically right and don't worry about the lobbyists.
The new food pyramid calls for prioritizing protein, healthy fats, and vegetables, as well as limiting consumption of ultra-processed food
is not something that you hear about every decade. And that's
Americans were told to avoid protein, avoid healthy fats, rely on carbohydrates, and accept highly processed foods as unavoidable.
Diets rich in vegetables and fruit reduce the risk of disease much more effectively than medical interventions or pharmaceutical interventions. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health, and they should be avoided. My message is clear: eat real food.
The new food pyramid has also been referred to as the upside-down pyramid due to the shape now appearing flipped over, as well as protein and healthy fats now appearing at the wider top end, as well as protein recommendations being increased by 50 to 100%, according to FDA Commissioner Marty Makary. The new guidelines will shape meals in public schools, as well as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
New York State is expanding free child care. New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani announced the initiative today.
And today I'm proud to announce that New York State is paying the full cost to launch 2Care. Universal daycare for children. Mamdani. We're not just paying for 1 year of the program. We don't usually go 1 year out in our budget. But just to let you know how serious we are, we're taking the unprecedented step to not just commit to the 2027 budget, which I'm working on right now, but also the following year as well to show you we're in this for the long haul.
We will build on the city's existing 3K program and say no longer will a family in Flatbush be offered a seat but have to find out that seat is in Astoria. We will add seats in the neighborhoods where demand has not been met. This will be felt by expanded subsidies for tens of thousands of additional families. It will be felt when parents look at their bank accounts at the end of the year and see that they have saved more than $20,000 per child.
For Mamdani, the announcement is a step toward fulfilling one of his primary campaign promises. According to Governor Hochul's office, the first year will focus on high-need areas selected by the city before expanding. New York will then work to expand access to universal pre-K statewide, aiming for the 2028 to 29 school year. Hochul is up for re-election this year. Coming up, the Senate today advanced a resolution to curb President Trump's ability to take further action against Venezuela without congressional approval. How did past presidents conduct strikes without congressional approval? Arlene Richards breaks it down for us after the break.
As it should be. Settings are some clearly see the Jackie
Welcome back. I'm Tiffany Meyer. The Senate today advanced a resolution that could limit President Trump's ability to conduct further attacks against Venezuela. NTD's Arlene Richards takes a look at how past presidents conducted military strikes without approval from Congress.
Let them land.
The yeas are 52.
The nays are 47.
The Senate on Thursday narrowly advanced a Democrat-led resolution that could limit President Trump's authority to take further action in Venezuela. An approved amendment to the War Powers Resolution would require Trump to get congressional approval before striking Venezuela again. Trump's surprise attack on Saturday that resulted in the arrest of self-proclaimed leader Nicolas Maduro has come under significant scrutiny by mostly Democratic members of Congress. They have accused him of committing an act of war.
This was not simply a counter-narcotics operation. It was an act of war. This was a military action involving Delta Force, involving the Army, apparently involving thousands of troops.
Republicans have argued that the strike was justified.
We are not at war. We do not have U.S. armed forces in Venezuela, and we are not occupying that country.
This was one that did not require prior authorization by Congress. It just required notification. And all the administration officials did exactly what they were supposed to do, and the timetable they're supposed to do it in.
The War Powers Resolution was signed in 1973 to limit a president's ability to engage military forces without congressional approval. The current resolution requires.
The War Powers Act states that notification should be made to Congress within 48 hours following the initiation of hostilities.
The resolution permits U.S. forces to remain in the country for a maximum of 60 days. Trump invoked his constitutional authority as well as the War Powers Resolution. He claimed the strike was justified as self-defense due to Maduro's involvement in trafficking drugs to the United States. Since 1973, presidents on both sides have used their constitutional powers to conduct strikes on foreign countries without pre-approval from Congress. In 1999, President Bill Clinton joined NATO forces in airstrikes against the former Yugoslavia. The reason? To address atrocities committed against Albanians in Kosovo. Clinton asserted his authority under the Constitution as well as the War Powers Resolution. Congress didn't declare war before the strike, nor did Clinton request their approval. U.S. forces continued the attack for 79 days, but Congress didn't force a halt. Presidents don't always rely on the War Powers Resolution. After the September 11th attacks, Congress passed a resolution that allowed presidents to conduct military force on Afghanistan and Iraq without approval. But presidents have used this permission to take action beyond those countries. Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama carried out strikes against terrorist groups in countries like Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan. And presidents consistently rely on their constitutional powers for new situations. Obama asserted his constitutional powers and relied on a UN resolution for his 2011 attacks on Libya. He didn't seek congressional approval and assured that U.S. involvement would be limited in nature, duration, and scope. His aim was to help overthrow military leader Muammar Gaddafi. U.S. forces continued the strikes for 7 months, even though Congress voted against it continuing. But Congress didn't stop the strikes after 60 days. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
The U.S. seized 2 Venezuela-linked oil tankers on Wednesday, one with a painted Russian flag, and the U.S. Coast Guard had been chasing the vessel across the Atlantic since December. It was actually flanked by 2 Russian naval ships and a submarine. The other tanker was in the Caribbean. To explore the latest developments surrounding Venezuela, we're joined by retired U.S. Navy Captain Armin Kurdian. He's also a foreign policy and national security analyst, as well as a California State Senate candidate. Armin, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you now. Homeland Security Secretary Christi saying both ships were either last docked in Venezuela or en route to it. As a retired Navy captain, how are you viewing all of this? What's next for these vessels?
And our plane is Sister Julia. And about sort of 8 to 10 months later,
doesn't ship sanctioned oil. It doesn't turn off its transponder. It doesn't report false positions. It doesn't put on a false flag, and it doesn't try to hide itself as it's in transit. These tankers have been doing all of this, and there are dozens of tankers all over the world that have been doing this and enabling a lot of these countries to flaunt global sanctions against their particular countries. So these actions are lawful actions. In fact, in the seizure of the Bella One, I believe, which was north of the British Isles, the British government was actually supporting that action by detecting and monitoring and providing situational awareness to the American forces and the Coast Guard that boarded the ship and seized it. So I think Donald Trump has basically said, look, we're not just going to play this game anymore. If these are really sanctioned vessels, they're carrying illegal oil, then we're going to stop them in the high seas. So he has really upped the game in a sense, and it has put a major stranglehold on these countries and their ability to sell oil even at a discount price.
And when it comes to Venezuela, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said Venezuela can't turn into the operating hub for Iran, Russia, Hezbollah, China, or Cuba. Talk to us about the influence these countries have had in Venezuela and how big of a blow this will be to those countries if Venezuela severs those ties.
Well, China, despite its massive economy, is not rich in mineral resources.
Each of these include a different desktop environment and different desktop for cinema, which is the most.
China has, at one point,
another good distro for those who want an easy transition to Linux is Mint. This has a similar default color and menu configuration to Linux Mint, and even includes different layouts here under zone appearance, which try to mimic the look and feel of different versions.
So China's basically been able to prop up Venezuela's economy with cheap Iran and China have also engaged with Venezuela in trying to flaunt their sanctions to barter systems. So when you can't use a US dollar, if you're barred from using a dollar, you're physical barrier, so to speak, through the banking system, you can't use petrodollars. You have to engage in barter. So Iran is giving Venezuela technology, kind of the same thing with Russia, providing Russia with oil, Russia providing Venezuela with additional expertise, a barter system. They've been trying to circumvent a lot of sanctions. So these 4 countries are aligned simply because they don't like the United States. And taking Venezuela out of that puzzle is going to do, it's actually going to hurt China quite a bit. But I know China is not necessarily on the same level as Iran or Russia in terms of global bad actors, but they are certainly a global competitor to the United States.
And expanding on that, the Chinese regime has funded multiple projects across Venezuela, from energy to telecoms, as well as massive loans. Venezuela officially signed on to China's global infrastructure project known as the Belt and Road Initiative in 2018. What do the moves by the U.S. in Venezuela mean for China's influence in the region?
Well, China's been doing this all over the world with their Belt and Road initiatives. A lot of times they just loan the countries this money themselves. Hey, we're loaning the money to do this, and then the countries can't pay them back, and then suddenly China owns the entire port facility, owns the refining facility,
And once again,
and is ways to stick their claws into someone else's government. That is something that the United States is very, very concerned about. We don't want that happening in our backyard, and that's why Donald Trump went into Venezuela and picked up Maduro for law enforcement for a lot of his drug connections. But at the same time, with the hope that they can compel Venezuela to change its behavior through gentle coercion, shall we say. The president says we're going to run the country, but not the day-to-day operations. But if we can tell them, look, get rid of Russian and Iranian and Chinese influence, and let the United States ban free markets. Your economy used to be the world's fourth largest GDP after 1950. They are now so far down the totem pole. They're right behind Cuba and Haiti. An 88% drop in their GDP over the last few decades. Their people are impoverished. They can't buy food. They can't work. And it's time for Venezuela to realize the benefits of capitalism and eliminate the scourge of socialism.
And Armin, there is a refocus by Washington onto the Western Hemisphere on enforcing the Monroe Doctrine, or as Trump is suggesting, the Donroe Doctrine. Talk to us about what you're watching for, though, in this hemisphere. Could Chinese influence be completely pushed out or displaced?
I think it'll be completely pushed out, but hopefully it'll be somewhat displaced. The Donroe Doctrine is the agglomeration of America First policies, the Monroe Doctrine. Say, look, we don't want to get involved in foreign wars, but we see that changing Venezuela's behavior and influencing them internally is a benefit to the United States and will help us kind of early on he talked about strikes on the coast and whether he would engage in military strikes within the country. Well, this is a military strike and a retrieval of Maduro, and there's a lot of questions as to whether it was a legal action, non-legal action, and I think those are fair questions to ask, but at the same time, you can't simply overestimate or overemphasize the significance of the action, success of it, and the effect it's had on a lot of the leaders within Central and South America, especially in Colombia, right there next door, where a lot of those drugs are actually manufactured. A lot is to be seen as to how Venezuela behaves. If they do change their behavior and they stop using American citizens as pawns and imprisoning them for this, that, or the other thing, then that attitude might change throughout the rest of the country. And South America.
A lot to watch for sure. Armin Kurdian, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Tiffany.
Coming up in college football, it's a case yet to be tried in court. Can a team force a player to play out their contract? Dave Martin joins us to discuss when we return. And now for your sports news, we're joined by NTD's Dave Martin. Dave, plenty going on. We have NBA news as well as college football, but let's start in the NFL as Black Monday has continued all the way to Thursday now, with the Miami Dolphins becoming the latest team to fire their head coach, Mike McDaniel. Was this move expected?
You know, early in the season, it probably was. The Dolphins lost 6 of their first 7 games, and that was after they missed the playoffs the previous year. But then they actually rebounded to finish a respectable 7-10. So it was maybe 50-50 there at the end of the season. But there was some question about whether they need to start over at quarterback next season. Now, their Pro Bowl quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, was benched for the final 3 games of the season in favor of rookie Quinn Ewers. And if you start over at quarterback, that can signal really a full rebuild of the team, and plenty of times they do that with a new head coach as well. In any case, Mike McDaniel really had a decent run there. 4 seasons, went 35-33 with 2 playoff appearances. With his firing, there's now 8 NFL teams looking for a new head coach coach. And actually could be a few more, or at least maybe one more possibly, depending on how the first round of the playoffs goes this weekend. So we could be looking at yet another Black Monday next week, Tiff. I'll let you know in case that happens.
We even had a Secretary of State Marco Rubio away.
Yeah, you know, I mean, once those games get started, they really just keep going. He could be Miami's head coach, he could be the leader of Venezuela. Who knows at this point? As long as he keeps sitting on that couch with that look like that, he's definitely a candidate for a lot of jobs.
He already has a lot of jobs.
You know, just an FYI, his son is a football player at the University of Florida. You know that, right?
Yeah, I told you.
You know that.
It was the one time I knew something sports related. Looking at NBA news, though, the Atlanta Hawks have reportedly traded All-Star guard Trae Young to Washington.
Yeah, Washington got a good one. Young led the NBA in assists last season. He's always among the league leaders in assists. He's also always among the league leaders in points per game as well. I mean, he averages 25 a game for his career. Now, he's only played 10 games this season. That's because of a sprained MCL he suffered earlier this year. But anyway, in this reported trade, the Hawks would get C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert from the Wizards. That's according to multiple outlets. Of course, why a 27-year-old four-time All-Star is being traded in the first place is unclear. I mean, maybe it's more of a salary dump. Young makes $45 million this season. He has a player option for next season at $49 million. His Hawks, meanwhile, currently are 18-21. That is good for 9th place in the Eastern Conference. I don't want to speculate too much here, Tiff, but I'm a little surprised they're trading such a good player in a not so much of a blockbuster trade here. That's just my opinion, though. So maybe something comes out that they don't think he's very good or something, but I thought he was a very good player. But maybe I wouldn't make a very good job.
It is a fantastic.
I was going to ask because it sounds like a lot of money, but is it not that much money?
No, it's a lot of money, but I mean the highest I think is Jaylen Brown. He's at about 60 now, so it's still up there. You know, $95 million over 2 years is still a lot. I mean, he's an all-star player.
Never encountered so much.
Most the NBA is flush with cash. Maybe not as much as the NFL, but they are definitely
rolling in dough.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they don't really have a huge salary cap. But the higher you get, the more restrictions they put on you. So it's kind of a soft salary cap. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is a salary.
All right, well, shifting gears to college football, the agent for former Washington Huskies quarterback Damon Williams announced today that he is dropping Williams as a client due to philosophical differences. What's going on here?
Probably a lot more than we know, I'll say that. But here's what we think we know anyway. Now, Damon Williams is a very good quarterback who put more than 3,000 yards this season for Washington, 25 touchdowns versus just 8 interceptions while completing nearly 70% of his passes this season. That we do know. All very good numbers. Now, what we also know is that 2 days ago, on January 6th, he announced that he would be entering the transfer portal saying, quote, "I have to do what is best for me and my future." He made that announcement on social media. Reportedly, though, that happened just days after he agreed to a contract worth about somewhere around $4 million reportedly to play for them next season. This is according to ESPN. Now, if all that is accurate, of course, it could bring up a legal case where a school may actually try to enforce a signed contract with one of their student athletes, or maybe say ex-student athletes. We really have not seen that yet. I mean, there really are not a lot of rules being enforced these days around college athletics. Now, of course, if I was in NCAA, I would actually enforce contracts both ways for the school and the player, among other changes I would make. I didn't even go out on my full rant last night when we were talking about how college sports have become kind of the wild west. But, I send the NCAA all these, suggestions. If I were NCAA, this is one of the things.
We'll start a list behind you so people can keep track.
Yeah, I'm sure the NCAA will be calling someday, I'm sure.
Oh, you never know. Meanwhile,
that was my dream of being a general manager as well, okay?
So that you'll be rolling in dough.
That's true, I will. That would be a nice thing. I think they make like a 7-figure salary, so that's not bad either.
We'll see if they call up with philosophical differences.
Probably so.
On the field, though, the playoffs start tonight with Ole Miss playing Miami in the semifinals. Who's the favorite here?
Yeah, Hurricanes are generally listed as about a 3-point favorite tonight. Well, actually surprising to me that they barely made it into the playoffs in the first place. A 10-2 record. Meanwhile, Ole Miss, they got a better record, and they are from the vaunted SEC. Of course, Ole Miss's coaching situation, really assistant coaching situation, is a little bit unsettled right now. Maybe that's the difference here. Of course, we have former Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin left for LSU right as the regular season ended. Before the playoffs started, he took a bunch of his assistants with him to LSU. LSU, though, is letting some of those assistants come back for Ole Miss. Again, this is their third game in the playoffs to coach. Again, they didn't allow them to look very bad. It's very tough to all of a sudden change out, especially your offensive coordinator, just in time for the playoffs. That's very terrible timing. Meanwhile, Miami defense, they're very stout, certainly asking Ohio State or Texas A&M, who they beat already. Tonight's game starts at 7:30 Eastern Time. The winner faces the winner of the Oregon semifinal game, which is Friday night. Playoffs tonight and tomorrow. So I know you're looking forward to that, as I am too.
A lot of results to watch for.
Yes, for sure.
Davis Alves, thanks for joining us. And that's all for today's news. Round the clock coverage, visit us at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Good night.
420. That's the records about here.
Call for real world use. Thanks again for joining us at Cap One.
You plug your printer in.
Welcome to NTD Minute News. Our top story tonight: chaos in Minneapolis. A woman in Minnesota allegedly attacking ICE agents who then fire shots in response. Officials are calling it an act of domestic terrorism. Arian Posdar has the details. Allegations of a massive fraud scheme in the North Star State took center stage on Capitol Hill today. Lawmakers held their first public hearing with a witness alleging retaliation against whistleblowers. With the highlights. President Trump announcing a historic oil deal with Venezuela as the U.S. seizes 2 oil tankers. The House discussing options to acquire Greenland. Mariotsu at the White House. The President today briefed Senate lawmakers on Operation Absolute Resolve and laid out their plan for future relations with Venezuela. Luis Martinez on Capitol Hill. Travelers from 25 more countries will need to pay up to $15,000 for a visa bond before entering the U.S.
No restriction on the Ready to protocol, Unity 75. Here in the Levante Park, 1432 degrees.
Live from our global headquarters in New York City, here's Tiffany Meyer.
Good evening and thank you for joining us tonight. President Trump defends law enforcement after another alleged attack on immigration and customs enforcement agents. Authorities say a protester used her car to try to run over an ICE officer who fired shots in response. NTD's Arian Posdar has the story and a warning. This report includes footage that some viewers may find disturbing.
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Homeland Security Secretary Christi giving details on what officials described as an attack on ICE agents in Minnesota. The DHS statement reads that rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism.
ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them.
Footage posted by the Citizens app shows the final moments of the incident. An officer tries to open the door of the car when the driver starts to back up. The woman then appears to change course, going forward in the direction of another officer who then reaches for his gun and fires.
An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
Homeland Security also says the agent who fired the shots used his training to save his own life as well as those of his fellow officers. Authorities have not yet released the identity of the deceased woman. President Trump weighing in as well. He says some of the protesters at the scene were, quote, professional agitators. According to the president, the driver violently and ferociously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. It is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. Trump added that the situation is being studied and that these incidents are happening because of the rise in attacks on law enforcement. DHS also states that today's incident is the consequence of attacks on officers, citing a 1,300% increase in assaults against law enforcement and an 8,000% increase in death threats. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz sending the following message to the Trump administration.
Any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've done.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is blaming ICE for the woman's death, saying the agent wasn't acting in self-defense. He's also calling on ICE to leave Minneapolis.
They're ripping families apart, they're sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing people.
The incident happened south of downtown Minneapolis, 1 mile from the location where George Floyd died in 2020. Arian Pastar, NTD News.
Joining us now is Kyle Scheidler, Director and Senior Analyst for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism at the Center for Security Policy. He's also the editor of the book Unmasking Antifa, 5 Perspectives on a Growing Threat. Kyle, thank you for joining us tonight. Now, tensions are already beginning to flare in Minnesota following this location. What's your this afternoon showing aggression towards police, driving them out of the crime scene. In your assessment, though, what are the chances this shooting sparks retaliation from anti-ICE and other far-left groups, and what could this look like?
Well, I think it's probable. We have already seen in some far-left extremist social media calls to use arms, to take up arms against police in response to this incident. So the rhetoric is certainly hot. It is certainly there. We've seen attacks, violent perpetrated ambushes against ICE officers in the past already. So it's certainly within the skill set of some of these far-left extremist actors.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry this afternoon accused federal immigration agents of, quote, causing chaos. He said Minneapolis is demanding ICE to leave the city immediately. What do you make of the mayor's response, seemingly putting the blame on federal agents here?
Look, none of this would be happening if the state of Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis did not illegally act as a sanctuary city, trying to shield if they cooperated with the federal government, federal law enforcement, upholding immigration law, as do most of the states in this country, they wouldn't be having these kinds of situations. They deliberately inflame these situations with their sanctuary city policies, and then when federal law enforcement attempts to uphold the laws they're sworn to do, they take the side of radical protesters.
Don't procrastinate, as if we'd be able to find this presentation.
Now, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz this afternoon announced that he issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard to, quote, protect Minnesotans from rogue ICE agents. How would an order like this work, ordering state law enforcement to act against federal law enforcement?
Well, in practice, I don't see much likelihood of that being the case. In all likelihood, I think probably Governor Walz is trying to get ahead of President Trump ordering the Minnesota National Guard.
There's various things that can be done, some of which I'll return to later in the video.
I don't anticipate that there
is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card on this computer is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to drive the NVIDIA graphics.
Just to be present, if you could certainly federalize Minnesota National Guard if Governor Walz was to use it as a way to prohibit federal law enforcement officers from doing their job. That certainly has sort of shades of some of the incidents in the 1960s where the federal government deployed National Guard and even active military forces to some of the southern states to uphold civil rights legislation and to enforce desegregation.
And you can clearly see
Tim
that
Walz
some stuff
really
is not
is finding himself on the
animated
wrong
as it
side
should
of
be,
history
some
here
stuff isn't as
with some of
smooth
his
as it
rhetoric.
should be. There are some
And Kyle, according to the
problems when
Department of
opening
Homeland
and closing
Security,
apps.
by November
Not
of
sure if it's
2025, assaults and violence against ICE officers was up over 1,000% compared with the same period in 2024. Now, DHS has placed blame on the rhetoric from, quote, sanctuary politicians. Now, you've studied radicalization in radical groups for many years. While most regular Americans would never harm law enforcement, how, in your experiences, this kind of messaging interpreted by already radical individuals?
Well, I think what it sends the message if they act, if they a riot or an unlawful assembly, they can expect some level of political cover. Where the far left extremists think that they will get political cover from local or state politicians, they have a tendency to be a little bit more aggressive. We've certainly seen that in the case of Portland, in Oregon, in Seattle, in Washington State, for example. In places where they know they will not get political cover, these sorts of protests tend to be disrupted relatively early. They tend to stay more peaceful. I think it really is important for the politicians in some of these areas to get out ahead of this stuff and say, look, you can have whatever political opinion you want. You are allowed to be upset. You are allowed to protest lawfully, but we will not countenance any criminal activity. We will not countenance rioting. We will not countenance attacking police officers, whether local, state, or federal. But when you have politicians who don't use that kind of language, they are certainly leaving the door open for bad actors.
And Kyle, you spoke earlier with NTD about this potentially sparking more aggression. What do you think needs to happen next in order to prevent rioting like we saw in 2020?
I want to install Windows 11.
Well, I think first and foremost, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, they need to come out and say, look, be peaceful, do not engage in criminal activity. We cannot be, you will not convince us to side in favor of rioting against the federal government. Unfortunately, that's not the kind of language we're seeing right now, but it is the kind of language that would have a positive effect in keeping things calm. And unfortunately, that's just not the kind of language we're seeing employed right now.
Lots to watch for here for sure. Kyle Scheidler, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Allegations of a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme in the spotlight today on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers held the first public hearing today, with one witness testifying that government officials retaliated against people who tried to report the fraud. NTD's Melina Weissman on takeaways.
Lawmakers in the Oversight Committee are exposing a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme taking place in Minnesota. Around $9 billion meant to support Minnesota programs may have been stolen since 2018, federal prosecutors reported last month. House Republicans on the committee this morning criticized Minnesota officials for not acting quickly enough to stop it.
Governor Tim Walz, at the same time, Attorney General Keith Ellison, and Minnesota's Democrat leadership have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in these crimes.
The child care fraud scheme was first exposed more than a decade ago, between 2011 and 2013. But one state lawmaker who appeared as a witness today said that those who tried to initially report the fraud faced government retaliation.
They revealed that retaliation now includes threats of being fired with cause, which means you do not get unemployment insurance in the state of Minnesota, being blacklisted from all state agencies.
The Democrats' witness, a former DOJ official, pushed back on the idea that fraudsters haven't faced repercussions, highlighting the consequences that some have faced so far.
The department has charged over a dozen people for stealing $14 million from a program meant for children with autism.
The state's governor, Tim Walz, has repeatedly defended his handling of the fraud crisis, but since the crisis has been exposed on the national scale, Walz has since dropped his re-election campaign for a third term. Some Republicans aim to expose that some of the stolen money was used to fund Democrat politicians, even the state's attorney general.
I know this campaign a couple weeks later from some of the folks who were in that meeting. Do you know how much that was?
I do not have that.
So it wasn't just LCS looking for support. They were actively trying to make sure this program continued, and that they benefited from that politically with contribution to their campaign. All in this same year, all in 2021.
Many people involved in stealing these federal dollars are of Somali descent. Republicans are urging the Trump administration to deport and denaturalize these alleged criminals, while Democrats are urging the public not to demonize an entire group of people based on the actions of a few.
We don't need to make these partisan hearings. Every American has a stake in making sure that they have a receipt for where their tax dollars are going.
Minnesota isn't the only state under the microscope. The Trump administration has also opened an investigation into California and halted $10 billion in funding for social service programs in 5 Democratic states.
I think it is very widespread. We're just scraping the surface.
Today's hearing was the first of multiple fraud-related hearings. Chairman Comer has called on Governor Walz to testify in February. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Weisskopf, NTD News.
President Trump announcing a historic oil deal with Venezuela. Under its terms, Venezuela will purchase only American products with the money made from the U.S. selling Venezuela's sanctioned oil. This coming as the U.S. apprehends 2 more sanctioned oil tankers.
Location was 13-20.
NTD's Washington correspondent Mario brings us more from the White House.
All eyes are still on Venezuela as the White House today confirms the seizure of 2 more sanctioned oil tankers. One of them, the Sophia.
This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea.
And the other, Bella 1, the British military says was part of a Russian-Iranian axis of sanctions evasion.
The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic. This was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel had a judicial seizure order in the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law.
This comes as President Trump announced Tuesday night that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over 30 to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil to the United States, where it will be sold at market price. The White House saying the Trump administration, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, is in close correspondence with interim authorities in Venezuela.
The interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil.
Levitt says that the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and sale of Venezuelan crude oil to global markets.
They are not generating any revenue from their oil right now. They can't move it unless we allow it because we have sanctions, because we're enforcing those sanctions. This is tremendous leverage. We are exercising it in a positive way.
Proceeds from Venezuelan crude oil sales will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts, and then
those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people.
We're going to market that crude to be sold so that revenue can be generated, but then we're going to control the flow of that revenue to make sure it's going for productive reasons in Venezuela.
Meanwhile, as the effects of former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro's capture are felt around the world, President Trump warning other Western countries that his administration won't allow America's neighbors to be used as proxies for U.S. adversaries.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security.
President Trump says Russia and China have, quote, zero fear of NATO without the U.S., and that the only nation that China and Russia fear and respect is the America that he's rebuilding. The White House confirms the U.S. is talking about what a potential purchase of Greenland would look like.
More control over over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and
options,
Russia
it's a slideshow
and
or
our
a single
adversaries
image.
cannot
You can
continue
add
their
your own.
aggression in
There's
this
no
very
video
important
or
and
stuff like
strategic
that to
region.
prevent
All
stuff. That's later in the in terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual dark mode and light mode photo switches on the fly. You've got your Wilson Corpus form, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not received bearings, you don't have that installed
its execution is flawless. This wasn't some guys woke up in the morning and say, hey, let's shoot some deep in my appreciation of our military and what they've accomplished for that.
The American military basically has the ability to shape events on the ground. Everybody after Maduro is put on notice. If you go back to the old ways, you'll pay a heavy price.
The Trump administration laid out their plan for future relations with Venezuela, and congressional Republicans agreed with the Trump administration that the removal of Maduro was not about regime change.
Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery, and that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market a way that's fair. The opposition forces can be amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society. And then the third phase, of course, will be one of transition.
There's not a regime change. I want to emphasize that. It is a change of the actions of the regime. As you know, they have an interim president now, and so we're not boots on the ground. We're not occupying Venezuela. We haven't declared war on Venezuela. We went to get a U.S. court under our due process, and we're going to bring in the justice on American soil.
Reporting from Washington, D.C., Luis Eduardo Martinez, NTD News.
Venezuela was once the richest nation in Latin America, but Nicolas Maduro and his predecessor forced a third of its population to flee over the last 20 years. NTD's very own Luis Martinez lived this story. He sits down with NTD's Steve Lance tonight. Here's a preview.
If you ask Venezuelans, we've been dreaming of this day for over 20 years. 8 million Venezuelans have had to leave their country. That's a third of the country. So, like, to put it into perspective, it's like if 100 million Americans had to leave because of a bad government that ruined the country. There were 11 states for the student movement. I left, and I felt terrible. I had friends tell me that I was betraying the cause because, you know, I didn't stay and fight. Well, those 11, 7 were jailed and 2 were killed. And thankfully, 2 of us left and came here to the United States.
That's really powerful. There's been a huge Chinese Communist Party presence. Maduro arrested, captured the day before, meeting with high-ranking CCP officials, as well as the presence of Iran, Russia, Hezbollah were here even.
Well, over the past 20 years, the Chinese Communist Party has lent the Venezuelan regime over $19 billion, pretty much all of the gear that the national government uses to repress the Venezuelan people is Chinese equipment. Also, the surveillance apparatus that has been established in Venezuela, the intelligence is all Chinese technology. China went into every country in Latin America and now has become the number one trading partner of every country. They went in and offered substantial amounts of money to buy natural resources, to buy ports that they control, and build dual-use infrastructure, install their own technology into the electricity grids, into the communications grids. So they've been able to have a strong stronghold on the region that is, as many people call, the backyard of the United States.
From the human cost of socialist policies to foreign adversaries in America's backyard, catch the full interview on One with Steve Lance tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And authorities say a protester used her car to try to run over an ICE officer who fired shots in response. Homeland Security Secretary Christi is currently speaking at a press conference on this incident. Let's tune in.
Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers
in 1965, a few scientists at Bell Lab joined with peers from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplexed Information and Computing Service, or MULTIX. The idea was to create this general-purpose utility for sharing time on a computer system.
Obstructing law enforcement, and she refused to obey. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run in on law enforcement officers. When this appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life, and the other officers around him, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and the loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them.
In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frye's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frye refuse to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we're here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country, and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before. And your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
I'll see you 10 and I'll raise you 10.
I said he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer following training did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement.
Christmas was coming.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family. I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate. We're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
ICE operations but it will protect you.
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis. You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here, and he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encourage him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage...
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. At some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full.
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person
there's our video.
and used to...
I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to hit the like button to let YouTube know.
This officer used his training in this situation and will let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved. I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer to it. There will be an investigation, and we want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault, sexual assault, and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren. That's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone too, so I'll give him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction and they won't honor us detained. Yes. We I won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details of the information. But the fact of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Northwest, I love what they do. It is a fantastic...
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons. This domestic act of terrorism, to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers, is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism. Because it's clear that it's being coordinated, people are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations, and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace and public safety, and Americans deserve it.
Version of like that. Yes, we want to restore it.
That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we've had law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe.
Back again, I need to log in. There we go. And
we have law enforcement officers that were out there doing enforcement action,
go to
and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene. I won't speak to that. I will let the FBI decide.
The applications are the settings are very bare bones, and you can
they were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed. Thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using, but remember, when we operate in a task force model, so we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis Police Chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing our job. That will give you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
More foreigners are now required to pay a $15,000 bond to enter the United States. The rule adds 25 more countries to the list, bringing the total to 38, aiming to prevent their citizens from overstaying their visits. This Washington correspondent Jack Bradley for details.
Travelers from several countries will now need to pay up to a $15,000 bond to enter the U.S. Now, it's meant to deter them from overstaying their visa when they're here for tourism or business. The State Department has just added 25 more countries to this list, including Venezuela, Cuba, Nepal, Nigeria, and others. That brings the total to 38 countries. Officials say that these are countries with high rates of visa overstays, insufficient screening and vetting, and those that don't require proof of residency to obtain citizenship. So travelers from those countries are going to need to pay the U.S. Treasury anywhere between $5,000 to $15,000. The amount will be determined during their visa interview, and that money will be returned to the traveler if they don't overstay their visa. This comes as federal authorities are cracking down on illegal immigrants, including those that came in legally but then overstayed their visa. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio reiterating the administration's priorities at a recent State Department briefing.
There are people in this country who got in through some form of vetting that was wholly insufficient. There are people coming into this country every day to visit, to work, to live permanently, but you have to know who they are, and you have to have some limits and controls over what those numbers are.
The visa bond requirement for the newly added countries is set to take effect on January 21st. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
In the Middle East, protests have been taking place not only in Iran, but also in Syria and Israel. And in Jerusalem, police arrest a bus driver who allegedly ran over and killed a teenager protesting mandatory military service. NTD's Jason Perry has the details in the morning. This report contains articles some viewers may find disturbing.
Fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to compose that for now. We'll go to the terminal, and I'm going to type
pseudo-app installed MSTP called fonts and enter, and it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
Driving. People in the area were seen screaming and chasing after the bus, trying to get the driver's attention. Unfortunately, the 14-year-old boy was killed and his funeral was held on Wednesday. Police say the driver was attacked by protesters and that the driver was arrested and was being questioned. Protests were also held in Syria on Wednesday in support of the Kurdish population in the northern city of Aleppo. The protests come a day after deadly clashes between Syrian government forces and Kurdish forces, also known as the Syrian Democratic Forces, which are backed by the United States.
We are now demonstrating to condemn the attacks by Syrian government forces against the Kurdish internal security forces. They want to sabotage, kill civilians, incite chaos, and oppress our people.
However, Syria accused the Kurdish forces of shelling a residential area, something the Kurdish forces denied. Thousands of residents were seen evacuating a predominantly Kurdish neighborhood in Syria on Wednesday. The fighting comes amid an attempt to merge the Kurdish forces with Syria's government forces. Protests continue across Iran as well over the country's failing economy. And on Tuesday, the son of Iran's exiled Shah called for the demonstrations to be disciplined, and he gave this message to the people of Iran.
I am sharing my first call to action with you this Thursday and Friday, January 8th and 9th, starting precisely at 8 p.m. Wherever you are, whether in the streets or even from your own homes, I call on you to begin chanting at this time. Based on your response, I will announce the next call to action.
Reza Pahlavi also posed a question to Iranian security forces, asking, quote, on which side of history will you stand? With the criminals or with the people? Iran's top judge also commented on the protests.
If anyone comes into the streets for riots or to create insecurity or supports them, then no excuse remains for them. The matter has become very clear and transparent. They are now operating in line with the enemies of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Jason Berry, NTD News.
Congress returned for a second classified briefing today on the U.S. operation in Venezuela. Lawmakers are sharply divided along party lines over the president's authority to use force without congressional approval. NTD's Arlene Richards breaks down the arguments and the laws that apply.
Since the capture of Venezuela's former dictator Nicolas Maduro, Congress is divided over the legality of the military operation. On Wednesday, Congress was briefed for a second day in a row. But the briefings have sharpened the partisan divide over the president's authority. Some Democrats say the strike was an act of war, which would require approval from Congress.
This was not simply a counter-narcotics operation. It was an act of war. This was a military action involving Delta Force, involving the Army, apparently involving thousands of troops.
Top Republicans have rallied to President Trump's defense.
We are not at war. We do not have U.S. armed forces in Venezuela, and we are not occupying that country.
Republicans largely say the operation was legal and justified.
This was one that did not require prior authorization by Congress. It just required notification. And all the administration officials did exactly what they were supposed to do on the timetable they're supposed to do it in.
Is there a law that authorizes a president to order a military operation in another country without prior approval from Congress? Republicans rely on the Constitution. But the interpretation of who has the power and when is considered a gray area. Article 2 says the president is the commander-in-chief of the military. Meanwhile, Congress has the power to declare war, raise and support armies, and maintain the Navy. The National Constitution Center, a leading nonprofit platform for constitutional education, states that the president can command the military in operations approved by Congress. But he can also deploy the military without congressional approval. So was the military strike on Venezuela an act of war that needed approval from Congress? Under the War Powers Act, the president can deploy troops to another country on a limited basis without congressional approval, but he has to tell Congress about it. The question is, when?
The War Powers Act states that notification should be made to Congress within 48 hours following the initiation of hostilities.
In addition, the military must leave the country within 60 days unless Congress provides a declaration of war. According to House Speaker Mike Johnson, the military has already left Venezuela. Since the act was passed in 1973, presidents of both parties have often used limited military force abroad. For example, President Ronald Reagan invaded Grenada in 1983 to protect American students without first consulting Congress. President Barack Obama didn't get congressional approval for his 2011 airstrikes on Libya to protect civilians and bring down Muammar Gaddafi. And Trump, in his first term, twice ordered strikes on Syria over chemical weapons use without specific authorization from Congress. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
Miami is on the front lines of a crisis thousands of miles away. Today, city official Rafael Rosado spoke about how instability in Venezuela is spilling over into South Florida, affecting crime, violence, families in the city's exile communities. NTD's Chris Bob has more.
Welcome to another video.
Inside the Miami City Hall early in the afternoon, City Commissioner Rafael Rosado and other local leaders addressed Miami's commitment to standing with Venezuela and communities pursuing democracy, human rights, and freedom. Rosado warned that political instability abroad continues to fuel crime, narcotics trafficking, and humanitarian strain at home, issues he said Miami residents are very familiar with.
For years, Miami has been ground zero for Venezuelan narco-trafficking. I think we all know this extremely well, too well. The Maduro regime's drug networks have brought deadly fentanyl to our streets. They have fueled addiction. They have destroyed families. They have tempted and endangered our children. For the Venezuelan and Cuban exile communities, this moment carries deep emotional weight.
I spoke with Rosado after the conference. He said he's hopeful that illicit networks like Nicaragua, which have had devastating consequences for families across South Florida, particularly within Venezuela and Cuban exile communities, will be eradicated.
I think a number of folks are captured. The reality is that Maduro was not just a dictator, he was a narco-trafficker, and he kept the government afloat, and in many ways the government in Cuba as well, afloat through illicit activities. And so hopefully this helps to bring about change in that, and we can make our community even safer. Now, Miami is at historically low crime rates. Nonetheless, we know that a lot of the activity that's still negative in the community stems from, it originates from Nicaragua and Venezuela and other places where they're struggling and where the government has been complicit in all sorts of illegal and illicit activities. And we hope that this helps to stem that.
Rosado called Miami a city of exiles and argued that regional instability continues to shape its culture.
It is measured by generations that have been forced to flee a country that they love with their hearts. It is measured by the lack of survival for too many lives. Miami understands this pain very well, perhaps better than any other community. In addition to our Venezuelan community, Cubans, Nicaraguans, and other exiles from everywhere around the world who have escaped authoritarian ideologies, they have been forced to rebuild their lives in freedom and have continued to fight for the rights that they were denied back home. Today, Miami stands united more than ever.
So I understand that it's all very fluid right now, but ideally what we'll have in the next few months are free elections in Venezuela, and I think it may give people the opportunity to perhaps travel back and forth freely if that's what they would like. We want folks to have that choice, and so we're supportive of changes, we're supportive of the federal government's attention to this incredibly important issue, and we hope that it has a domino effect on the rest of Central and South America. In the meantime, Rosado says support starts at the local level as Miami residents continue to advocate for democratic reforms and stand in solidarity with communities already here. What can we do? Well, at a very ground level, showing them that we are supportive of the community that exists here in exile, multiple exile communities, we should be supportive of one another. But in addition to that, I see our local delegation is very well connected to the President of the United States, to the Secretary of State, to folks that have homes here, and so they're born here, and so there's constant communication to see how we can help them, encouraging them to continue to move forward and establish democracy in Venezuela and the rest of South America and Central America. Chris Bob,
animated
NTD
as
News,
it should
Miami.
be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as
House
it should
lawmakers
be.
condemn
There
a
are
recent
some
attack on
performance problems
protesters
when
by a
opening and
Chinese
closing
consulate
apps.
security guard
Not sure if
outside of the Los Angeles consulate. The guard can be seen spraying a chemical spray several times at the demonstrators, landing some of them in the hospital. NTD correspondent Jason Blair this morning.
Absolutely unacceptable. Trying to inhibit the freedom of speech, no way, shape, or form is that acceptable in any way. And I hope, the hammer is brought down on them.
Pro-democracy activists were celebrating the capture of former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro outside of the Los Angeles Chinese consulate on Sunday. They were also calling on the Chinese Communist Party to end its authoritarian suppression. After some verbal exchanges, the consulate's armed security guard, Wu Xian, can be seen on video making some threats against the protesters and then spraying them with a chemical spray. The demonstrators say that at least 8 people were sprayed, 5 of whom received hospital treatment. A group organizer says he was in the hospital for 10 hours. According to his medical evaluation, he experienced burns to both eyes, a dry cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, nausea, and vomiting.
Ever since Tiananmen Square, we've known that China will use techniques that are unacceptable. It doesn't surprise me that even in the United States, China would use that.
We believe that there is freedom of speech here in America. We don't always have to agree, but we need to be respectful to each other and to our different thoughts.
Obviously, that's really concerning if you're seeing
The security guard Wu was arrested by police shortly after the incident. The Los Angeles Police Department confirmed that a suspect was taken into custody for allegedly violating a state law provision governing the purchase, possession, or use of tear gas or any tear gas weapon.
My Venezuelan friends told me that when people fight for freedom back home, the government shoots them. That immediately made me think of China's June 4th. Our suffering hasn't ended. We hope that one day, like Venezuela, we can also bring an end to authoritarian rule. I urge the U.S. and the international community, just as you once helped the Venezuelan people push back against Maduro's regime, please also support the Chinese people.
Some of the protesters also say they plan on filing a civil suit against the security guard, demanding compensation. Jason Blair, NTD News.
Coming up, from interactive toys to wearable tech, companies are unveiling new products on day 2 of the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Christina reports from the show floor. And in the NFL, the league announced their highest full-season TV ratings in more than 3 decades. Dave Martin joins us to explain why.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure. Some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not
Welcome
sure
back. I'm Tiffany Meyer. It's day 2 of one of the largest tech shows in the world. The Consumer Electronics Show is underway in Las Vegas, where companies are unveiling
options. It's a slideshow or a single image. You can add your own. There's no video or stuff like that. Super advanced stuff, but that's
CES in Las Vegas, where companies are showcasing how technology is changing everyday products.
or a single image. You can add your own. You get no video or stuff like that. So that's where switch later in line. You got your access. In terms of appearance, there's also only appear in selected elements. You can look at highlights. Obviously, you get your usual. It's not overbearing. You don't have that mode which auto switches on the fly. You've got your accent color support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not overbearing. You don't have that.
It can even change colors and make sounds based on the object that you're making. It even fits into any Lego set. The company says they want to bring completely new dimensions to Lego play, allowing kids to use their imagination.
If they already have Lego bricks and they have something built, if they have an audio built themselves, they can bring it into the creations that they already have, and interactive minifits, of course, and so they can bring it all into their world.
RoKid, a China-based company, is here showcasing smart glasses that provide helpful tools like navigation and on-screen information about the things that you're looking at.
Real-time translation, it supports over 89 different languages in real-time translation.
Rokid also offers a version of their smart glasses that uses audio to assist people with vision impairments.
Like vision is important, right? But for people, they have vision impairment. They don't need saying, they really need the audio. So this one is quite useful for them.
San Francisco-based Subtle Computing showcased its smart earbuds designed to pick up even a whisper in noisy environments. The earbuds use built-in microphones and on-device software to focus on the wearer's voice, allowing for dictation, calls, and voice notes while filtering out background noise. CES continues until Friday with more product announcements expected. Reporting from the city of Las Vegas, Christina Corona, NTD News.
And now for your first news Dave Martin Day Play going on. We have college football news, but let's start with the NFL as the CCPD ratings are in, and the league enjoyed their highest viewership in one of 2 decades this past season. What could all of this mean?
There's probably multiple factors at play. I mean, for one thing, this isn't a presidential election where pretty much all of the ratings really take a bit of a dive. Of course, it's only 1 out of every 4 years. But this year's average TV rating for the NFL, 18.7 million viewers. That's compared to last year when they had 17.5 million, so about a 10% increase from last year. But this can also be attributed to, a change in how Nielsen's viewership is actually counted. Previously, they only measured the top 44 media markets, which accounts for about 2/3 of the country. They now have ways to account for more viewers, so that's certainly got to be a big part of it. Now, if you remember back to Thanksgiving Day, we saw record TV ratings for the Chiefs versus Cowboys. That was that late afternoon game. Now, both teams are very popular, but of course, neither team was actually in the playoffs, and of course, neither team actually made the playoffs. So maybe this record isn't a total surprise. But Tiff, I mean, I didn't really enjoy watching this season very much. I mean, both the Jets and the Chiefs didn't make the playoffs. I mean, the Jets, that's an every year thing. But the Chiefs, I mean, they've won 3 of the last 6 Super Bowls here. So, we saw their demise this year. So maybe people tune in to see that. I don't know. Some people are kind of sick, unfortunately, that would actually want to watch the Chiefs downfall.
And here we are back
I
on
think
the desktop
you
with
not
a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be going here. Some of which I'll return to later.
Well, the fall of this
the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA
Holmes has been posted. Looks like he's going to come back stronger than ever.
But that was a pretty tough loss, and who knows, maybe Kelsey would be there.
The best
I mean, it was a very sad story. It's too bad that people
We'll bring a tissue box for you next time. Shifting gears to college football, though, Miami coach Mario Cristobal, whose team plays tomorrow night, didn't dismiss the idea that some former players of his in the transfer portal could be contacted for insider information.
Yeah, he was pretty blunt. I mean, he said, this happens all the time, but he also said he recognizes, this is the system that they've created. The transfer portal opens up during the playoffs, and players get contacted, and players can anyway get contacted for inside information on their own team. It's probably not the only problem here. Now, we saw last year Penn State's backup quarterback entered the transfer portal while his team was in the playoffs. I mean, if he waits till the season ends, the transfer portal, quarterback carousel can stop spinning by that time, and no teams are interested. Now, meanwhile, you're usually off the team as soon as you enter the transfer portal. I mean, it's not do research on interviews on what you're going to play for next, all at the same time. Now, fortunately for Miami, tomorrow night in the playoffs at Ole Miss, so many issues going on right now with Lane Kiffin taking his with him to LSU and them hoping to get them back and help them coach in the game. It's a lot going on there right now. So I doubt they even have time to do that right now, Tip. Though if they did, it is legal. Right now, it's kind of the wild, wild west. There's not too many rules governing all the time.
All right, well, on the same topic, Oregon coach Dan Lanning previously has stated that the season should should end by January 1st every year. Is that something that's feasible?
Yeah, I think it's feasible. I think it's very reasonable too. As soon as the playoffs end, you can just have the transfer portal open, which would eliminate a number of these issues we were just talking about. And Lanning said it right when he said that every playoff game should be played every single weekend until the season ends. Right now, there's like a 10-day delay between each round, including between the regular season and when the playoffs actually start. Meanwhile, every other level of football, high school, every other level of football, the pros, they don't drag out their postseason like college football does. They play every single weekend. But this level of college football, that's the FBS, they really had their postseason messed up by the bowl games many years ago. There was a long delay to play them. First of all, their season would end in November, and then they would play those bowl games beginning on January 1st. And it really wasn't a playoff, though. The winners did not move on to play each other. So they created the BCS, and they created that 14 playoff. Now we're up to the 12-team playoffs. They still want to do those games on New Year's Eve, which was always when most bowl games were. Just means creates major timeline problems. I would fix this if I was the president of NCAA.
All right, well, Davis Thomas, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's all for today's news. For round-the-clock coverage, visit us at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Tiffany Meyer.
Which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So let's click on download, and if we go down this page we find there are loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access
location was 10-20.
We are coming on the air tonight with tensions in Minneapolis. Look at this between protesters and police today. You're about to see it here. After an ICE agent shot and killed a woman there, you see those demonstrations. There it is. The FBI now taking over the investigation. State officials saying they've been cut out. And from the White House, a defiant vice president issuing his assessments already as new in just the last couple of minutes. We are learning more about the officer at the center of this ICE-involved shooting. We're live in Minneapolis and Washington with more on the questions over all of it. Then the fight over skyrocketing healthcare premiums back front and center at the Capitol, just down the street from where I'm sitting. More in a minute on whether millions of Americans may be getting a break from more expensive insurance anytime soon. But first, we start with the update we're about to get any minute from NASA on that startling breaking news, the potential for an unprecedented move by the agency, with one of the astronauts at the space station having a serious medical issue. Hey, I'm Hallie, and that is where we'll begin tonight. More of those other major headlines in just a minute, but any minute here, we expect an update from NASA about the possibility they're about to do something they have never done before. End a mission early because an astronaut is having some kind of medical issue at the space station. You understand it's pretty serious. In just a minute, we're going to take you live to the room.
You know, all the top president, she might just be hiding
from
somewhere.
NASA's top doctor as well. You can see some images here. I want to bring in our Tom Cell, who's tracking all of this minute by minute for us.
You can never do it.
Tensions high in Minneapolis. Between protesters and
photos. We don't have GMP, GNU Emission Regulation Program. It used to be included. Apparently, user feedback said people didn't want that pre-installed. You know, do it yourself if you want it. On the internet, you go to the Google, we've got the Firefox web browser, we've got Weave and connections from desktops. We've got Office, which includes LibreOffice, you probably guessed that.
From where I'm sitting. More in a minute on whether millions of Americans may be getting more expensive insurance anytime soon. But first, we start with the update we're about to get any minute from NASA on that startling breaking news, the potential for an unprecedented move by the agency, with one of the Americans at the space station having a serious medical issue. And that is where we'll begin tonight with those other major headlines in just a minute. But any minute here, we expect an update from NASA about the possibility they're about to do something they have never done before. End a mission early. An American astronaut is having some kind of medical issue at the space station. We understand it's pretty serious. In just a minute, we're going to take you live to the room where we expect to hear from the head of the agency and from NASA's top doctor as well. You can see some of the images here. I want to bring in our Tom Costello, who is tracking all of this minute by minute for us. This is unusual, Tom.
is unusual. Listen, in NASA's entire history, they've certainly dealt with medical issues in space, but this has risen to the level that clearly they feel like they need to get this American astronaut back down on the ground. What does that mean? You can imagine, we're told it's not an emergency like a cardiac emergency, but it is something that they need to deal with very quickly. That's very important because of privacy rules, NASA will not identify which astronaut it is or that they are medical concerns. But the members of Crew 4, remind you, the commander is Zena Cardin, the American, and Michael Fink is the pilot. Now, he's also the commander of the space station. And then you have that Japanese astronaut and the Russian astronaut. Hang on that photo for a moment. I want to tell you what happened yesterday. That Japanese astronaut got on the comms, the frequency, allowing him to communicate from the space station down to Earth. And he, first of all, asked for a camera. Can somebody turn on the camera in one of their modules so they can communicate with the ground? And then he said, we need a flight surgeon. Can you get me a flight surgeon, please? That was the first tip-off that they had an issue. NASA canceled a spacewalk that was scheduled today. They did that yesterday. And then they, at about midnight, NASA said, something is brewing here. We may need to bring the crew home early. This crew launched back in August. They were supposed to stay on station until February, so a 6-month mission. And now we think that they could get back to home a lot sooner than that. That creates a domino impact at NASA because now NASA's priority is to get those people back home, and then they need to put new astronauts back on the station because there aren't enough astronauts up there then. And what does that mean then for the Artemis mission, the moon mission? That was supposed to go in early February, and now that could be also sliding.
In the next couple of minutes, as soon as that NASA press conference begins, by the way, we're going to bring it to you live. We're going to pull it up here. We expect to hear from the NASA administrator, from NASA's top doctor as well. And presumably, Tom, we may get an answer. Will they bring them home early? Will they not? What is this medical issue, which right now is pretty mysterious?
I got to tell you, the guidance we are getting is that they are reluctant to, in fact, describe what the medical issue is.
Privacy reasons.
Privacy issues. Yeah. And even if the astronaut were to say, I'm okay with releasing that, the trouble is that would set a precedent. So the next astronaut down the road, they are very powerful and influential at NASA. They are skeptical right now about releasing this kind of private information, but I think we can read into this. If you are going to go to this kind of trouble, and understandably so,
He's very vocal that he disagrees with the fact he wants lower rates. Today's Senator Brown says not so fast, but House President next year, President Trump is interviewing candidates to replace him this week. We'll very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division.
At the time, I didn't know. We're waiting for that news conference, just so folks know. It sounds as though it is at least a couple of minutes delayed. We've got our team in the control room watching all of that. The second that begins, we're going to bring that to you. Tom will be back with us as well. But while we're waiting, we got to get you to our other major headline of the day, to Minneapolis now, where the sun is beginning to set. Officials now bracing for another night of demonstrations after an ICE agent shot and killed a woman there. And just in the last couple of minutes, we've got developing news here on NBC News. We're learning more about the officer involved in the shooting, the one who fired the gun, and a prior incident that he was involved in. You may remember during our rolling coverage yesterday, we told you about how this officer was involved in a previous incident in June, dragged by a vehicle. You are now seeing some of that video here. This was captured on a Ring camera obtained by CBS. The vehicle there, this is the one that we've spotted. You can't tell, but on the other side of it, it's pulling the officer down the street. You can see the other officers behind it there. We went to the hospital, that officer afterwards. There's been protests ever since her death over the course of the last 24 hours in Minneapolis, and you're seeing here some of the clashes today between law enforcement and those demonstrators. The FBI is now taking over the investigation into her death. They're cutting out, apparently, Minnesota investigators. That is the word from Homeland Security and from Minnesota state officials who say they're not happy about it. Watch.
It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Christi Nome, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate.
The protests spreading across the country, even to New York City. You're seeing that on the other side of your screen here, as there has become a narrative that is somewhat political.
Copy, call Lincoln Law 0284.
Coverage tonight. Monica Alba live at the White House. We've got Stephen Romo live in Minneapolis. But Julia Ainsley, I'm going to ask to start with you because you have breaking news in just the last couple of seconds. Some new reporting now about this officer.
Yeah, and Hallie, I have to tell you, we don't take this lightly. I'm going to tell you the name of the officer involved in the shooting. Now, of course, there are protests happening across Minneapolis. The reason we are able to identify the officer is because DHS, on the record, pointed us to the court filings charging the man involved in that June incident. And when you look at the court filing, his name is there. We are also not the first outlet to report this name, but the man's name is Jonathan Ross, and he was taken to the hospital in that June incident for 33 stitches, as you mentioned. He was also at the scene yesterday in Minneapolis, and he is the one who fired the shots. We understand he's now taking time with his family. He did go to the hospital yesterday for treatment, but as you can see after the video, he's walking around. He seems okay. He was released shortly after the video. DHS has not said officially if he's on leave, as this would typically happen after a fatal shooting incident and use of lethal force, but that he is taking time with his family. So that is the name. That is the person involved here. We understand he has been with the agency for a long time. He's not a new hire, as the agency obviously has done a lot of the surge recently to bring on new hires who have had less training than some of the others. This isn't the case here, and obviously was involved in this previous incident. So
location 10-20.
We're able to identify some very clear dots that we can connect from all of the information that DHS has given us. And we'll report more as we learn more about this individual.
Julia Ainsley, thank you very much. I want to check with my controller because we started the show with that developing news on the NASA news conference, which I believe has begun. I'm going to ask our team if we can get over to that, if we know that we have that live shot here. And I'm being told that we do, and here it is. Let's listen in for just a moment. We'll get back to Minneapolis in a second.
Up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. Our crews are extensively trained, as the administrator mentioned, to manage unexpected medical situations and other off-nominal events, including onboard training, which we conduct regularly for these situations. Yesterday was a textbook example of that training in action. Once the situation on the station stabilized, careful deliberations led us to the decision to return Crew 11, as the administrator mentioned, while ensuring minimal operational impact to ongoing work aboard ISS.
There's various things that can be done.
Operating ISS is a complicated task and has been for the past 25 years with crews on board. The safe operation of the station and protection of the crew and the steward of station operations is a hallmark of flight operations and what we are reminded of every day of the unforgiving nature of human space flight. With that, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Pope.
AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed.
First, it probably goes without saying, but I'll still reiterate as a physician that I'm not going to speak about any particular astronaut or any particular specific diagnosis. I'd ask that we still respect the privacy of the astronaut. As administrator mentioned earlier, the astronaut is absolutely stable. So I have to reiterate that. But anytime we have a medical incident, we embark on looking at diagnoses and what we would call a workup, or get a differential diagnosis on what's happening with that patient or astronaut on board. And as many of you know, we have a very robust suite of medical hardware on board the International Space Station, but we don't have the complete amount of hardware that I would have in the emergency department, for example, to complete a workup of a patient. And in this particular incident, that the medical incident was sufficient enough that we were concerned about the astronaut, that we would like to complete that workup. And the best way to complete that workup is on the ground where we have a full suite of medical testing hardware. Now again, because the astronaut is absolutely stable, this is not an emergent evacuation. We're not immediately disembarking and getting the astronaut down. But it leaves that lingering risk and lingering question as to what that diagnosis is, and that means there's some lingering risk for that astronaut on board. And so always we err on the side of the astronaut's health and welfare, and in this particular case we are doing the same. And I should reiterate, in our 25-year history of the International Space Station, we've had many models and Monte Carlo analysis models that have said we should have had a medical evacuation approximately every 3 years in that 25-year history, and we've not had one to date. Even in this case, we're erring on the side of
Obviously, Tom, serious. They want to do, you heard the doctor talking about, they want to do the assessment on the ground. They feel like that's where the best result.
Listen, that's the chief medical officer, and you heard also the fact that they do have significant medical supplies and scanning capabilities up on the station. That includes, for example, an ultrasound. They can do IVs, they have medications, they have defibrillators, they can do much of what is in an ER, but not everything in an ER. And what the doctor said there was clearly very important. There is a lingering risk to the astronaut keeping him or her on board, and so they feel like they need to continue the work, and they need to do it on the ground. Enough of a concern, he said, to bring him or her home. And that's what's critical here. That he said we need a differential diagnosis to complete the workup here. But the situation here, it might appear, came on rather quickly. The reason I say that is it was just yesterday they asked for a medical consult, asked for a video conference, and then within 24 hours, this astronaut's coming home.
That's right.
Something's going on that they feel like clearly this cannot wait. He said within the next few days. And then we'll see, once they get on the ground, splashed out potentially in the Gulf of Mexico. I think, can I make this point? Imagine if you're that astronaut. I have no idea what the medical is. I'm serious enough they will bring you home. And then you've got to climb in that spaceship. You've got to go into re-entry, fiery re-entry. And then you've got to parachute that's going to pull you up, and then you get a splash down in the Gulf, pulling an ice smooth landing, and then they got to pull you out, they got to helicopter you up to the shore. I mean, I'm not sure, again, we don't know what the medical issue is here, but anybody experiencing a medical issue has got to go through that. You can understand that might be concerning.
Tom Costello, we're going to let you listen into the rest of that. Thank you for being with us. I want to bring in former astronaut Jose Hernandez. Jose, we're glad to have you with us. And obviously, this is a big step for NASA, and you heard the chief medical officer there allude to it. They haven't had to do this before.
That's correct. But the important thing to note is that statistically speaking, we should have had a medical evacuation once every 3 years for the past 5 years. We haven't had one, so that's amazing in itself, and that has to do a lot with the training of the astronauts. They train in medical facilities. They're not trained to be doctors, but if we don't have a doctor as a crew member, we're trained enough that we can do most small ailments, including IVs, blood draws, whatever needs to be done, because we spend a couple of weeks at a hospital shadowing doctors.
Jose, that is super important context and information. Thank you very much for being with us as we've been tracking all of that. I appreciate that. And obviously keep you posted on what else we hear from that news conference. But we got to take you now back to, and again, we're juggling developing news on a lot of fronts here. Back to Minneapolis now. You know we've been covering this for the better part of 24 hours plus now. I want to bring back in Monica Alba, Stephen Romo, who is live for us in Minneapolis, with Julia Ainsley just moments ago reporting more information about that ICE officer involved in the deadly shooting of 37-year-old Renee Good. We've heard the Trump administration, we've heard top officials categorize this as self-defense. You heard the Vice President today say definitively that this was attempting to ram the ICE officer. You have protesters on the ground because that is not the case, and you have Minnesota officials also calling into question the way that the Trump administration is talking about this.
Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff.
And how you can understand how that can cause so much tension here. We've heard protesters and just Minnesotans talking about some of the same things that Governor Walz said in his remarks earlier today. Minnesota has effectively been shut out of this investigation process, now being led by the FBI. Just talking earlier today before these comments. I heard a couple saying that they just don't trust the Trump administration to investigate Homeland Security. They don't think that that's a fair investigation. So they were actually looking forward here. Have to say,
but
that, at least at this point, does not seem like it's something that's going to happen. And you can imagine the frustration of people who really would like to get to the bottom of what happened. Some of them I talked to had actually gone through the video frame by frame trying to figure it out for themselves, but they heard yesterday and then again today from Secretary Noem that calling this domestic terrorism, and then hearing from the Vice President as well saying that this was a justified shooting, and that Renee Good, who was driving that car, they said that she did that intentionally. It is surprising for people that they already come to a conclusion on that when they think that there should be more investigating done before it can just be decided the day that it happened. We're now, as you mentioned, just a little more than 24 hours out from it with a decision, it sounds like, on what happened hours ago.
Graphics card.
And Stephen, can you give us a sense? You know, we've been talking about the feeling of pride there in Minneapolis, the frustration from demonstrators. You're there, you're not far from the scene of the shooting here, and that memorial has been growing. And we heard from Governor Walz today, again, praising Minnesotans, he says, for meeting the moment. He'd been calling for calm, and he's continuing to do that as we enter night number 2.
Round and round and not able to.
It certainly is. We are in a neighborhood where that shooting happened yesterday. There have been demonstrators here all day. The numbers have waxed and waned, but it's been a couple hundred people the entire time, and they seem to be heeding what Governor Walz calm. He, in his comments earlier today, said that there was an excuse for more federal agents to enter the city of Minneapolis, and so far things are calm. I haven't covered stuff like this before. At nightfall, that's when things could change. And of course, we'll be watching to see what exactly happens. Earlier today, outside the federal building, which has become sort of a makeshift ICE headquarters here in Minneapolis, there were clashes that we saw with federal agents. That has not happened in this location, but days are early. We'll see what happens next, Hallie.
Stephen Romo, live for us in Minneapolis on the ground there. Stephen, thank you for standing by for us on that. Let me get to Monica Alba, who is posted up at the White House for us.
What do you mean by
and we saw something we don't often see, Monica, the Vice President walking out into the White House briefing room solo to take questions from reporters, specifically about what has happened in Minnesota. And there was clearly a partisan overtone to what the Vice President, what the White House press secretary was talking about here. On the one hand, the Vice President making definitive statements about what he believes happened. On the other, this open investigation that the FBI
and in the middle are devices that blend the two.
Hallie, like at times the Vice President acknowledged that when he was pressed by our own colleague Kelly O'Donnell on how he was able to make some of these claims and come to some of these conclusions in these early days of the investigation. He said, look, the video, basically what you see is what you get, saying that it wasn't like he had some additional information from officials there in Minnesota or from other law enforcement entities that hadn't been shared with the public. He was citing what everybody really has watched so far and been able to analyze and really assert or assume for themselves what actually took place here. And the Vice President was very insistent, Hallie, that he had made, again, this assessment that he believes this woman who died was someone who was part of a vast conspiracy of professional agitators. He said that is what he believed. He believed that she was trying to run over the officer. Again, these were his words. And here's a little bit more of how he responded again on some of these claims for which he didn't necessarily provide evidence.
I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement of lunatic friends against law enforcement officers.
So, Hallie, the Vice President also made this announcement that there's going to be a new Assistant Attorney General who is going to be leading a new division within the Department of Justice, he says, to look at national fraud enforcement and to deal with that. He said that this new position essentially was created to deal with that larger issue that the White House, that the Trump administration has really been seizing on, has really been honing in on, specifically when it comes to Minnesota and some of these allegations of fraud. And again, we have the Vice President here sort of linking two different issues, linking that with the fact that we saw this shooting by an ICE officer there in Minneapolis yesterday, and sort of trying to connect these two really hot button issues, the immigration actions that are happening on the ground in the Twin Cities with this larger story about potential fraud there that the administration has really been wanting to draw attention to. And the Vice President also said that he believed this new person, this new division, was going to be looking at some of these domestic terrorism that he said, again, could have contributed to this without providing or explaining more information about why he is making this judgment.
Monica Alba live for us there at the White House today. Monica, thank you. We'll stay on top of any developments as they come up from Minneapolis and Minnesota. But for now, we've got to take you down to Latin America because right now, Venezuela appears to be releasing political prisoners. We don't know how many yet, but the White House is taking some credit for this, saying it's because President Trump is, in their words, using maximum leverage to do right by the American and Venezuelan people. This is as the president is also slamming a small group of Senate Republicans, so in his own party, who are pushing up forward on a plan that would require approval from Congress for any new military force against Venezuela. Left Congress, obviously the capital here on the right, you were seeing some of that strike from early Saturday. You see the president's post online saying that these Republican senators should never be elected to office again, with his vice president calling the War Powers Act both fake and unconstitutional.
If you have an NVIDIA graphics card,
it's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, how we approach things.
The president's threatening another wave of attacks in Venezuela and says the U.S. may run that country for years. Gabe Gutierrez is in Bogota, Colombia for us tonight.
Hallie, it has been a dramatic event for the past 20 years or so. Here in Colombia, the president here, Gustavo Petro, speaking with President Trump after escalating rhetoric earlier in the week on Sunday. President Trump at Air Force One had called Petro a quote, sick man and reiterated his drug trafficking allegations the Colombian government has repeatedly denied. Well, on Tuesday, President Petro called or said that President Trump had a quote, senile brain, and certainly these tensions have been ramping up since then. Yesterday, however, there was a phone call between the two. And I understand from a senior defense official that there was outreach on the part of the Colombian government to members of Congress to do this phone call together. And it happened that President Petro here in Colombia apparently softened his tone enough to the satisfaction of President Trump in his social media post saying that he appreciated the tone, that he was honored to speak with President Petro and even invited him to the White House in the near future to have a discussion. Now, I asked the defense minister here a short time ago, what changed? And he said that he believed that President Trump had been being fed misinformation potentially by some advisors, and that this phone call may have led to a flaw in relations. They're very hopeful for that relationship going forward. Now, this all comes, Hallie, as tensions had been ramping up in Venezuela as well. But today, we just heard from members of the Maduro regime that they have agreed to release political prisoners, a significant shift. And we're just hearing this afternoon that, according to the government of Spain, Venezuela has already released 5 Spanish nationals, including one with dual citizenship. That's something that people throughout this region are watching. Again, the government of Colombia very encouraged by this recent relationship, a thawing relationship that they, according to them, between President Petro and President Trump. Hallie?
A lot of moving pieces. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. More coming up in just a minute here on the show, including a brand new escalation tonight in Iran, with most of the country now in a total internet blackout after a ton of protests. We've got a new warning from President Trump and a live report from our Richard Engel. Plus, police looking for multiple suspects after a shooting outside a church in Utah. We're learning about a possible motive. Come back. New developments out of Iran tonight, where we're learning the country seems to be cracking down on basically all of the internet access there. This is a response to these protests we've been telling you about that have been going on for days. Look at this. Obviously, overnight there, they're big, right? I mean, this is a thing. The internet monitoring experts that our team is talking to say this new data shows that the country is like in online darkness.
At the time, I didn't know how much
it's not unprecedented. Remember, the Iranian regime did this during the war with Israel last year. We're learning President Trump is warning now that Iran will get hit very hard. A direct quote from a White House official: if the regime there
shoots, kills peaceful protesters. We are well now into the second week of unrest, with one human rights group saying it's aware of at least 45 deaths so far and at least 2,000 arrests. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, we are so lucky you have made your way here to Washington. I'm sure you're on a plane, somewhere very soon, Richard. But let's talk about this because, according to eyewitnesses talking with our team, they haven't seen something like this in literally over a decade. This is a big deal.
This is a very big deal because it's not just in Tehran, it's in multiple cities. I spoke to a prominent Iranian activist talking about hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. It's a serious challenge to the regime, and it's largely driven by economics. That's, people ask why now? Why are people out on the streets? Because they don't have any money. They're facing a huge currency crisis, inflation crisis, and when you can't feed yourselves and you can't get your salary, or the salary that you receive isn't worth anything, then you reach a breaking point. And what's different, because there have been economic crises in the past, is that the Iranian regime is incredibly weak at this point. There was the 12-day war this summer, which weakened Iran, and then there was also the loss of Iran's ally, Hezbollah, which was largely destroyed by Israel, and the fall of the Assad regime. So you have several different factors coming together. You have these big protests not backing down in multiple places. The economy is, I don't want to say in free fall, but it certainly seems that way and feels that way to people, and they're not as strong as they were because they lost their allies.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that these demonstrators, these protesters, sense an opportunity and working the regime essentially to go for
Location 13-20.
Out on the streets, in some cases they're directly confronting security forces, burning Iranian flags, confronting the very feared police and different regime forces. So this is an enormous challenge to the government, the Islamic Revolutionary Government that has been in place since 1979.
By the way, the possibility of a crackdown is very much on the table, even from a weakened regime, right?
Well, the crackdown is already underway. You mentioned that number.
Various things that
Even if 25, others say 20. It's very hard to know. It's an ongoing situation, but
cards still
I would say a relatively small number, but it's not hundreds of thousands of people are There's a movement and a violent repression campaign that doesn't seem to slow down. So that's the trend line is escalation
which brings it back here to Washington with some applications from the
Iranian
But you cry, well, what about Windows applications? What if you need to warn them something is only available for Windows? Zone OS is well equipped as any Linux distro to actually do this. Similar to Truition, let's first of all open up the file manager. Do like the file manager here, and I've got sitting in WinApps here,
and he's making the same kind of threats against Cuba. If you shoot the demonstrators, we're going to come down on the side of the demonstrators. But Iran is it's a much more complicated country than Venezuela. You're just going to see a couple of special forces landing there, taking the Ayatollah away, and everything will go smoothly. It's possible, I say can't, but Iran is much more complex. The neighborhood just is not its own way. It's a Shia regime. It's backed by Russia. It's backed by China, and it's done this before. It has experience fighting back demonstrators. There was a revolution in 09. There was another attempted revolution 2 years ago, but the circumstances were different. Because right now the regime is very weak because of what I was saying before. It lost its allies. It got hit in the summer war.
A key moment for you to be watching it, a key moment for us to be covering it. Thank you for being here. Glad to see you here.
I think it's something to watch.
For sure. Love having you on set. Thanks, Richard. Let's go over the 5 things our team tonight. Number 1, police are still looking for multiple people involved in last night's deadly shooting outside of a church in Salt Lake City. 2 men were killed, 6 others were hurt. Dozens of people had been at this funeral inside a meeting house of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints when this all happened. Police say the shots were fired between people or groups who knew each other. They do not think this was a conflict.
Menu here, menu. The first one you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure, there's lots of really good settings here. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zone Appearance tab. We bring that up. you'll see layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows Light. They've got here. They've also got Windows.
Let me show you something captured on camera in Nevada. You can see this guy. He's just stealing a bulldozer, then rolling right towards police officers who are responding, and hitting one of their cruisers. Officers started multiple shots. They hit him twice. Officials say he's not seriously hurt. He's now facing attempted murder charges. Number 4, a new petition on change.org is calling for Nicki Minaj to be deported. It's got like 55,000. Minaj has come under fire lately for her support of the Trump administration from critics of hers. We've reached out to Minaj's team for comment, nothing yet. Number 5, big moment for an endangered species. A mountain gorilla has given birth to twins in a national park in eastern Congo. You can see the mother of her babies here. Park officials say she gave birth where the last of these gorillas lived in Africa, so these newborns are under close watch right now. A huge deal when it comes to mountain gorillas. So there you go. When we come back,
Location also 10-20.
Why one person was forced to jump out of one of these self-driving cars in Phoenix. We've got that video. Plus, could millions of Americans pay more for health care finally see a little bit of relief from those pricey bills? We've got a reality check coming up.
Disk usage, just all of that stuff that they don't have.
Congress now one step closer to maybe giving some relief to the 22 million Americans who saw what they pay for health insurance spike at the start of the year. With the House now passing extension on those Affordable Care Act tax credits in just the last 15 minutes you're here. And if you're like, hey, that's great news, right? Maybe that's good if you are paying those higher premiums. There is a bit of a catch here. Kind of a big catch here because the Senate, you know how this works. They're also going to have to vote on this, and top leaders there say they're not going to bring this to the floor.
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police. Michigan investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior.
Okay, so that's the politics. What's the reality here? There's one estimate showing a family of 4 making about $45,000 a year will now see premiums go up from $0 to $1,600 a year. Families making more than that, $75,000 to $100,000 a year, could be double that. Bottom line, prices going up. Unclear what Congress is going to do about it, if anything. Julie Sirkin is watching all of it from Capitol Hill. So you have this vote. The House did it. Obviously, you see the skepticism from the Senate.
All very exciting.
As we lift ourselves out of the weeds.
Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. This will be. Let's take a look at what we have for the menu here. The menu windows. The first one is the figure. This will be electric tools for millions of people who use. Not only do we have the windows, then let's have the settings figure. There's a lot of really good settings about that. Not only do we have the one layout of the settings, but we have the first layout here is what they call Windows Like. It's what we've got here. The layout windows list, and the first layout is what they call Windows Like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows
There were a bunch of House members, a few senators involved in that, and we know that they're talking about a proposal that's slightly different. It's a 2-year extension of those subsidies. It has some reforms, which is what Republican leadership, at least in the Senate, said that they wanted. It includes income caps, monthly income caps, and a payment. You see it there on your screen of $5 of premium payment that can be paid in a lump sum of $60. So essentially, it has reforms to these subsidies. That's Republicans' sort of red line and biggest sticking point. And it does extend those subsidies, which Republicans and Democrats in that room say is urgent because we're already in January. So their constituents who are on the ACA are already seeing their premiums skyrocket. And in addition to that, I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Allie. I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham, who said that he met. Yeah. I just remembered that I talked to him earlier today. He met with the president yesterday. They talked about a whole host of issues. He told me that they spent 1 full hour talking about the Affordable Care Act, which is interesting and notable. Senator Graham said to me it doesn't interfere with what the president is doing on the international stage, essentially saying he can walk and chew gum at the same time, adding, if anything, it makes Trump stronger to tackle health care. I talked to him for an hour about it yesterday. Graham said he's looking for ideas from members and is engaging with us. This is a political issue issue for Republicans at the end of the day. The president knows that they need to get a fix on this coming into the midterms, but we don't know what the Senate's going to do, so that's really the next step here.
Julie Sirkin on the steps of the Capitol. You're out there. I know you're heading out for their weekend ahead. We're glad to have you there. Thank you. Healthcare is costing people. You know what else is a big cost for people? The rising cost of childcare. And today, some potential relief from parents. Look at this. Childcare costs have really skyrocketed over the past couple of years, right? They're up more than inflation, like 1.5 times. Only one state, New Mexico, right now offers universal child care, but now some New Yorkers could join them, with New York City rolling out free child care for 2-year-olds. Here's the city's new mayor rolling out the plan today.
For those who think that the promises of the campaign cannot survive once confronted with the realities of government, today is your answer.
This is bigger than a New York story, right? Potentially, when you look at the questions around childcare, what is the practical, like how does this feasibly work, and could it have a bigger impact, if it does work for other cities around the country?
Yeah, well, I'm sure a lot of cities are watching what's happening here in New York as almost a testing ground for how to expand childcare, because we know across the country, not just in New York City, the cost of childcare is such a burden on families. And in New York, it's almost akin to paying another month of rent every month just to have your child taken care of. What we're talking about here is an expansion of already existing pre-K options that are paid for by the government to even younger children. So what we're talking about here, again, New York City already, prior to Mamdani
Guaranteed delivery by Christmas.
As well
because
as
great gifts like these
that's kind of childcare for 3-year-olds already covered by the city. And now there is also this 2K program that they're unveiling here, where again they'll partner with New York, the state will partner with New York City to launch this program. It'll begin with only a focus on high-need areas, but they do plan on making this essentially universal by year 4. This would expand those childcare subsidies to tens of thousands of additional families, according to the state. But again, this will be a slow rollout. It's not going to be universal immediately, but this is a big concern for a lot of Americans.
You'll see the font has been substituted because it's already available. And similarly, this is the Dana, and this is a comic sans, and these aren't installed for the
substantial amount of
we can fix it. If you go to a now we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo
Super interesting. Brian, thank you very much. We know that childcare, of course, that big driver for cost.
And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, a statewide bill banning cell phones during school signed into law in New Jersey. Districts can set different schools for different grades, but can't get online, can't get onto social media. That's a no-go no matter what. That law is going to go into effect this upcoming school year. Out of our Southern Bureau, newly released body camera video shows former NFL star Antonio Brown in handcuffs. Listen.
I did nothing, brother. What do you think? There are some performance.
This video comes from that incident at a Miami boxing event in May. You can hear Brown repeatedly saying somebody punched him in the face, asking officers to check the cuts on his knees. He's accused of grabbing a security staffer's gun and shooting at somebody. He has pleaded not guilty to second-degree attempted murder and is trying to get the case dismissed. Out of our Western Bureau, take a look at this. A self-driving Waymo car on a light rail track in Phoenix and a train pretty close behind coming up. The passenger inside ends up jumping out. Out. The car keeps rolling along. Yeah, there it goes. Look, rolling along right there. Somebody nearby was like, "What is happening?" The company tells us it's working to improve safety as its cars encounter new experiences. Coming up here on the show, a new look at the new ballroom plans from the White House. What we're learning from a brand new revelation today from the architects behind it. That's coming up.
A recent colonel, recent drivers. Should be
So the White House today is public hearing on the ballroom, where the new building, controversial. They say it was not possible to save the East Wing because of structural problems with the building and mold contamination. Here's some video of this. The architect showed what's going to replace the current East Wing, this big new ballroom that President Trump is building. It's expected to cost around $400 million. We've been seeing the old East Wing getting demolished since October, and you know that that's been kind of controversial from the jump because of, history, right? Controversy that is still fresh today. Look at this. People protesting outside the building where this presentation was happening. Pretty small group of demonstrators there. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell, who's joining us. And what's interesting here is we've gotten our Peter Nicholas, our White House team has been really at the tip of the spear as it comes to reporting these new developments on the ballroom. But now we have, for the first time, this very public hearing. In public, the architects talking about it all.
After it was demolished, which was one of the questions that Bill Mendelson, who is an at-large member of City Council, asked, why didn't you come to us before you demolished it? So
location
I asked official, and visually, you could see it. The Washington Post had some pictures a couple of weeks ago which really illustrate this. They cut down the oak trees. These are historic oak trees on the South Lawn. Now, they needed to cut them down apparently for the project, but the point is that people in the National Park Service said, well, maybe we can move them elsewhere, but they were even wood chipper. So there was a lot of destruction. The bunker, remember those pictures of Condi Rice and Dick Cheney after 9/11, on 9/11, in the bunker? That bunker was under the East Wing. So right now there's no bunker. Eventually they put another bunker. But now what was really interesting today is they said for symmetry, since they're building an 89,000 square foot addition, which will be the same height as the White House, 10 feet, so that the White House from the north, from Pennsylvania Avenue side, will still be the most prominent. 10 feet is like more than a 90,000 square foot addition. So it's so big that now they're going to add a second floor, specifically, to the West Wing column
To balance it
out architecturally. The original architect designed when it got to be not 600, not 900, but 1,000 seated guests. I was in a dinner there were 600 people filled that a lot of people. It was so huge. And the whole point about a state dinner is it used to be 120 people in the state dining room. Then they started expanding it under Democrats as well as Republicans to have donors and put it in a tent in the back. But most of the really exclusive ones for years started going under Ronald Reagan to state dinners. 120 people, you feel really kind of special, like this is cool. It's not cool to go into a ballroom of 1,000 people. You could buy a ticket.
Mileage may vary, and it's certainly a staggering space. And the president has said he wants more room, and there should be more room for that kind of a thing. What's the timeline here? Because you've had this conflict between the National Trust for Historic Preservation wanted to press pause on this, and Judge said no. So,
the suit is still pending, but they didn't start the construction. Well, the fact is that they demolished before they asked for permission. They changed the Fine Arts Commission. That's now, it's being led by Bill Scharf, who's the secretary, the official White House
advisor to the president.
So, I actually studied architecture in university, so I know something about architecture, but this is not what architects would have designed as the perfect structure, because it does overwhelm the White House. The timeline is to get it done before the president leaves. They're talking about 18 months, which is extremely rapid.
18 months, okay, so
and just very quickly, on Friday, he went to choose the marble himself in Florida. That was the day of the big Venezuela incursion. That morning, before golf, he went to personally select
He's clearly very invested in this. He's chosen, he's got the architects that he has designing all of this too moving forward. So certainly a huge project to watch, and that public hearing a significant step on that today. Andrew Mitchell, thank you very much. Still to come, some new money rules are totally changing college football. It's fascinating. And tonight's playoffs, are you going to be watching? We'll tell you what, for some athletes rather, it may pay to stay. That's coming up next.
And I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to Watch Reports.
So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it is football, it is college football, it is the college football Final Four kicking off tonight. Miami versus Mississippi, then tomorrow Indiana and Oregon. Schools that, like a couple of years ago, you'd be like, wait a second, what? These are our national championship contenders? However, you know these new rules around paying players, they're a big deal. They've really upended the dynamic on these college campuses. It's costing millions, and even some students now have to pitch in. Sam Brock explains the changing landscape ahead of the playoffs now.
4 fresh faces stand on the cusp of college athletics immortality, knocking out familiar foes for a chance at college football's ultimate crown. One once considered the biggest loser in the history of the sport, now a national powerhouse. Another left at the altar by its coach just days before the playoffs. Driving much of the change, big bucks, prompting players from Indiana's Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza to Ole Miss's Trinidad Chambliss to switch schools in recent years.
How has NIL changed college sports and the competitive landscape as we know it?
NIL has actually, interestingly, added competitive balance. We're seeing pretty much every school, at least in the power conferences, having a real shot of winning a title.
It's also fostering a growing chance of athletes fighting to stay in school. Chambliss makes it the 6th year of eligibility, and some athletes think he should see his name called in the NFL draft. His lawyer reportedly sending multiple letters to the NCAA to ask for another year of eligibility, arguing Chambliss lost a season due to health issues. Juries decide death penalty cases in less time. You're going to open yourself up to legal counsel for hundreds of college athletes.
It makes sense to conduct that due diligence and make a determination as to whether they want to take the risk and jump to the next level, or probably take a more conservative approach and stay in school where you can still make an exceptional amount of money.
Players can earn millions from name, image, and likeness, or NIL deals, which started a few years ago. But now colleges can also use a portion of athletic revenue to pay players directly after a settlement this summer. That money, though, is capped. And Heidner says it isn't enough alone to draw top athletes.
Every years, to compete in this ecosystem, you can't be operating at the $100 million.
Coinciding with the newfound revenues is a transfer portal system.
I didn't know how much it sucked. The free market system every year for every player.
And effectively, free agency that has caused a seismic shift in college sports.
The fact that guys can transfer multiple times and not sit for a year means that you're not going to wait. You're going to be very impatient.
Schools are also now boosted by wealthy alums, like billionaire Mark Cuban, who went to Indiana, bankrolling its efforts to convince top athletes to transfer. Cuban wouldn't say how much he recently contributed, but told one outlet, let's just say they're happier this year than last year. As the multi-million-dollar deals pile up, so too does the controversy. Like in Washington, where several outlets report that quarterback Damon Williams recently signed a multi-million-dollar contract to return. Days later, he announced that he's entering the transfer portal because he has to, quote, do what is best for me and my future. The university refusing to let him go, and reportedly threatening to pursue legal action. We're out to Washington for comments, but have not yet heard back. Heidner, who is now representing Williams legally, declined to comment on his case, but says the confusing new web of contracts with players who are not considered employees is uncharted territory.
Nobody yet really knows the enforceability of these contracts because they haven't really been tested.
Meantime, the cost of college has skyrocketed in the last 30 years, and now even the students at some schools are being asked to chip in with additional fees going to athletic departments.
I think that's a really tough pill to swallow when you see like so much money that gets thrown around. Like, why should it be on the students who are enrolled in this college to have to pay for that?
As college sports start to look a whole lot more like the pros.
Sam is joining us now. Okay, it's you know I'm a pro football girly. However, fascinated by this whole dynamic of college football. Did you know I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan? I just wanted to just separately side note. What's also fascinating here, when you look at these, when you look at who's footing the bill, in some instances it's right? It's not just
so you do have boosters, Hallie. You have billionaire donors like Mark Cuban. That is not enough.
Although they have some around it in their document. It is still a GNOME app. It is going to follow GNOME's interface convention, but it works and it is themed. Now if you do change the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically. You're going to have to close the app and reopen it for that to work, which can be annoying, but who changes their theme all the time? I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Now this one is GNOME Calendar from the repo, so it is not a flat pack, it is an older version of GNOME Calendar, and as you
they can all play in a particular position at a high level. They can go to other schools where they can get paid and play immediately. The competition now is being spread.
And you can clearly see that
will you be watching tonight?
animated as it should be.
Oh, you know I'll be
Some
watching.
stuff isn't
Both
as
games,
smooth.
national championship next week.
There are some
We'll be testing you on later.
when opening
All
and
right, friend,
closing
come back.
apps.
Consider
Not
yourself
sure if
booked and
it's-
busy. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That does it for this hour. Thank you for watching as always. I will see you Sunday on Nightly News and right back here Monday on NBC News Now. More coverage picks up right now. We are coming on the air tonight with tensions high in Minneapolis between protesters and police. We'll show you some of the images from today, some of these interactions, these clashes.
In terms of
after an
other
ICE
apps,
agent
you have a
shot and
basic
killed a
media
woman there
player
earlier
which
this
does
week. The
what you
FBI
expect.
taking
As
over
of
the
options, it's a slideshow or a single image.
investigation.
You can add your own text, video, or stuff like that, super G stuff, but that's for later if they ever add that. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you get your usual dark mode and light mode, which auto switches the fly. You've got your accent color support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not overbearing, you don't have that.
News conference that wrapped a couple of minutes ago. And the political prisoners getting released in Venezuela. Details into us on who they are with the region on edge. Then the fight over skyrocketing healthcare premiums back front and center in Congress. More in a minute on whether millions of Americans may be getting a break from more expensive insurance premiums. And possibly some relief for parents having a tough time paying for child care. We're going to break down one city's new plan on this and whether it could lead to similar moves around the country. That's coming up a little later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we begin tonight in Minneapolis. The sun now setting, officials now bracing for another night potentially of demonstrations. As we're now learning more about the ICE officer involved in the shooting and killing of a woman there, the person who fired a gun. We now know that this officer was dragged by a vehicle, by a car, you're seeing it here, during a previous immigration arrest in June. We had known that. We're now getting the video of this obtained by CBS. It was captured on a Ring camera. So we had heard about this dragging incident. It's tough to see. I mean, we've spotlit the car. The officer apparently was on the driver's side, sort of hanging off the driver's side rear window. So the window just behind where the driver sits. You see the officer is running down the street behind the car there. The officer went to the hospital after, where he got more than 30 stitches. These are some of the images of the aftermath here, filed as part of a legal complaint. Now, the driver in the car,
So
the one doing the dragging, was charged with assault of a federal officer. So that's the backdrop, and this is the individual again involved in the ICE-involved shooting here, shooting and killing Renee Good, the 37-year-old who was in the driver's seat of a car in Minneapolis with clashes between protesters and law enforcement. I want to show you some of the video here. You see it here. These are the demonstrations in Minneapolis. The FBI is now taking over the investigation. Minnesota investigators say they've been cut out, and the state's not happy about it.
It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Christi have stood and told you things that are verifiably false. Verifiably inaccurate.
We're going to get to more what the governor had to say and the response from the White House in a minute. But look at these protests now, some spreading across the country. This is New York, as we're seeing all of this play out. We've got team coverage tonight. Monica Alba is covering the politics from the White House. Julie Ainsley is standing by for more on her report. But I want to start with Stephen Romo, who's live on the ground in Minneapolis, where we are again, Stephen, tonight, seeing demonstrations. The governor has continued to call for calm and has praised Minnesotans for meeting the moment over the course of the last 24
hours when it comes to these demonstrations.
Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be.
Yeah, that's right, Holly. We're in the neighborhood where this shooting happened yesterday, and they seem to be heeding Governor Walz's request, and things have been calm here. There have been a few hundred people here throughout the day. The crowd has waxed and waned a bit. It's actually raining very lightly, just sprinkling here right now, and the crowd, they're putting up a tent. It doesn't seem like they're ready to go anywhere just yet. But the outrage is very real, even though they are chanting only occasionally. They're here to send a message. I spoke to a woman who was bringing her teenage son here, saying that she just thought it was important for herself to see and for her son to see what was going on here. The people I talked to saying that they are upset that it seems like the Trump administration has already come to a conclusion about this investigation. We heard Christi even yesterday, just hours after this happened, calling it an act of domestic terrorism before an investigation was complete, and that not sitting well with some of the people here in Minneapolis who I've talked to about this, and they say they're going to demonstrate and follow their constitutional rights to get some justice. Things that can be done here, what this country is all about.
I want to show you the video. We've been seeing it and showing it as you've been talking here. And again, there are multiple angles to this, and people are fairly familiar with it, but just to look at it again, here obviously Renee Goodman, maroon SUV, she's sort of waving, it looks like, for people to go by, and then you see these ICE officers, these federal officers get out of the car, and that's when all this unfolds. They approach the vehicle. You've seen this. We talked about this kind of frame by frame. Another officer comes around as the car, the wheels turn, car accelerates, officer fires 3 shots there. All of it, obviously, as a community, a state, a country is now watching this. Minneapolis, again, becoming a national political flashpoint. And we're learning more, too, about Renee Good herself.
Yeah, we certainly are, Hallie, and showing that video, and as you mentioned, going through frame by frame. I talked to a woman earlier who went frame by frame through that video. She showed it to me, going frame by frame, narrating what she thought was happening there, and had very strong feelings about it. And it is such an odd place to be, where we can all be seeing one video, but so many people taking different conclusions away from what they see happening here. And that is why people have reiterated the need for outside investigators to come in, something that Minnesota said that they've been shut out of this investigation process. But we have learned more about Ms. Good herself. Her mother, Donna, actually spoke with the Minnesota Star Tribune, saying that she's one of the kindest people she has ever known. We know the Minneapolis City Council saying that she died while out caring for her neighbors at the time when she was there. Just not matching the terminology used by Secretary Christi calling this an act of domestic terrorism. Just a different picture from both of these sides, and that tension is being felt out here right now, leading to a situation like a tenderbox. Just to be honest, there's Governor Walz saying that the National Guard on standby now in case things get something that certain people hope doesn't happen. But things are very tense here.
Stephen Romo, you're on the ground for us, and I know you'll be here all night long as we've been seeing some of those live images coming into us from Minneapolis. Stephen, thank you. As we keep an eye on that, I want to bring in Julia Ainsley, of course, our senior Homeland Security correspondent, who is joining us here on set. And I know that in the course of the last couple of hours, we've got more information about this ICE officer involved in a previous incident that you heard referenced by the Vice President as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we are saying the name of the officer. His name is Jonathan Ross. And I'll tell you why we're saying the name. When we cover local law enforcement, shooting by police in cities that we cover, the officer's name is very important. Now, the Star Tribune was the first to name this officer. And it's Prestige has identified this previous incident about Raymond that we showed. There was a lawsuit behind that. That man was charged with assault of a federal officer, and as a result, we can look up those court cases. Any journalist can see the name right there. It leaves out the public that from it. Exactly. So that attaches the name.
Location was 10-20.
With that, we went to ICE, of course, for comment and to allow him to comment as well. Now, he's not commenting at this point. We understand he's spending time with his family, not on the job. But they did give us more information about him, which I think is illuminating, that he has more than 10 years of experience as an ICE officer, and that he is part of the special response team. So a lot of times those are the people called in like a SWAT team for ICE. They get a lot of experience in how to breach a target, how to go into a house, how to do hostage rescues.
I want to pause for a second because we're showing this video. Our team is playing that out of the control room. This is, again, obtained by CBS News Minnesota, CCPD. And it explains what he's saying here, because this is not from today. This is not recent. This is from over the summer.
This is June. He's in Bloomington, Minnesota, which also leads us to believe that he is local to this area. The 2,000 that were brought in. And they went to arrest the suspect, and the suspect drove away.
Yet Republicans, President Trump, understand how difficult this investigation is. They know what it's called. It's easy. My understanding is the White House wants to clean the deal. I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're quietly rooting for these members in the House to take advantage of discharge conditions to hope that this issue gets addressed some kind of meaningful way so that it does not continue being a major target.
But also to bring up that he did have this prior experience, and it's something that Christi pointed to, probably to give everyone a little bit of a sympathetic bone toward him, thinking that he was obviously scarred by this experience and would be afraid if a car started to come near him. But when I talk to people in DHS, they say a lot of people have been in tough situations, and they're trained that they need to approach every situation differently.
Well, the Secretary also referenced the vehicle ramming. Secretary Christi, who spoke again today, she said there's been an increase in the number of incidents involving vehicles and demonstrators at these ICE operations.
Yeah, and what she's saying is that there are an increase in
brainwashed radicals, non-minors, who are trying to block ICE from doing their operations in vehicle ramming. What we have seen is an increase in incidents involving ICE as well as Border Patrol, people in their cars. There was a man shot in his vehicle in Chicago over the summer. This is also because we are seeing ICE and Border Patrol arrest more people in their vehicles. So both things are converging at the same time. So it would make sense there are more altercations like this. I will say from our own Gabe Gutierrez, who did a ride-along with ICE in Minneapolis in December, he said he did see a lot of protesters, that their way of protesting was to block ICE from coming down road. So this is not unusual. I'm sure these officers get frustrated when they feel like they're in their way. The
FBI investigation obviously is going to go through a number of questions. Julia Ainsley, thank you. Let me go to Monica Alvin now, who's at the White House, and this teased this conversation up, Monica, because you saw something kind of unusual, which was Vice President J.D. Vance coming out to the White House for a solo news conference in the White House briefing room, which he doesn't always do, to take questions from reporters on this, and that lasted over the course of many minutes here. And on the one hand, the Vice President talked about how he and the President want to bring down the temperature. On the other hand, the language he used was partisan in many ways at various points.
Yeah, and he really has been kind of out front on this, Hallie. It seems to be that the administration is putting the vice president out to continue to amplify their position here, which is to defend this ICE officer, to stand with him, to continue to assert that he acted in self-defense. It was interesting because President Trump, when he was shown the video of one of the angles while he was in the course of an interview with some New York Times reporters, he kind of backed off in his initial and earlier assertion that he had written on social media that essentially this woman had run the officer over and that it was a miracle that he was still alive as a result of that. And then when he was shown the video, he sort of again retreated from that ever so slightly and then sort of spoke about the incident more broadly. But it was the vice president today who continued to make these claims alleging that this 37-year-old mother was a part of a vast conspiracy, was a professional agitator potentially, though when he was pressed by our colleague Kelly O'Donnell why he was able to come to that conclusion, he said, well, when you look at the video,
that it the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is the Dana. This is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default. But we can fix this. We can close this down. I can go to compose files. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install, and that's TT for font, and enter.
going to be a new division under the Department of Justice that he says will report to him and to the president directly, that's going to look at national fraud. He said this is going to be a new assistant attorney general that's going to look at this issue more broadly. That, remember, politically, the White House and Trump administration is tying to this issue and this incident overall in Minnesota. They're really trying to amplify those claims of fraud as part of their strategy here as well.
Any problem.
Monica Alba live for us outside the White House tonight on the North Lawn. Mon, thank you very much. We're going to continue to follow any developments from Minneapolis as they unfold. But we've also got a ton of breaking news tonight because NASA says for the first time ever they will end a mission early because of a medical issue on board the International Space Station. We heard this from NASA leadership in just the last maybe 45 minutes, maybe last hour or so, saying that this 4-person crew 11 is going to come home soon so that this astronaut can be evaluated, can be treated, etc.
Without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic
kind of a decision that it's in the best interest of our astronauts to return Crew 11 ahead of their planned departure.
Crew safety is always remained our highest priority, as it always is across the agency. We never take shortcuts.
You can clearly see that some stuff is not
I want to show you some of the members with Crew here. These are the members. 2 Americans, somebody from Russia, somebody from Japan. They launched to the ISS back in August. We still don't know which astronaut is sick, which one is having the medical issue, what that medical issue is. Obviously, for privacy reasons, etc. I want to bring in somebody who knows what it is like to be an astronaut, and that's former NASA astronaut Katie Coleman. Katie, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you for being here.
Including taxes here in the
Well, thanks very much. I spent 159 days up there, and my heart is with them today. Just to what's going on.
I bet, because this is really unusual. Of course, one would imagine there are medical things that pop up. It's my understanding. You tell us that the space station has, a robust medical, apparatus up there. For something like this to happen, this step that hasn't happened, as the administrator pointed out in decades, NASA's never going to do this. How serious do you think it has to go?
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic.
Well, I think it's a problem that they don't understand as well as they think it's the right thing to do to understand that problem. And we do have a lot of equipment up there. We have an AED. We have lots of medications. We're trained very well, and we practice using them. And in fact, one of the first things that we do when we're up in space,
it's the original target, but also undocumented, I said.
That come to right now. If I answer yes to this thing, I'd be trying to sell you a robot.
He says these arrested undocumented immigrants with convictions of criminal sexual conduct with a minor, aggravated murder, harassment, and violence. The operation comes from federal policies and charged dozens of people with homosexual
before we go, and so don't usually bring any kind of cold up there. I kept my husband was, not feeling all that great right after I launched, and all the doctors were asking him everything, and he thought it was so great. They were so concerned, and then he realized they just want to know what might have gone up to the space station.
I mean, it's just wild to think about here, too, because one of the things that I was interested to hear, I believe it was the chief medical officer, we were watching this live, Katie, forgive me, about an hour ago, talked about how they would have expected to have a situation like this maybe every few years. They have not had to bring anybody home early in a couple of decades here. It's pretty unusual.
Of which we need to
never from the space station, and I can't speak to the early flights, but it's been 25 years. Never brought someone home early for medical reasons. And in this case, that person is, as they said, stable, and it's more that they don't have enough equipment on board to evaluate them. And so it's not an emergency landing. It's actually a regular landing that just moved up in time.
The mindset of an astronaut, you've done so much training for a mission like this. There's so much work that goes into this. This is something that is, in so many ways, a huge part of the career development of an astronaut. And I imagine that even with this medical situation, the astronaut suffering it, it's a tough blow to come back.
I would think so. I think the premise of our job is that whatever happens, that's where you start from. And so they, woke up in the morning, they're going to do a spacewalk, and then it turns out one of them's not well enough to go. Or I don't know that it was one of the spacewalkers actually, but the spacewalk was canceled. And so that's where you start from. Is we have this situation. The ground is very well trained in evaluating it, and we do those simulations. We do medical simulations together with our flight surgeons. the actual people that might be on console when we call and say, we've got a situation. And so we're used to talking to each other, understanding each other's cadence, what they want to know, how they want to hear it, all those kinds of things.
Katie Coleman, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you so much for your perspective. Critical, it is a very helpful one to have as somebody who's really been in those shoes. Thanks, Katie. Good to see you. Also tonight, we are just learning some top representatives of Denmark and Greenland met with White House officials today, according to a source familiar with the discussions. And you know that's a big deal because the Trump administration has been making noise about trying to maybe take Greenland, or the territory of Denmark. It's happening as the president is expanding his muscular doctrine, not just potentially to Greenland, but to Latin America as well, after everything that went down with the capture of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. That country now appears to be releasing political prisoners. We don't know how many yet, but the White House is taking credit for that in Venezuela, saying it's because President Trump is using, in their words, maximum leverage to do right by the American and Venezuelan people. Our Gabe Gutierrez is in Bogota, Colombia for us tonight.
Hallie, it has been a dramatic turn of events in the last 24 hours or so here in Colombia, with the president here, Gustavo Petro, speaking with President Trump after escalating rhetoric earlier in the week. On Sunday, President Trump called Petro, quote, sick man, reiterated those drug trafficking allegations that the Colombian government has repeatedly denied. Well, on Tuesday, President Petro called or said that President Trump had a, quote, senile brain, and certainly these tensions have been ramping up since then. Yesterday, however, there was a phone call between the two, and I understand from a senior defense official that there was an outreach on the part of the Colombian government to members of Congress to get this phone call together, and it happened in such a way that President Petro in Colombia apparently softened his tone enough to the satisfaction of President Trump in his social media post, saying that he appreciated the tone, that he was honored to speak with President Petro, and even invited him to the White House in the near future to have a discussion. Now, I asked the defense minister here a short time ago, what changed? And he said that he believed that President Trump had been being fed misinformation potentially by some advisors, and that this phone call may have led to a thaw in relations, and he's very hopeful for that relationship going forward. Now, this all comes, Hallie, as tensions have been ramping up in Venezuela as well. But today, we just heard from members of the Maduro regime that they have agreed to release political prisoners, a significant shift. And we're just hearing this afternoon that, according to the government of Spain, Venezuela has already released including one with dual citizenship. That's something that people throughout this region are watching very closely. Again, the government of Colombia very encouraged by this recent relationship, a thawing relationship that they, according to them, between President Petro and President Trump. Hallie?
Gabe Gutierrez in Colombia for us tonight. Thank you. We've got some new developments elsewhere overseas, out of Iran specifically, where we're learning the country is cracking down on basically all the internet access there. This is a response to those big protests that have been going on for days. Look at this, some new video here. You see it overnight there in Tehran. Internet monitoring experts talking with their teams say this new data shows that the whole country is basically in like online darkness. It's not unprecedented. The Iranian regime did this We're also learning President Trump is warning Iran will, in his words, get hit very hard, according to a quote from a White House official, if the regime there ends up shooting, killing peaceful protesters. We are well into the second week of unrest, and already one human rights group says it's where 45 deaths at least so far, and at least 2,000 arrests. I want to bring in our Richard Engel, who's joining us now. Let's talk about this, because according to eyewitnesses talking with our team, they haven't seen something like this in literally over a decade. This is a big deal.
This is a very big deal, because it's not just in Tehran, it's in multiple cities.
Once again,
I spoke to a prominent Iranian activist who's talking about hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. It's a serious challenge to the regime, and it's largely driven by economics. That's, people ask, why now? Why are people out on the streets? Because they don't have any money. They're facing a huge currency crisis.
Location,
what you achieve is worth anything, then you reach a breaking point. And it's different because there have been economic crises in the past, is that the Iranian regime is incredibly weak at this moment. There was the 12-day war this summer, which weakened Iran. And there was also the loss of Iran's allies, which was largely destroyed by Israel and the fall of the Assad regime. So you have several different factors coming together at once. You've got these big protests. They're not backing down in multiple places. The economy is in free fall, but it certainly seems that way. It feels that way to people, and they're not as strong as they were when they lost their allies.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that these demonstrators, these protesters, sense an opportunity here with the weakened regime essentially to go for it.
They're taking this opportunity. They're out on the streets. In some cases, they're directly confronting security forces, burning around Iranian flags, confronting the very feared police and different regime forces. So this is an enormous challenge to the government, the Islamic Revolutionary Government, that has been in place since 1979.
And I said to them, the possibility of a crackdown very much on the table, even from a weakened regime, right?
Oh, the crackdown is already underway. You mentioned that number of 45. That's by one human rights groups. Other people say 20. It's very hard to know. It's an ongoing situation, but I don't want to say a relatively small number, but it's not hundreds or thousands killed at this stage. But people are getting killed. There's a violent movement and a violent oppression campaign, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. So that's the trend line is toward escalation right now. I think that's why you saw the government shut down the internet.
Bringing it back here to Washington, what do you make, Richard, of President Trump's warning to the Iranian regime?
Well, he's warning everybody these days. And he warned Maduro, get out, and then special forces came in and lifted him. He's warning the Cubans who face a kind of a similar situation. The regime has been there for a long time. It's largely unpopular, and it can't provide for the people economically. And he's making the same kind of threats against Cuba. If you shoot the demonstrators, we're going to come down on the side of the demonstrators. But Iran is it's a much more complicated country than Venezuela. You're not just going to see a couple of special forces landing in there, taking the Ayatollah away, and everything will go smoothly. I say can't, but Iran is much more complex. The neighborhood just is not. It's further away. It's a Shia regime. It's backed by Russia. China, and it's done this before. It has experience fighting back demonstrators. There was a revolution in 2009. There was another attempted revolution 2 years ago. The circumstances were different. Because right now, the regime is very weak because of what I'm saying before.
This is a key moment for you to be watching it, a key moment for us to be covering it. Thank you for being here. For sure. Love having you on today. Still ahead for us back here at home, the wild weather whipping across the country. We've got details of the damage in Oklahoma. Plus, some breaking news for the Winter Olympics. Why this gold medal winning American snowboarder is just now saying she may not be able to compete. That's next.
Spinning around and around and not able to
let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, police are looking for multiple people involved in a deadly shooting overnight outside a Salt Lake City church building. 2 people were killed, 2 men, 6 others hurt. Police say the shots were fired between people or groups who knew each other. They don't think this was a targeted attack.
Location with certain
Number 2, Ohio police say they're looking for a 4th person accused of breaking into the house of Browns quarterback Shea Sanders. You see here pictures of the 3 men they've arrested in the last 24 hours. The 4th person is still on the run. No word right now if this is connected to any of those other high-profile athlete break-ins we've covered on this show. Number 3, we are just learning that Commanders cornerback Marshawn Lattimore was arrested overnight in Ohio on a concealed weapons charge. We've reached out to his reps on this. We haven't heard back. The Commanders say they've been made aware of this arrest. They're gathering more info. Number 4, take a look at this. A tornado whipping across parts of Oklahoma today. You can see that big tree uprooted. Really, some power lines are down. Some buildings obviously damaged. At least 1 person was hurt after his truck trailer flipped onto its side. Officials say they're still responding to some of the areas that have been affected.
expected. Number 5, two-time Olympic gold medalist Chloe Kim says she dislocated her shoulder while training, and she doesn't know if she's going to be able to compete in the Winter Olympics starting next month.
10-20.
Look at this. You can see some video of the fall she posted online. So she goes up, boom, she like slams right into the
Negative fight in progress.
She's going through more testing tomorrow. She's trying to stay optimistic. Chloe, we're rooting for you. We hope you come back. Also tonight, let's take it down to Texas with emotional testimony out of court there in the last few hours. With a former teacher at Robb Elementary School telling jurors about the moment she thought her students' lives were in danger as the attacker shot into her classroom.
This is going through your mind. What are you telling your students?
Location 10-20.
I was just telling them to pray. I told them I loved them. I wanted to tell them I would be okay, but I wasn't sure. I just wanted the last thing they heard was that somebody loved them.
So the reason you're seeing the testimony at that angle is because some witnesses requested not to have their face shown on camera. It was harrowing to listen to, happening today in the trial of Adrian Gonzalez, one of the first officers to arrive on the scene at Robb Elementary back in May 2022. He's accused of not doing enough to protect kids that day. The police response to the shooting sparked a lot of anger in the community and across the country, since it took 77 minutes from when the first officers got on scene to when the shooter was actually taken down. 19 students, 2 teachers were killed that day. You see their faces and their names here, their families continuing to live in nightmare. Gonzalez is now facing 29 counts of child abandonment or endangerment, to which he's pleaded not guilty. Ryan Chandler is outside court reporting on this for us.
16 is also still
well, Hallie, we heard 2 very different styles and tones of witness examination today. On the defense side, they spend hours being very analytical. They're trying to build a second-by-second timeline of the shooter's location. Their ultimate argument at this point is that their defendant never saw the shooter, was never in his vicinity, and never had the opportunity to engage with him. So they spent hours talking with an FBI expert about the location of shell casings to impress upon the jury if these shells are in this location, it is likely that the shooter was firing from this area with the intention of showing that our defendant was in a different area. On the prosecution side, they're taking a much more emotional, heartbreakingly intense testimony from teachers who were in their classrooms trying to protect their students that day. The prosecution trying to impress upon the jury. Gonzalez actually did have an opportunity to confront the shooter. He didn't, and this is the consequence of that. I want you to listen to a few of those teachers.
The shots wouldn't stop. They were just going round after round. A round would go off, and then there was total silence. I thought, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
The shots wouldn't stop. They kept going round after round. That plays into one of the main prosecution arguments at this point, that when Gonzalez ran up to the school, he heard the gunfire, but did not act. Clearly a very hard emotional
location
day for
10-20.
the tragedy of May 24, 2022. We'll continue to track the latest developments in this trial as it could last for a number of weeks ahead.
First draft of
when we come back, more problems tonight for Waymo. While one person was forced to jump out of one of these self-driving cars in Phoenix, we've got that video. Plus, could millions of Americans paying more for health care finally see a little bit of relief from those pricey bills? We've got a reality check coming up.
Not sure if it's
Congress now one step closer to maybe giving some relief to the 22 million Americans who saw what they pay for health insurance spike at the start of the year. With the House now passing extension on those Affordable Care Act tax credits in just the last 15 minutes or here. And if you're like, hey, that's great news, right? Maybe that's good if you are paying those higher premiums. There is a bit of a catch here. Kind of a big catch here, because the Senate, you know how this works, they're also going to have to vote on this, and top leaders there say they're not going to bring this to the floor.
And the system will now be booked. And once again, we're arriving at the document, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here.
Okay, so that's the politics. What's the reality here? There's one estimate showing a family of 4 making about $45,000 a year will now see premiums go up from $0 to $1,600 a year. Families making more than that, $75,000 to $110,000 a year, could be double that. Prices going up. Unclear what Congress is going to do about it, if anything. Julie Circuit is watching all of it from Capitol Hill. So you have this vote, the House did it. Obviously, you see the skepticism from the Senate as we lift ourselves out of the weeds. Give us the TLDR on what's going to happen next year. Are people going to be able to see lower costs anytime soon, or is this a new reality?
Some stuff is not animated as it should be.
Hallie, it's not just the Senate that's skeptical. Mike Lawler, who's one of the Republicans negotiating a fix to the ACA, he voted, of course, for this 3-year extension today. He came out on the steps behind me a couple of minutes ago and said straight up that the Senate already tried to pass a 3-year extension last month. Only 4 Republicans voted for it. It's not going to go anywhere. So where do they go from here? We know that there was a bipartisan discussion this morning. There were a bunch of House members, a few senators involved in that. And we know that they're talking about a proposal that's slightly different. It's a 2-year extension of those subsidies. It has some reforms, which is what Republican leadership, at least in the Senate, said that they wanted. It includes income caps, monthly income caps, and a payment. You see there on your screen of $5 premium payment that can be paid in a lump sum of $60. So essentially it has reforms to these subsidies. That's Republicans' sort of red line and biggest sticking point, and it does extend those subsidies, which Republicans, Democrats in that room say is urgent because we're already in January, so their constituents who are on the ACA are already seeing their premiums skyrocket. And in addition to that, I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Hallie. I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham, who said that he met. I just remembered that I talked to him earlier today. He met with the president yesterday. They talked about a whole host of issues. He told me that they spent 1 full hour talking about the Affordable Care Act, which is interesting and notable. Senator Graham said to me it doesn't interfere with what the president is doing on the international stage, essentially saying he can walk and chew gum at the same time, adding, if anything, it makes Trump stronger to tackle health care. I talked to him for an hour already. Yesterday, Graham said he's looking for ideas from members and is engaging with them. This is a political issue for Republicans at the end of the day. The president knows that they need to get fixed on this coming into the midterms, but we don't know what the Senate's going to do, so that's really the next step here.
There we are.
Thank you.
So we're running a small window on screen, as you can see. We could go to view and full screen, which was virtual last time you told us. We can get back to a window at any time by pressing the host key plus F, but the host key code is set to be 1 control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I'll switch to full screen, and oh look, Windows is not full screen.
To those who think that the promises of the campaign cannot survive once confronted with the realities of government, today is your answer.
Board members are on Mamdani, Mayor Mamdani, just recently on the promise of affordability, making stuff less expensive. I want to bring you on to one. When you look at the questions around child care, what is it practical? How does it feasible work? And could it have a better impact if it does work for
I'm sure a lot of cities are watching what's happening here in New York. It's almost a testing ground for them to expand childcare because we know across the country, not just in New York City, the cost of childcare is such a burden on families. And in New York, it's almost akin to paying another month of rent every month just to have your child taken care of. What we're talking about here is an expansion of already existing pre-K options that are paid for by the government to even younger children. So what we're talking about here again, New York City already prior to Mamdani taking office had pre-K as well as pre-K. Again, that's kind of childcare for 3-year-olds already covered by the city, and now there is also this 2K program that they're unveiling here, where again they'll partner with New York, the state will partner with New York City to launch this program. It'll begin with only a focus on high-need areas, but they do plan on making this essentially universal by year 4. This would expand those childcare subsidies to tens of thousands of additional families, according to the state. date, but again, this will be a slower roll separately immediately. But this is a concern for a lot of Americans. A recent stat shows that yes, even though 6 years after the pandemic, not everyone is being pulled back to work. There's still a substantial amount of full-time returns to office requirements rising, 24% higher in South Korea and some Fortune 500 companies. That's the reason why people are really focused on how they can survive the trip.
That's super interesting. Brian Johnson on this news for us. Brian, thank you very much. And really of course, that big driver for cars for so many families. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment our Northeast Bureau is statewide bill banning cell phones during school, Saturday, New Jersey. Districts can set different schools for different grades, but you can't get online, you get onto social media, that's a no-go no matter what. That law is going to go into effect this upcoming school year. Out of our Southern Bureau, news body camera video shows former NFL star Tony Brown in handcuffs. Listen.
I did nothing, brother. What are you talking? You're not under arrest. You're detained. I didn't tell you again, all right?
This video comes from that incident at a Miami boxing event in May. You can hear Brown repeatedly saying somebody punched him in the face, asking officers to check the cuts on his knees. He's accused of grabbing a security staffer's gun and shooting at somebody. He has pleaded not guilty to second-degree attempted murder and is trying to get the case dismissed. Out of our Western Bureau, take a look at this. A self-driving Waymo car on a light rail track in Phoenix and a train pretty close behind coming up. The passenger inside ends up jumping out. Look at that. That guy gets out. The car keeps rolling along. Well, yeah, there it goes. Look, rolling along right there. Somebody nearby is like, what is happening? The company tells us it's working to improve safety as its cars encounter new experiences. Coming up here on the show, a new look at the new ballroom plans from the White House. What we're learning from a brand new revelation today from the architects behind it. That's coming up.
I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. So the White House today, in its public hearing on the ballroom, you know, the new one they're building, the controversial one, they say it was not possible to save the East Wing because of structural problems with the building and mold contamination. Here's some video of this. The architects showed what's going to replace the current East Wing, this big new ballroom that President Trump is building. It's
Location
expected to cost around $400
10-20.
million. You've been seeing the old East Wing getting demolished since October, and you know that that's been kind of controversial from the jump because of history, right? Controversy that is still fresh today. Look at this. People protesting outside the building where this presentation was happening. Pretty small group of demonstrators there. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell, who's joining us. And what's interesting here is we've gotten our Peter Nicholas, our White House team has been really at the tip of the spear as it comes to reporting these new developments on the ballroom. But now we have, for the first time, this very public hearing. In public, the architects talking about it all.
After it was demolished, which was one of the questions that Phil Mendelson, who was an at-large member of City Council in D.C., asked, you know, why didn't you come to us before you demolished it? So a couple of things. I have been told from a former senior White House official, and now it's visually, you know, you can see it. The Washington Post had some pictures a couple of weeks ago which really illustrate this. They cut down the oak trees. These are historic oak trees on the South Lawn. Now, they needed to cut them down apparently for the project, but the point is that people in the National Park Service said, well, maybe we can move them elsewhere in the South Lawn, but they went to the wood chipper. So there was a lot of destruction. The bunker, remember those pictures of Condi Rice and Dick Cheney after 9/11, on 9/11, in the bunker? That bunker was under the East Wing.
Location was 10-20.
Now, eventually, they but now what was really interesting is they said for symmetry, since they're building an 89,000 square foot addition, which will be the same height as the White House and set back 10 feet, so that the White House from the north from Pennsylvania Avenue side will still be the most prominent. 10 feet's not a whole lot when you're talking about 90,000 square foot addition. So it's so big that now they're going to add a second floor, prospectively, to the West Wing colonnade.
To balance it out
architecturally. Okay. Now, the original architect resigned when it got to be not 600, not 900, but 1,000 seated guests. I was at a dinner in a hotel ballroom this week, one of the club dinners here in D.C. 600 people filled that ballroom, as big as it could be.
Yeah, it's seeing some of the images here, the scale of it.
It was so huge. And the whole point about a state dinner is it used to be 120 people in the state dining room. Then they started expanding it under Democrats as well as Republicans to have donors and put it in a tent in the back. But most of the really exclusive ones for years, I started going under Ronald Reagan to state dinners. 120 people, you feel really kind of special. This is cool. It's not cool to go into 1,000 people.
Mileage may vary. It's certainly a staggering space. I mean, it's big, right? The president has said he wants more room, and there should be more room for that kind of a thing. What's the timeline here? Because we had this conflict between the National Trust for Historic Preservation wanted to press pause on this, the judge said no.
The suit is still pending, but they didn't stop the construction. Well, the fact is that they demolished before they asked for permission. They changed the Fine Arts Commission. That's now, it's completely led by Bill Scharf, who is the secretary, the official White House aide.
Advisor to the president. Yep.
So, I mean, I actually studied architecture in university, so I know something about architecture, but this is not what architects would have designed, as the perfect structure, because it does overwhelm the White House. The timeline is to get it done before the president leaves. They're talking about 18 months, which is extremely rapid.
18 months, okay, so that
And just very quickly, on Friday, he went to choose the model himself in Florida. That was the day of the big Venezuela incursion. That morning, before golf, he went to personally select
He's very invested in this. He's chosen, I mean, he's got the architects that he has designing all of this too moving forward. So certainly a huge project to watch, and that public hearing, a significant step on that today. Andrew Mitchell, thank you very much. Still to come, some new money rules are totally changing college football. It's fascinating. And tonight's playoffs, are you going to be watching? We'll tell you why, for some athletes, it may pay to stay.
I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow.
So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on the topic we've been watching. And tonight it is football, it is college football, it is the college football Final Four kicking off tonight. Miami, Mississippi, Indiana, like a couple years ago, you'd be like, wait a second, what? These are national championship contenders? However, these new rules are paying players, they're a big deal. They've really upended the dynamic of this college.
Location,
$13-20. And here, now here. Sam Brock explains the changing
stand on the cusp of college athletics immortality, knocking out familiar foes for a chance at college football's ultimate crown. One once considered the biggest loser in the history of the sport, now a national powerhouse. Another left at the altar by its coach just days
at the time, I didn't know how
playoffs,
much they sucked.
driving much of the change. Big bucks, prompting players from Indiana's Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza to Ole Miss's Trinidad Chambliss to switch schools in recent years.
And how has NIL changed college sports and the competitive landscape as we know it?
NIL has actually, interestingly, added competitive balance. We're seeing pretty much every school, at least in the power conferences, having a real shot of winning a title.
It's also fostering a growing movement of athletes fighting to stay in school. Chambliss now seeking a 6th year of eligibility, even though some analysts think he could see his name called in the NFL draft. His lawyer reportedly sending multiple letters to the NCAA to ask for another year of eligibility, arguing Chambliss lost a season due to health issues, writing, quote, juries decide death penalty cases in less time. Attorney Darren Heidner has served as legal counsel for hundreds of college athletes.
It makes sense to conduct that due diligence and make a determination as to whether they want to take the risk and jump to the next level, or probably take a more conservative approach and stay in school where you can still make an exceptional amount of money.
Players can earn millions from name, image, and likeness, or NIL deals, which started a few years ago. But now colleges can also use a portion of athletic revenue to pay players directly after a settlement this summer. That money, though, is capped. Heitner says it isn't enough alone to draw top athletes.
The reality is, to compete in this ecosystem, you can't be operating at a $25 million.
Coinciding with the newfound revenue is a transfer portal system. Effectively, free agency has caused a seismic shift in college sports.
Listed here the 2024 bond, 2022, and the 2020. If we look at the 2020 bond program, all
schools are also now boosted by wealthy alums like billionaire Mark Cuban, who went to Indiana.
Location CERTIN-20.
To convince top athletes to transfer. Cuban wouldn't say how much he recently contributed, but told one outlet, let's just say they're happier this year than last year. As the multi-million-dollar deals pile up, so too does the controversy. Like in Washington, where several outlets report that quarterback DeMond Williams recently signed a multi-million-dollar contract to return, but days later wrote on Instagram that he's entering the transfer portal because he has to, quote, do what is best for me and my future. The university refusing to let him go and reportedly threatening to pursue legal action. They're out to Washington for comments, but have not yet heard back. Heitner, who is now representing Williams legally, declined to comment on his case, but says the confusing new web of contracts with players who are not considered employees is uncharted territory.
Nobody yet really knows the enforceability or the level of enforceability of these contracts because they haven't really been tested.
Meantime, the cost of college has skyrocketed in the last 30 years, and now even the students at some schools are being asked to going to athletic departments.
I think that's a really tough pill to swallow when you see like so much money that gets thrown around. Like, why should it be on the students who are enrolled in this college to have to pay for that?
As college sports start to look a whole lot more like the pros.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic.
Sam is joining us now. Okay, you know I'm a pro football girl. However, I'm fascinated by this whole dynamic in college football. Did you know I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan? I just wanted to.
I've never heard that before, actually.
Just separately, side note. What's also fascinating here, when you look at these, when you look at who's footing the bill, in some instances, it's the fans, right? It's not just students.
So you do have boosters, Hallie. You have billionaire donors like Mark Cuban. That is not enough money for the insatiable amount that it requires to draw top talent. So now we're hearing about students being charged student fees of like $200 to $300 per year. Several schools in the SEC are doing this right now.
Just click the link in the description
NIL deals.
Or go to
There's also something called talent fees where universities are charging more for tickets, for
during this holiday season.
Whatever it
Order by
takes to
December
generate more
15th to
revenue.
guarantee
The
delivery by
reality is
Christmas.
you have some
Because
schools
great gifts like these
Ohio State and
earbuds
Alabama
shouldn't show up
to
late.
just stack
That's
these talents,
buyraycon.com/coldfusion
you can't have 2 or 3
The links
rows
are
of
below in the
players now
description
that can all
Thanks to
play in a
Raycon for
particular
sponsoring this
position at a
video.
high level.
Now back
They're
to
going
the
to go to other
story.
schools where they can get paid and play immediately.
At the same time,
competition now
without touching the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Games, national championship next week.
There's various things that can be done, some of which I would turn to later.
Thank you for watching as always. I will see you Sunday on Nightly News and right back here Monday on NBC
We need to launch the driver manager.
Remember, stay updated on breaking news and car stories on the NBC News app if you watch live on our YouTube channel.
Graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Airport 60, David, Lansford.
David, Lansford, 1838. 155.
143, I'll take it. Go ahead.
Pause signal unable to copy.
314 San Rafael, meet suspicious circumstance, colors advising. But there's a bunch of people that you can see walking around her house, and maybe two in outside, hiding on the side of her house, and she's now advising that there is a female hiding somewhere near her couch, behind her couch, inside of the house.
Explanations aren't obvious, but there are options to see if a device is always following you, at least within a 15-minute interval. If you're on the road, that would be suspicious, as it would indicate that there are options to see if a device is always following you, or someone is physically following you. For a better viewing experience, if you're on the road, that would be suspicious, that you can look indicate that someone is landscaping or have a more, or someone is physically following you. For a better viewing experience, always set the phone to allow rotation so that you can look at the map in landscape mode and have a more accurate and bigger view.
5001, radio check 1080 New York. Yeah, we're having a day.
Radio check. Dave. 4414.
154, can have a breakaway and en route to 1727 Austin, 1727 Austin, service. RP is advising that her ex-husband of the residents are refusing to leave. She called 911 and then they hung up, and I called her back a couple of times and then she hung up on me again. 1727 Austin.
Over.
35, sir.
I just custody 932 was the stuck dollar. 35. That's the one that that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I have an entry block.
Okay, but you did take 932 also, right?
54 numerous, Austin, one more time. Yeah, out to 932.
1727 1727 Austin.
Cell phone, thank you.
I 637, who's waiting on the... My call is being forwarded to the voicemail now. I'm not able to reach contact.
It's already sold over 1 million units, and it's been praised by personal finance and tech review bloggers. As the word spreads, major internet providers are trying to keep this device out of your hands. It's been blocked from retail stores, forcing it to be sold exclusively online. Now they're trying to take that away too, and it looks like they might succeed. So here's the good news. The creators are organizing a massive, one-of-a-kind 70% sale on Ryoko to establish itself as the new industry standard. This has sent demand through the roof. Click the link below.
We all see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be, there are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Alright, I just cut the 932 copy of 27 dollar bill off. That's the one that that's why I got confused.
Yeah, 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
39418056 39418056.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
55 Phil, meeting hand 35. Okay, but you did put
yeah, 932.
154 Harris is clear, 29. Recall 55. Can you send your traffic?
Loader has completed, background services, known as demons, that handle things like task scheduling that has completed, printing, background services, known as demons, that handle items like task scheduling, sound display server, display values, and things desktop environment, also known as a display server and display graphics, and addition desktop environment drones also known some graphics applications, such as file managers, text editors, drones browsing some media applications, such as file managers, text editors, web browsers, media players.
8050 RJ, C1 outside.
12:43 will be tonight. We got the citizen back in our home to sleep for the night. When the female called Joe, what was her chief complaint?
And she stated that her ex-husband was there and she did not want to leave.
Yes.
And I
Informative, and to add, I think I already told you, but that lunch was unforgettable. So good. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay. All right. With that, we're a few minutes early, but I'm going to go straight into
you might think you need a team of people with fancy tech
we only have 11 people, 12 people.
You just want to start GoDaddy's Arrow. You might think you need a team Goggins, and as an actual tech
Upscaling complete.
I know what I'm doing. You just
Zero files for renaming.
I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at making like I know what I'm doing. Create a GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you and even set you up with a social media unique logo. It'll get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy. Even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
Frank?
I guess so. 143, the same female is calling back.
Airport 20 hours.
That there's people inside of her house.
Things. What the fuck is happening right now? Who are the people in masks grabbing our neighbours off the streets, and what are the actual rules here? Let's start with what's happening, because as we've discussed before, immigration authorities have been given pretty clear marching orders by this fucking guy.
We are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. We can't take the risk of letting these Biden illegals roam around freely so that the next American dollar...
I'll be route to the Central Field School. Frank? Or back at Farmhouse. We're going to be code 4 here too. Cars going to be separating. Just a civil speed over property. 43 units around.
Hello.
Yo one.
And
And their original target, but also undocumented ICE status.
that come
First one to do is protect the
if I answer I'd be trying to sell you a robot.
Homeland Security says they've arrested undocumented immigrants for convictions including criminal sexual conduct with a minor, aggravated assault, and domestic violence. The operation contained the federal prosecutors has charged dozens of people in Minnesota and Somalia for allegedly stealing millions of dollars in taxpayer money.
Core fonts and enter, and it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
And I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Situation is re-resolved.
And
His administration is making America the best place in the world to do business. The White House has pushed through tax cuts, deregulation, and secured billions of dollars of investments in the United States. The president says his tariff agenda will spark a manufacturing boom.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic.
It's the golden age of America. When these factories and plants open up by the thousands, they're coming from Germany, they're coming from Japan, they're coming from Canada. Many factories are coming in because
they're smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Airport 60 David Ransford.
David, Lansard 1838. Go ahead.
Five.
Wall 45, it's a false alarm, I'll be tuned.
55.
South Indian Point. Viola, Texas, William Tom Lincoln, 0895, William Tom Lincoln, 0895, South Indian Point.
No, I'm doing the Joseph.
Ethan, one point, okay.
Right. I just because the 932 was the stuff.
Hello.
Also, that's the one that I kind of, that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going.
EO1.
I had an entry block.
Right. I just because the 932 was the stuff dollar bill. Also, okay, then you just takes 932.
Hello.
Yeah, 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Okay, but you did take 932
The bill validator, spinning around and around and not able to, come out behind bars once the bill's inserted.
Alright. I just because the 932 was the stuff dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I kind of, that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
And I.
Alright, therefore, I'm moving, to Old Boswell Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road, or the Wahlburger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
First baby born in Waymo. At least one other baby was born during a ride in Phoenix. The company said the vehicle.
In 1965, a few scientists at Bell Labs joined with peers from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplex Information and Computing Service. The idea was to create this general-purpose utility for sharing time on a computer system.
It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Supervisor 2, can you come to 67 when you get a chance? 66, 356, Corpus. I have my phone on me. Can you have a supervisor to my location just for routine backup?
You. Stand for. That's fine. Right in the office. Anybody call out?
There's no validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards. We want the bills and service.
Yeah, no problem. I just put the 932 with the dollar bill all finished.
Airport 16, therefore I'm moving to Old Plaza Road.
Yeah, and then 950, I got that one going.
Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road or the Waterburger just so you can pull off in either direction.
The settings are extremely basic in there. All kinds of things built in as well, and a bunch of how the cosmic does begin diversificating instead of the part where I like to look or I think it's fine.
Sister Julia, and about sort of 8 to 10 months later.
When you want information in the file, you put it there. When you want it back, you get it out again, and you don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. When we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
36, I'll be clear from Shoreline and Red City.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. You also get image viewer as well, which is another one from email. You also get a bunch of image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of all that stuff that they don't have printers for iBus, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that they don't have. And a bunch of which is how the cosmic does begin diversificating instead of the part where I like to look or I think it's fine.
Sister Julia, and about sort of 8 to 10 months later.
When you want information in the file, you put it there. When you want it back, you get it out again, and you don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
Audacity, drum machine, Handbrake for encoding, Caden Live video editor, going down, you also get drum machine, studio, Handbrake for encoding, Caden Live video editor, just to finish things off, and no difference, and no difference on the system. I also want to make sure we're off that info can be installed for free. I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. Which is the one that mainly fits this by going backwards. Here, the most popular is Let's Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly go down this page and find a load and load of mirror sites. So, let's provide access to download, and if we go down this page and find a load all the way down mirror sites page, there we are, provide access to download. It says open or install Windows 10 applications. And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking
for you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support. I'm therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run setup XE? Yes, we do. Let's see what happens. Very exciting.
A little bit more specific.
Wine has come up, so hopefully.
And in this example, I want to see log entries that start since about 1 hour ago. So I can literally type 1 hour ago for the date string here. So I'll press enter, and we see everything that happened since 1 hour ago. And we also see the failed attempts within SSH. We also see some other log entries here as well.
Recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So this includes multi-cosmic and OS. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first pass, which is installation first of the applications or the settings or the lights, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In Pop! OS, you get the Office, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird. You should be able to run that. You also get a bunch of various little preferences. I love what they do. All of that stuff that Android has, which is the applications or the settings where I see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if
size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
David 10. David 65. David 3. It's David. David just. David used bathroom.
Seahawkers.
Alright. New Belgium 10-8.
John 0616 Robert 0616, I'm taking the Morris and South North.
Unit 3066, 10-8 from the yard.
You're reporting at 3066, your route 10, starting at 4:30.
Ten-4.
Hi. Check his bill validator, please.
932, 10-4.
Eastern for dispatch.
Dispatch, Max, anyone, code 1 Northwest, 0.
No, go ahead. You can show your arrived and patrolling on Indiana. 21.
Base Route 1 is 10-8 from the yard.
Banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code U20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com. Probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out.
Any family preferred app you can install. We also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you
give out cards once a bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the $50 bill also. That's why I got confused.
Yeah, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Airport 60, David, answer.
I guess so.
David, land side 1838.
Dispatch, Max, anyone.
Eastern every 0 dispatch. Sorry. 10-4's right.
Okay.
Airport 60, David, answer.
David, land side 1838.
And 12, you have open mic. You already got 38 heading that way? I'm getting them right now. It's closer.
Careful.
Dispatch, this is Route 5. Is Fanny in the yard?
10-4.
Would you do me a favor and meet me at 3036, please?
10-4, I'm right behind you.
Before we accept this.
Region unclear, 703.
Sorry, that's correction. Rescue left. Thank you. You did.
Thank you. Have a good day. Call 1104, 1104, 442, 442 North 46 radio check. Not exactly. Working on 1958.
Round 5, 10 from the yard and radio check, please. Check.
Event planning. It employs business logic-driven reasoning, help guide its reasoning on real-world scenarios. It supports advanced understanding of multi-turn conversations. To better understand and distillate users' intent and goal, it engages in iterative planning and self-reflection to plan, reason, and self-reflect on outcomes. And finally, it offers customization and scalability to meet that.
Right.
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
I guess so. David, Lampard 1838.
Sewage base, I got a flat tire on 3073. Outer right rear.
Okay, you're taking the shot?
10-4, I said go get a key.
Charlie 482 Club, copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284.
Back at Park House.
And here we are back again, so let's relaunch VirtualBox. And if we select our Windows 10 virtual machine, go to Settings and to USB. I have got the USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. And if we click this little button here to add a USB port to the currently attached device, we can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. And if we now launch our virtual machine.
David, Lampard 1838.
Route 10, 10-8 from the yard. Route 6, 10-8 from the yard.
Right. Address is 8050 Marseille. That's 8050 Marseille. That's the same one outside.
For the bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards. Bill validator, once the bill's spinning round and round and not able to give out cards.
I just cut the
Once the
932
bill's
with the
inserted.
$1 bill also showing the. So I just cut the 932 with the $1 bill.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Is in aerial. If we go to the top, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to and close that down as well. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core fonts, and enter. And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have.
Airport 60, David Rampart.
David, Lampard 1838.
Zero 80. Address is 8050 Marseille. That's 8050.
42 Club. Copy. Paul Lincoln Royal 0284.
Okay.
Camera. One mile, staying overnight.
I'm sorry, now, can I be closer?
080.
10 for everyone.
Address is 8050 Marseille. That's 8050 Marseille. That's C1 outside. Thirty 34 radio check. Radio check loud and clear. Have a good day. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I have an echo check, please. Yes, I have an echo check, please.
Use gave us medical alarms or park department to apartment 513 for an 81-year-old female, high blood pressure. EMS will be in route shortly.
In. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. So let's hear from NVIDIA.
Loads of those on the sites and actually provide access to the asset file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK. There we are. And I'm going to download from University of Search. So I'll click Save the asset file, which is 2.0.
As it should be. There are
Address
some
is
performance problems opening and closing apps.
8050 Marseille. Scene 1, outside.
Currently, according to mileage 55662, 55662.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
915.
Back in my motivation, I do want to add in the quick launch bar, so we'll get rid of that next. And finally, click on Install. And there we are. VirtualBox is now installed on our system. We'll let it run as it wishes to, like that. Get rid of this. And here we have the VirtualBox.
Here.
We know about networking basics and what you like. Now, back in my system, I do want to have it in the quick launch bar, so we'll do that. I'll go down here to VirtualBox.
I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop.
Now,
It is still
we'll
first
get
from
to
the
this
application
message
of
because
their
our
own
virtual machine
settings
doesn't
are
meet the
very very good,
requirements for
and you can
Windows
clearly
11.
see that some
You can
stuff
fix
is
this by
not
going
animated
backwards.
as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be.
And here we are
There
back
are some
on the
performance
desktop with a
problems when
welcome
opening
wizard,
and closing
and
apps.
there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, then this drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
go down here to VirtualBox and go to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar.
We have been
Get started
seeing
at
not surveillance
GoDaddy.com.
cameras on the building, but real cameras on the houses surrounding the building. Here it is. This is a side view of the engineering building in question. Outside of it, a Providence police investigation truck, law enforcement, all over the area, FBI inside. Here, let's show you what this area has looked like for the past few hours. Law enforcement in tactical gear with ARs walking block to block in small groups.
Go ahead.
45 number 1 with Tomboy Nora 0024. Texas Tomboy Nora 0024. 45 number 1.
Frank?
Right.
I guess so. Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
Okay, then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. I made out to 932.
Okay, but you did fix 932 also, right?
I'm really working on the...
Hello.
I made out to 932.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Hold on. Yes, 1105. I think I'm 4500.
In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install should be able to run that email. You also get a bunch of various things on something as PopOS. I know that they are fantastic, just all of that stuff is still a the application, the settings are very smooth. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
443, can you attach my 28, please?
Route 5 to dispatch. May I please have a private?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that ended. That's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Again? And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And this should be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. So that's it here for NVIDIA. We'll just occasionally finding loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to the I said file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK, there we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent Windows Service. And so I'll click to save the I said file, which is 2.7.
And I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, landside 1838.
Alright, last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory agencies representing the following categories. They're preferred but not required categories, which are 4 at large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen and Melanie are seeking your appointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no.
Audacity drum machine, Handbrake for encoding, Kdenlive Live video editor, going down we also get OBS Studio and VLC media player. And just to finish things off, there is no difference under system tools, we might not have expected that, and no difference.
Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/confusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas, because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
213, 10-7, 10-42.
Crazy.
I guess so.
Virtual CCPD counting 10.3. 1050, 10-4. One 25, 23.
Steve, NSC Special Available Quarters.
Roger, that radio check, heading from the yard. You say that, go back in.
The office, you probably have guessed that.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah, and at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
How are you finishing northbound just south of County Road 1394 for a single vehicle crash? Deputies are on scene. It was abandoned on the train track and has been removed from the train track.
This is what they wear up there. Flying spider jets. I'll leave the hard part to them.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses.
GPS responding to crash on 73. GPS Corpus Christi is aware of your call. Scratch, you know you want traffic. Big Snappy, South Texas. Victor Zebra George 1385. Victor Zebra George 1385. And we may be coming to a stop on 181 in Houston. 181 in Houston.
Bye.
14 Dallas on the second hand.
Connect to a network to use.
Dave.
$932.
505, turn the radio check. Sorry, sir.
Charles 106, County.
3 Charles 106.
Show me 23 195. Port in here. Any mileage 62746.
Cancel.
I'm back in city. Returning.
Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gill, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many
Location was 10-20. Location was 10-20.
Now, I'm going to throw that with a text message because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. And
Stay right there, 26. Stay right there, 26. Stay right there, 26.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And at
the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them.
So I love that. Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the...
And I'm...
They both look good on you.
You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
And what about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
I want to see the fighter pilots are wearing. This is what they wear up there.
Yes.
Flying as fighter jets. Not bad.
You find a number of packages available, which we need to install.
And we
The
salute
first
the
of these
workers
is the
behind these
base
glasses.
package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox.
Okay.
Of course, I need to enter my password.
Please complete my call at 4002.
There we are, that's now installed. So we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Editions ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that I love what they can. It is a fantastic first to conclude on Cosmic, it is still a first. I love what they can. It is a fantastic first, very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, or some stuff is bare bones, and you can clearly see there are some things not animated as it should be, some stuff is short smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, or shortcuts.
Got more radio check?
Well, great, number 10, right?
For CCPD, also.
And install now. There we go, once again things were successful, but we can't continue, so we now need to go to a command line. Who says we only do this in Linux? Well, we need to enter this command and execute. And in theory, we should now be okay. So let's have a third go at running the VirtualBox installer. Here we are again, log in, and this time hopefully things will be okay. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later. Select our Windows 10 virtual machine, go to settings, is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, I have got a USB drive, there is the system video graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager button here to drive install filter the attached device. There we can see here, the device is attached to the mouse and keyboard, but I think we'll go to that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK, and if we now launch our virtual machine,
Full street station and get with Jeremy Torino. He's got some stuff coming over here from HR, or HR from them.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft of the Cosmic. It is still a first. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop, and you can clearly see that some stuff, the applications animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth, and you can clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should be. Some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps,
which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So let's click on download, and if we go down this page we find there are loads and loads of member sites that actually provide access to the ISED file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK, there we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent.
Location was 10-20.
To save the ISED file, which is 2.7.
I'll be able to sleep in the AC stuff.
Open calculator.
Right.
I guess so.
All 43 night shift, 19 complete time cards. That works. By the way.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In Corpus, in the office, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. Recent Microsoft Thunderbird should be able to run that. You also get a bunch of various little settings on conflicts and stuff like that. I know that they get all that stuff that we don't have to there are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure
size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it is germane to your program.
Including our software. On this next slide here, this shows us the CCPD for general fund expenditures. And the same thing, if we look at the bottom, the budget for fiscal year 25 was $363 million approximately. We estimated a little bit less than that based on spending trends through the summer months. December at $354.7 million. And when we close everything out, we're just under 350, so $349.3 million. So
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, able to run I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft. To conclude on Cosmic, it is still a first I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. You can clearly see that some stuff, the applications animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth, and you can clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
representing each piece with a separate program.
Good.
And then using the facilities of the Unix system to glue the pieces together and just bring it whole again.
Computing is going to be more in people's lives as the years go by. So computer technology is going to...
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, land side 1838.
Simple. There's also the update hour. Hello. Airport 60 data transfer.
Stewart Ridge, on the flat on 3030, inside, right rear.
Airport 3030.
Charlie 482 copy, Long Lincoln Aura 0284.
I guess so.
10-4, 1 mile, staying overnight.
One 29, can I be closer? 10-4, from the 109. 76. Not in there.
No, I got it. If anything, you're good. Quarter. Back here. Gotcha. What you're saying, Dennis? Yeah. Nobody told me anything. So yeah, me and are back at Park House.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that
That's
word.
And I said to them,
So I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the...
And I'm
They both look good on you.
You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
And what about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
I want to see the the fighter pilots are wearing. This is what they wear up there.
Yes.
Flying as fighter jets. Not bad. I'll leave the hard work to them, though.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that I love what they computer. It is a fantastic first draft on Cosmic. It is still a first. I love what they do. It is a fantastic settings for very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, left side 1838.
Finance Corporation that I've had the privilege of working with since it was formed in 1979. Corporation that I've had the privilege of working with since it was formed in 1979. As we did the history was this project, and it's good to tell me the resolution that I have the history because this for 15 years and the affordability of the resolution.
I predicted this a long time ago, and I think that this is what it is. Before the end of this video, I'm going to tell you about a device that SpaceX is either making now or they should be that is going to make this a possibility. And the biggest problem that we have currently, and the questions that you keep on sending me, is, hey, what happens when you're inside of a building? How does DTC get to you? And that's one of the things we're going to get into. So the
at 4002 Marion Circle on the Weber Road side, right on the curb. You gotta really get to this request here, man.
Log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
David, left side 1838. Thirty-four, 35, anything. Go ahead.
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, left side 1838.
Check it out. Here, let me
639.
For 43, I'm currently detained with 1 male for Border Patrol. RV 10677 South, just north of FN 1945.
635, 1042.
635, simple.
Major crime alert.
639, somebody at business 77. Okay.
10-4.
63241.
632, 10.
Address is 8050 Marseille, 8050 Marseille. It's a single one outside. Sorry, I just took the 932 with the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
639.
915.
I got that one. Is this the north or south side?
Also, that's the one that
Come down the south side.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are application, although they do have a circle around it in their default state. It is still a GNOME app, it is going to follow GNOME's interface conventions, but it works and it is themed. Now if you do change the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically. You're gonna have to close the app and reopen it for that to work, which can be annoying, but who changes their theme all the time? I don't think that's gonna be a big issue. Now this one is GNOME Calendar from the repos, so it is not a Flatpak, it is an older version of GNOME Calendar, and as Calendar from the repos, so it is not a Flatpak, it is an older version of GNOME Calendar, and as you can see, it also follows accent color and background colors and all of the icons. And again, if you auto-switch the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically for these applications. But they do look pretty nice on Cosmic. They look integrated. It's not a problem. So that's really nicely done. But what about KDE applications? That's
the layout, at least on a computer with not that many applications pre-installed. Although here, I'm going to go back to my favourite iOS layout, which is a standard Windows-like one, which I still think works best. And it's worth noting when you change your layout, it does change the settings for your panel, what they do here called the taskbar, because they're really trying to make things easy for people coming from Windows. I have made that slightly bigger, so I go back over there, put it back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar panel.
Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And so for that, I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. And the system now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message. Once again, virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements of the system now reboot. So fix this by once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint. And here we are back on the desktop with Computer Welcome Wizard. There's various things that can be done here, some of which I will return to later on the desktop video, or Welcome Wizard. The critical one, there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will return to later on this computer video. But the critical one, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right cards for on this NVIDIA there is NVIDIA graphics card.
All I have to do
We need
is
to
type
launch the
1 hour
driver
ago
manager
if
to
I
install the
know
right
that the
drivers
issue
for
happened
the
in the
NVIDIA
previous
graphics
hour.
card.
And unless you get creative, what I recommend that you do is just play around with this option, play around with the various date string formats like KDE, and try investigating another service.
And I want to
Anyway, let's see an example of your log output generated with a user. Perhaps you see a user account on your system that you're not familiar with, and you want to find out what exactly it's doing.
To disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements of the But we can fix this by going backwards.
3/4 ways to advise. Drive to the 1050 west. Sorry, Callie, those numbers. Miles southeast of Moscow. We got 49 minutes and 585.
I just cut the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 9:15. I got that one going. I had an entry block. 633, 1042.
You did text 932.
633, 1046. Anyone goes in traffic? Out to 932.
Communication, Airport 14. Airport 14, guys. 27G is going to be out of service. The Ron will have to come out and take a look at it. And there's no reason to change it because you can't physically open it no matter what.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft of the Cosmic, and it is still a first. I love applications. It is a fantastic first very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff the applications animated as it settings, some stuff is bare bones, smooth, and you can clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should be. Some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Okay.
Alright, I just cut the 932 with the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
9:15. I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
9:15. I got that one going. I had an entry block. Out to 932.
Okay, but you did text 932 also, right?
I'm out to 932.
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic, you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft. To conclude on Cosmic, it is still a first draft. The applications, it is a fantastic first draft of the desktop, and you can clearly see that some stuff the applications animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. Clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should be. Apps, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance
I'm still
problems
looking
when
for
opening and
the
closing
outcome.
apps.
Is there any tags on the account?
I forget, I'm going to get very confused, and there it is. And in fact, although this can in theory be installed unattendedly, in practice I've found that with many Linux distros, including Linux Mint and Ubuntu, it doesn't always work or work entirely. So I'm going to tick skip unattended installation. We will do things manually, which you'll have to do for some distros anyway. So let's now click on next, and here we need to allocate resources to the virtual machine. First memory.
Airport 60 data transfer.
Partition there of main drive names
Airport 60 data transfer.
by A, B, C, and so on for each subsequent device. Here, SD is short for SCSI Mass Storage Driver, although today most drives allocated an SD prefix are SSDs or hard drives connected via SATA or USB. Meanwhile, SD cards, onboard eMMC flash storage and similar devices are given a name beginning NMC.
The bill validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards.
Recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are their settings. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's OBS, but as I said, it also happens inside of virtual machines. So there might be something there, but it is a functional one.
It is worth noting that all the extra applications included in Pro can be installed for free in the Pro edition. However, I know that some people
Airport 60 data transfer.
Virtual CCPD and Christmas, Joe.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Building in collaboration with Samsung. On glasses, Gemini can unlock all kinds of helpful experiences.
Block 20, radio check, continue from here.
Negative 5 in progress. Negative 5 in progress. Negative 5 in progress. Negative 5 in progress. Negative 5 in progress.
Hello.
Location was 10-20.
I'll be able to sleep in and see inside on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
71, radio check 70 for the yard.
Who's waiting on the... Discover. Sample. 630, 1042. 630, sample. 1042 on PD. 660, 4 sample. 542. 505 sample. 22 base for radio check, continue from there.
630 on anything?
Whatever.
Run down the highway, I don't know where it went.
Sample.
1040.
Charlie 42 copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284.
Frank?
I guess so.
1 minute, staying overnight.
One 29, can you close it? 10 for everyone on there. 76. Go ahead.
Five.
Well, 45, it's a false alarm, I'll be tuning.
I'm not finding a number for that.
By the way, that's another thing we need to see. Did they resolve the iteration to a zero residual or close to that? Is it resolved? Or in time to me? These things, I find it very deficient. I find it almost inexcusable that they would not do a better job and address the basic question of the nueces bank. With that, I'll come back later.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
661, Johnny. 661. 10-4.
Recent
Robert Victor Frank, 1966.
any computer without
Robert Victor Frank,
So to
1966.
conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are
One interest confirmed by 2020 Cadillac Stereo, still recorded
some
to
stuff is not
Jasmine,
animated as it should be. Some stuff is not smooth as it
Jonathan,
should be. There
Villarreal,
are some
Simpson,
performance
Friday,
problems
September
when opening
26th,
and
May
closing
28th.
apps. Not sure if it's...
Take.
Location was 10-20.
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping seat inside on a traffic stop.
Open calculator.
Full street station and get with Jeremy Torino. He's got some stuff coming over 4 HR from them.
originating from the yard.
No response from the owner. Message has been left.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and
Airport 16 David, Lampard.
David, Lampard 1838.
Oh.
Connect your network to use voice feedback.
Number 1.
7-1.
And I
Alright, therefore I'm moving to Old Buzzle Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, hold Brownsville Road, or the Waterburger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
Regional 1050 County M 1042. Thank you all for the assistance today.
Regional 1050, 1040.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft on Cosmic, and it is still a first. I love applications. It is a fantastic settings first very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. See that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Airport 16 David, Lampard.
David, Lampard 1838.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect.
And that I can't even imagine that the American people have any appetite for yet another foreign war. In fact, one of the reasons why President Trump was elected was he was embodying and espousing that he also was against any further the American people have any appetite for yet another foreign war. In fact, one of the reasons why President Trump was elected was he was, and I can tell you that he hasn't done anything espousing that he also was against any American people why incursions from the American people into other people's countries. And so this seems to be counter to everything that he ran on. And I can tell you that he hasn't done anything to explain to the American people why this is so important.
So I'll just log in.
Something in his eyes.
And here we are back at the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that we've got here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if down here, and card, there we are, this computer that is Windows virtual machine, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for. Here's a small window on the screen as you can see, but we could go to
Valerie
view
Castro,
and full
NBC
screen,
News.
at which point VirtualBox
When we
kindly
come
tells
back,
us
there's
we can
good
get
news
back to
tonight
window
about a
base any
special
time,
change
by pressing
lit
the
up
host key
hundreds
for
of
F, but the host key
There's good news tonight. So often the good news doesn't get as much attention as the bad, so every Saturday we highlight the many people who spread joy and love, and these are just some of those stories.
Airport 60 David Rampart.
David, Lampard 1838.
News. Thanks again for joining us at Cap 1.
You plug your printer
From
in
a gate
and you print.
for
Or even
Maybe
better,
some
it's
performance
detected
requirements.
automatically over
Whether
the
or not
network
that
and
Bollinger
then you print.
contact will send
Not
a
unless
fax
your
or
distro is
something.
OpenSUSE,
Easy as
because this
2006
apparently does
Island
not
and
detect
June
the
Street.
printers
Work off,
automatically for some
right
reason.
dispatcher,
But everything else
$400.
does. Not so on Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan.
Well, 2 base today, New York. Yeah.
Six five one, where you sit? You got a little bit of request either.
Yeah.
And well, you open mic. You read that 38 heavy no one? I'm getting them right now. It's holster. Careful. 28 or back at Park House. Just here, let me.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, having that check, please. Yeah, having that check, please. Cross 27, say New York. 401, 10,000, 200. A radio check, 10-8 from Yard.
Radio check. Radio check.
44. 44.
Radio check.
44.
Yeah.
2801, one drop off at the lighthouse. And Liz Jackson will be on at Flight 8. We're fixing it on our end because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled. She needs to get picked up by Route 8. Thank you.
You guys don't have room taxi. She's been taken already. She's gone. The staff says she's gone. I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
To the bill validator. They're not able to give out the bill validator. Once the bill is validated, they're not able to give out cards.
Airport 6D, David, Mansart.
David,
932 was the stuck dollar bill.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Cover. Cover.
Route 26 radio check. 10-8 from the Yard.
Cover.
Route 25 radio check, 10-8 from Yard.
Alright. On the buses, engine oil change soon. Okay, give it a shot. 10-4, and then I have to get another bus.
And get with Jeremy to relocate that.
And I...
Send me over here from HR. Or HR from them.
You know, come on.
And I...
Alright, therefore, I'm moving to Old Puzzle Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road, or the Waterburger, just so you can pull off in either direction. Yeah.
Perfect.
Go ahead. Yeah, sir, can you get with unit 1012 about 78? You've got an individual that's requesting that EMS. And 12, you have open mic. You read that 38 in that way? I'm getting them right now.
Who's waiting on the...
Airport 60 Davis, answer.
David, left side 1838.
Airport 60 Davis, answer.
David, left side 1838.
Airport 60 Davis, answer.
David, left side 1838.
Sorry, dispatch, 03 gonna be clear.
What?
Route 28 to base, radio check 10-8, leaving New York.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In Papua, in the office, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that they don't have.
The system will now. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for, and the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed. The system will now reboot, so I'll just once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, and here we are installed on the desktop with a welcome wizard. I'll just, there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later.
At the time, I didn't know how this was set up.
There's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later on this computer. The critical one, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for. On this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
The Go validator. Running around and not figuring people out. He got
That's
Carl
for
all day.
60 days, answer.
Spinning round and round and not able to,
David, land side
he got
1838.
cars.
I just 5932 was
inserted.
the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I'm sorry. That's why I got 5932 was the stuck dollar bill.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
That's right. Yes, sir. 909, sir. Yeah, 909. These are 12 going inbound. Auburn and Morgan currently. The Denver has pardon fee, sir.
10490.
That's for 60 days, answer.
David, land side 1838.
Route 20, 4 down, 3 run. Route 26, 1070.
Thanks and new document. And there we are, we've installed a piece of software without going near the terminal here in Linux and Mint.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any
As said, we
computer
come back
without
to some
any
setup
problem.
activities,
To
which
conclude on
notification down
Cosmic
here
and
is in progress
Corpus,
to
I love what they've
do.
done.
As you
It
can
is
see,
a
it wants us to
fantastic
set
first
up the
draft
time
of
shift
desktop.
system restored
It is
utility,
helpful,
but
the
before we
applications
do
of your
this,
phone,
there's an
settings
icon
are
down here on the
very
board.
And you clearly see that some stuff is not animated
David,
as it
land
should
side
be, some stuff
1838.
isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
905, transit radio check. Radio check. Radio check.
4410. 4410.
add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications other apps. You have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grab from other desktops. You also get the Office viewer as well, which is under one email. You also get various little as well. They install Thunderbird for iPads. You also get a bunch of various all of that stuff that they don't have for printers, for iOS, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that they don't have.
data, answer.
David, land side 1838.
Airport 60 data, answer.
David, land side 1838.
Route 10, 1070 at Texas Patrol.
Route 25 requesting a 1070 or Fred Raleigh Street.
I just took the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going.
Also, that's the one that's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. I'm out to 932. 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. I'm out to 932.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Building in collaboration with Samsung. On glasses, Gemini can unlock all kinds of helpful experiences.
Hey, y'all come up here and we'll go away game for you.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will show you later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an video graphics card, and on this computer there is a video graphics card, you can launch the driver manager to install my driver's form to the video
One information in the file, you put it there when you want it back, you get it out again. You don't have to think about
the product key, so we'll just take that down there.
anything like that unless it's
And
really
I want to
your
install
program.
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down to the virtual box and to disconnect.
And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint. It's now installed
Done that,
on
we'll get
computer.
this message
So
because
I'll
the
just
virtual
log
machine
in.
doesn't meet the requirements for
And here we are
Windows
back
11.
on the desktop
We can
with
fix
a
this by
welcome
going
wizard, and
backwards.
there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Kilo 1.
Kilo 1. Hello?
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Lanside 1838.
Team 4.
One radio check, standing from the yard.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff, the applications are animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems animated as it should be. Some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing
I want
apps.
to install
Not sure
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for
recent
Windows
kernel,
11.
recent drivers,
We can
so you
fix
should be
this
able
by
to run
going
that on any
backwards.
computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
I want to
Not sure
install
if it's
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards and
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Lanside 1838.
Frank?
I guess so.
Find a number of packages available of which we need to install.
State dispatch radio code bullshit.
The first of these is the defining some packages available of which we need to install.
State dispatch radio code bullshit.
The first of these, of course, we place a package password to install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. Install, we need to enter my password, and next we install VirtualBox get ISO install, which will improve the performance of the next machine, not least VirtualBox submitting expedition for ISO and allowing to improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Location was 10-20.
I'll be able to sleep and see inside on a traffic stop.
Open calculator.
There's a lot more graphic software. Under Internet, there's hardly any difference at all. We get Newsflash, we don't get an extra browser. Although under Office, there is a reasonable amount added. It's more than just LibreOffice and a few extra bits, a few things added in here. Although the other major extra category is sound and video, where we get Ardor, Audacity, Drum Machine, Handbrake for encoding, Audio and Live Video Editor. Going down, you also get OBS Studio and
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, landside 1838.
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, landside 1838.
Airport 60 data transfer.
Good.
David, landside 1838.
Okay, 23, Chris. Three 20 North traffic. Westbound District 80, Weber exit. Question just where the MR exit. Lincoln History John 0838.
Exit John 0838, hour.
130 traffic.
And what's their location?
The upriver, Grand Morgan. The upriver northbound. Blake William Tom 5686.
Time at 666. 566. Hello?
Yeah, that's a share, please.
Just to advise, Visual 2 has a mental nonviolent call at Christi Street. RP has a mental warrant for this, okay?
Yeah, well.
I'm doing that. Go fire dispatch.
421-25.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and you should be able to run that. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first. I love what they do. It is a fantastic settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff, the applications are animated as it should be, or some stuff is bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, and some stuff is not as smooth as it should be.
I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Are literally begging for help and thinking he is so us. But for all the administration's talk of targeting dangerous criminals, the reality is very different, as this LA neighborhood found out.
An abandoned cart, the only sign that Enrique, the ice cream man, had been taken into custody. Enrique had been selling ice cream in the area for almost 20 years. He was a part of community events. And neighbors insist, not a threat.
I just don't understand it.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
11-10-4. Did you want for me to go ahead and create a fire, or did you want for me to go ahead and create an investigation for the location?
Squad in vicinity.
The following is for information only. The following is for information only. 10-4.
Attention all airport units, the following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test. The following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test.
6-4, free to finish. Free to finish.
Alert 2, General Aviation. Alert 2, General Aviation. Alert 3, Alert 3, Alert 3.
And here we are running the Kdenlive video editor in Zorin S, which proves the principle of installing Linux applications from the software store. But you cry, what about Windows applications? What if you need to run something that's only available for Windows? And Zorin OS 16 is as well equipped as any Linux distro to actually do this. And to prove it, let's first of all open up the File Manager. I do like the File Manager here, and I've got sitting in WinApps here.
Clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If
And
I can use that word.
at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
I'll show you working off of EMS 15659.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and then
214, copy a call for
Airport
juvenile.
60, David, Rampart. 14.
David, Rampart 1838. Take en route to 2792 Humble Street, 2792 Humble. RP advised her daughters refusing to go to school. Requested officer.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. You can clearly see the applications animated as it should be. Seems everywhere goes smooth as it should clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should. They have some stuff here as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
with a separate program.
Good.
And then using the facilities, the Unix system, to glue the pieces together to create a whole again.
Computing is going to be more important in people's lives as the years go by. So computer technology is going to...
add stuff to it. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grab from other desktop media player which get what you expect, and then it's just applications grab from other desktops. You also get InPopWest, you get the viewer as well, they install the one email. You also get a bunch of various image viewer as well, and they install email. You also get a bunch of various stuff that they don't have printers for IBUS, for the disk usage, just all of that stuff that they don't have.
The film elevator. They found it right and not able to give out the normal elevator. They found it right and not able to give out cards. Once filled and service.
Stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I'm That's why 932 was the stuck dollar bill.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Inform.
Please, individual, please.
Man down in the vehicle, Waverly, Alameda, Waverly, Alameda. Maybe contact out east, state driving was intoxicated, older male passed out in a Ford Bronco with his lights on.
Inform.
I1.
Hello.
Yo one.
Yo one. Hello.
Alright, 10-4, I'm holding, Turtle Puzzle Road. Yeah, just get inside that Brownsville Road, it's in the Whataburger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
To bother with this. So now we'll create a plugins.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at this
Water, piece of gallon water, it should be one in the second deck. I said pick it up from the boat. Where are you going from? They some young strapping lads. The tall one, the taller of the two is, that's for sure. I just had that water in that thing of trash compactor bag waiting right there in the laundry room.
Left 37461.
I go to the product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and then
Oh man, we didn't use that stuff out of y'all.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Right.
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
Looking at signal 4 at 422 Scotland, at 120. Yeah. Charlie 430 area. Charlie 430, 358 stables. 358 stables. Charlie 430, you guys need another. Sure, sure. Once we get all that other stuff done, let's go ahead and get all the yellow rat kits done. We can have all of our fleet bikes and one there up on blue.
Airport 60, David, Ransford.
David, Ransford 1838.
Six 502 radio check 10 from the arm.
David 10. David
30. Repeating. Key.
David
3330. I'll take
David. David just. David used bathroom.
Channel 247. Christi. 14433 yesterday.
Database.
At 1276 South
Airport 60, David, Ransford.
David, Ransford 1838.
Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for renaming. Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for renaming. Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for renaming.
A1076 Oscar.
Then you have to go and put the red, green, or blue. Put it somewhere it can't get knocked off.
Call for Engine 7 Medic 8, Engine 7 Medic 8, ESD 1101, 1101, 44, Lab 4909 Trinity Drive, 4909 Trinity Drive. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 716. Friday, 11 turn and course.
Charlie 42, copy, London and 0284.
Okay.
10-4, 1 mil, setting overnight.
One final, copy, close it. 10 for everyone. Receive Engine 7, I'll show you clear and good.
6 and Kingsville, the truck factor blocking one of the lanes of traffic. We're adding this.
Four, clearing water's edge.
Charlie, you put over runway, I'll be good. 10.
A state he had never visited, all because facial recognition software said he looked like a shoplifting suspect. Or finally, poor showbiz. These aren't just edge cases. These are the canaries in the coal. If the system is both wrong and secret, then the people it hurts the most are the least able to fight back. So at this point you may be thinking, cool Jeff, fine. Now I'm terrified. What exactly?
Careful.
He's got some made in America glasses, so I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the...
And I'm...
They both look good on you.
You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
And what about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
I want to see the fighter pilots. This is what they look up there.
Yes.
Flying the fighter jets. Okay. I'll leave the hard work to them, though.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses.
932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that...
A recent colonel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run...
Lady protest before and after now. Go ahead and take your jockeys and your safety long make sure the jockeys go get past the steel rail on flashing and flanks going past the steel rail on that lead board.
Settings are very bare-bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff, the applications are limited as it should be, some very bare-bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is
layout. At least on the computer with not that many applications pre-installed. Although here, I'm going to go back to my favourite nueces layout, which is a standard Windows-like one, which I still think works best. And it's worth noting when you change a layout, it does change the settings for your panel, or what they do here called the taskbar, because they're really trying to make things easy for people coming from Windows. I have made that slightly bigger, so I'll go back over there and move back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar panel. At the top it says Open with Install Windows Application. And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and therefore I'm hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run Setup Exe? Yes, we do. Let's see what happens. Very exciting. Line has come up, so hopefully...
Officer.
And that was 26, so that's actually a big drop-off there from what we saw in 92. Definitely the Quinn style mixture of experts. Probably something that's going to work out pretty well from what I'm seeing. And that was 26, so that's actually a big drop-off. Our initial definitely the Quinn style mixture of experts. Probably 16 is going to work out pretty well. From what I'm seeing. That's initial small 3.2. After that, our initial, there you have quite a bit of invitation front bound. 16 tokens per generation. Now that's initial small.
Framework laptop 16 that I have had at home ever since they sent me the review unit. They...
Alright. Good morning. It is Friday. The message for today is think safe, act safe, and be safe.
Radio check.
10-4.
Roger, D10-4.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
So you want to start a business.
On Cosmic
You might think you
and
need a team of people
I know
and
what they
fancy
do. It is a
technical,
fantastic first.
You just
It is still a
I'm Walton Goggins, an actor, an expert, looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social links. It'll even set you up with a social media channel. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
On that lead forward.
Alright, Engine 10, ESD turn 16, 1016 for WT breathing at 3705 Grove Street, 3705 Grove Street. I'll show you working off of our dispatch at 7:25.
Temperature 3211.
Meg 6, EV 1016, 1016, for difficulty rating 3705, Rojo Street, 3705 Rojo Street. I'm going to show you with one with engine 10, working off of EMS 1 and 726.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take pop down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Show, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and
then
Charlie 482 call. Copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284.
Frank?
I guess so.
One now, starting overnight.
Great, you want to go stay by on it?
Chevy 50.
And overall quality. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the panel agent may have made using rule-based or MAM-based checks.
So
the evaluator agent and panel agent will then talk back and forth until a panel is refined and improved to match user request. Finally, the explainer agent will translate and present final result to the user.
NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
data transfer.
Street Station.
From them.
About what?
Charles 1701.
Tired of hearing about bus routes. Aren't you? Tired of hearing people eat on the damn police P25 radio network, too. It's like microwave hearing.
And we now get to the critical option where I ask what we
No.
want.
At the time, I didn't know how much this
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
Have you used that word?
At the time, I didn't know
Clashes in Minneapolis after that ice involved
They suck bigly. Have you used that word?
right now in Portland, Oregon. Two people hospitalized after a shooting involving federal agents. New clashes with law enforcement after the killing of a woman inside her car. We're running from new videos about who that woman was. Plus, the new details on the ICE officer and video of a prior incident where he was dragged by a car. Politicians on both sides dig in. The medical standard states NASA announcing they're rushing to bring a people home from the space station as an astronaut deals with a medical issue. He spoke with a former NASA astronaut about what that mission back to Earth would look like. Massive protests erupted in Iran, a car ramming into security forces, a bench set on fire, demonstrators hit with water cannons as the nation plunges into an internet blackout. Is the country at a tipping point? Back here at home, tornadoes ripping through the south, roofs ripped apart, semi-trucks flipped over. Bill Cairns will tell you when the threat is really ramping up. And a famous base jumper's daring stunt taking a deadly turn. How his family in the extreme sports community is remembering him tonight. Dramatic video as a man steals a bulldozer, attempting to mow down police officers, even crushing a cruiser. How it all came to an end.
2ESD 2007 2007.
Solo mission, speaking with our
73 caller 3702 Perry Lane, 3702 Perry Lane. Also, you're working off of our dispatch at 731.
It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if
I've
it's
installed Windows 11. How could and I just want to make sure offline this is the Cylinder Edition, which is the one we'll make that so I'm going to go down here to the virtual box. I'm going to disconnect the network, download, and if we go down to page 5, load it to or many sites that actually provide access to the asset file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to the UK. There we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent Mirror Service. And so I'll click to save the asset file, which is 2.7.
The FBI integrated into this team to try to find out what has happened and absolutely bring this individual to justice.
Recent driver should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
I want to make it clear.
Engine 10 ESD 1008 1008 for an unknown man down 4102 Greenwood ready for 102 Greenwood. It's 2ESD of April Greenwood. So she's working off of very dispatch at 736.
As it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Scanogen engaged.
the settings are extremely expensive. All kinds of things as well, and a bunch of things which is how Cosmic does well. Basically, it is hardware. I like the look. I think it's fine. It doesn't have to
About 8 to 10 minutes later. Turn right into the gate, going all the way down, and then make that left turn. Yeah, you can stop there. There's that parking lot.
Anything like that, unless it's really. I mean, make a right, you got the 1070 by the dumpsters, and she's right there by the yellow fire hydrant. She's right at the hydrant.
You're going to go to the right, follow it all the way through, stay right, and then you're going to come to her apartment. She'll be usually within